mind making, I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
Hello, welcome everybody to the Altiora 2K Open. Hello, greetings. My name's Jana Amari, and I'm here with Covert Go Blue, featuring some awesome magic for today. How are you doing today, Covert?
I'm really pumped. I'm excited to be here. You're looking lovely today. Are you ready?
too.
Are you ready for some
Am I ready?
standard? Yes.
Of course. Yeah, I just want to get into it. But first, we should probably thank our sponsors.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for the Gaming Stadium today for providing and helping out with awesome coverage. Today, we are going to be playing for $2,000 in prizes and Ultimate Guard's products. Please visit ultimateguard.com to find out about their products and Also, as well as thank you to LFM and Altiora for providing the $2,000 prize pool. All right, CGB, if you were to win the first prize today, what would be the first thing you'd get?
The first thing I would get. Oh my goodness. Well, we've been talking about the new Magic product coming out, Time Spiral Remastered. So I think I might order a box of that and see if I can get a really cool Thoughtseize, something
All
of that
right.
nature. That Damnation in the original frame looks sweet.
Yeah,
Um,
that would be super exciting. All right.
but there's also a
Well,
ton of sweet stuff at Ultimate Guard. Like they have a ton of art. It is kind of amazing all the different playmats you can get.
for sure. Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different decks. CGB, what do you think the meta will be like for today? Like, what kind of decks are you expecting? What do you think will even win?
So I was trying to figure that out because we got our first look at the really competitive meta from the MPL League weekend last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some trends. Going into that weekend, everybody thought the aggro decks would prevail and that they would be the most dominant, and they were the most played. We had a lot of mono red and a lot of mono white in the field, but the decks did very badly. And Naya Adventures and Teamer Adventures did very, very well. The adventure builds are very good mid-range decks that continue to stay way ahead of aggro. They continue to dominate that matchup. Now, the reason that the adventure decks weren't expected to be the most played decks is because people knew that Sultai Ultimatum could usually beat those decks. But the aggro decks beat Sultai Ultimatum.
Mm-hmm.
So now that the aggro decks have been kind of sent back to aggro corner by the Naya mid-range decks, does Sultai make a comeback? Another really cool trend out of the MPL weekend is that for the first time in a while, the brews did well. The brews had winning percentages against the top 3 decks of that weekend. And that means that there is still room to innovate in the format. So we might, and I'm hoping we do, I hope we see something new or something a little off the radar surprise a lot of people today. That's what I'm always most excited about in a tournament.
Yeah, same for me. Speaking of new, I noticed, and I've seen you play a little bit about this deck. The cycling deck seems to have been making a comeback. Do you expect that kind of deck today? What are your thoughts on it? It's kind of like the infamous deck that always seems to pop up when people least expect it.
It's, yeah.
I've seen a lot of SCG events. I've seen the trends for that deck. It's looking pretty good.
I think
Any
that the
thoughts on
big,
it?
yeah, I feel like the big innovation for the cycling deck is that it's transforming into kind of a tempo deck because the mana base is better. That's the real only change is Hengegate Pathway showed up from the new set, Kaldheim. And that allows the blue mana to be more consistent in the deck, whereas before it was mostly a Boros aggro deck. Now it can sideboard counter spells, land a Mystical Dispute here and there in a key matchup, and then just run you over with its creatures, or force through the giant Zenith Flare that always ends the game. So I think people are realizing that it can be this aggro tempo deck with different plans. It also has a combo finish. So people are giving cycling its, I don't know. I don't want to say it's due because it's always kind of been there and we've always known about it. But I think people are just starting to realize that it's not a one note deck. It can be a multi-note deck and that it's really hard to prepare for if you don't have the right cards. Now, when the people say, will they respect cycling in this tournament? Like, are we going to bring the cards that beat cycling? Some people think that's Soul Guide Lantern, Tormod's Crypt, Ways to Hate the Graveyard. But that doesn't stop the aggro plan. You have to have a mix of all the right things. A lot of decks haven't bothered to try to find that mix. So cycling looks really good. You've been playing cycling on stream for a while. What are your takes on the deck?
Well, okay, so the Lurus version had been, to me, it had been quite mopey because I feel like that strategy is very, very easy to attack and it's a lot better for the Sorry.
Whoa, we got magic on stream.
Wait, we have some magic on stream. So let's not talk about cycling for right now because this is not cycling at all. It looks like we're getting into the game with, let's see, Marty Fury versus Bant Squirrels. Oh, this is a Naya Toski deck. Have you played it before, CGB?
I played close to this, but not exactly this. This looks like a Bant deck. I played close to the Toski list.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's see. Let's look in. We just jumped into game number 1, which is great because we want to show you guys some awesome magic for today. All right, let's have a look at this Mardu Fury deck. All right, we'll see. Ooh, okay, so this looks like some sort of Rakdos-based shell with Kazul's Fury and Showdown of the Skalds. And our second player today is playing sort of a value deck with sort of a go wide plan, and then Toski as a feature card to sort of draw with your creatures like the Flying Spirits with Clarion Spirit and your, let's see, adventure creatures as well.
Yeah, there's Fae of Wishes here, which, you know, normally it's like accessing the sideboard is pretty slow in best of 3 and not really necessary, but this can just be a 1/4 adventure creature that draws a card from Edgewall Innkeeper and then draws more cards when it slaps you with Toski.
All right. So what do you think about this matchup?
Well, the Rakdos Sacrifice deck isn't what the counter spells are really meant for. Those are definitely more of the ultimatum or some kind of a go bigger strategy. That's what the blue is mostly for. So the Bant Squirrels deck is going to rely on the green and the white cards to carry this. And let's see, they go really wide. I'm not sure about this matchup. I've never seen this matchup. I haven't played this matchup. I think that the big fear is a Crowan War on your Toski. That's got to be a very scary thing.
Right, yeah. Very, very interesting. I mean, we were talking about meta decks, Sultai, cycling, the Naya aggro decks, but, you know, very, very nice to get into the first game of the day with none of those decks and with something totally new.
Yeah, the Bant deck has popped up here and there, but definitely hasn't made a huge impact yet. And going deep in a field like this would be the kind of impact that people would take notice of.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the Anaya version, but like you said, Bant has access to the blue counter spells. Maybe be a little bit better against the Sultai Ultimatum decks. Maybe that's what it was trying to go for. But yeah, we're just getting into this first
Whoa.
game here.
Do you see the tech card?
What tech card? Oh, I see it. Is it? Oh my gosh, I always
Karvek?
say this.
This is Karvek?
Karvek, the Spiteful.
Karvek the Spiteful. -1/-1 to all creatures. Including Toski, including Edgewall Innkeeper, including the Lovestruck Beast token.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, what do you think about that as a sideboard card? Yeah, or where it's placed in the meta. Like, do you think that there's just a bunch of decks that make a lot of 1/1s right now where this card, you know, has some sort of use?
We were talking about cycling. Imagine Karvek taking out all the tokens and the Valiant Rescuer and the future tokens from Improbable Alliance. That's pretty good. So maybe this card is going to make an impact. Oh my goodness. And we see 2 1/1s hitting the board.
Yep. All right. Okay, so let's look at the hand. All right, it looks like Samson, a little awkward, you know, not able to answer the Edgewall Innkeeper because no access to red quite yet. And La Criatura is just going to go in there for the damage.
That's a really tough draw there, not finding an untapped land. But the Crowan War isn't the worst card to pull when your opponent still has a Lovestruck Beast. This next draw step, I think you'll probably see the goat sacrificed for a scry because this next draw step needs to be a land, an untapped land, either red or black.
Hmm. So, what kind of strategies do you think that both players need to do to win their game today? Like, what do you think that this Mardu deck's trying to do versus the Bant deck, for example?
Sure. I think that the Mardu deck is the control. It wants to slow things down. It wants to make the Bant deck play. It wants to keep the Bant deck to one or two contained threats, remove them, and slowly build up resources, steal the best creature when that becomes available, and go from there. And
Mm-hmm.
Bant, on the other hand, just wants to go very wide, be very aggressive, get the damage in, pile up their cards in their hand, and just keep a constant pressure and make the Mardu deck have all the answers. And it is killing me right now to watch this Mardu deck missing lands when they have so many
Mm-hmm.
good answers in hand.
Right. Yeah, we were just talking before about how this Mardu deck really wants to be control when it comes to the creatures, and missing that red land drop for something like a Crone War or removal for Bone Crusher Giant looks like very, very punishing at this instant, you know?
I think what's even more punishing right now is the value. We saw Edgewall Innkeeper draw two cards already, and now there is a Toski on the field that's probably going to draw three more cards. It it's going to be really tough to get back into this game for sure for the Mardu player, because even from here, it's going to be too much value. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah, I guess one way to maybe get back in the game is to get an untapped black source for the Karvek. That would get
Yep.
rid of the 1/1 enablers, but the draw with Savai Triumph, Kazul's Fury, those were untapped lands. Oh, and then missing the next untapped land source. Yeah, Samson just
Oh
packs it up
man.
here. That's probably, yeah, just too much.
That is absolutely brutal, because I was really excited to see Karvek do a number. Bant in particular, unlike Naya, who has Bone Crusher Giant to kill the Karvek, that Bant list really didn't have many ways to deal with it. So it likely would have sat there and blanked all of the Edgewall Innkeepers and all the Toskies for a large period of the game. And the mana system of Magic the Gathering just said, no, I'm sorry. You have the right tech card, but you don't have the lands to cast it. And that was all it took.
Yeah, right. Too bad we didn't get to see more of that game. Will we be going into a new game? Just talking to production air.
We
Uh,
were.
all right. So it looks like we have to wait for the next round. Will we be cutting to a break? Okay, yes. All right. So, any last final thoughts on that match? Do you want to talk about just general decks CGB?
Yeah, I think that both decks had some neat innovations. The Mardu take on Sacrifice, I hope it comes up later, and I love the idea of Karvek the Spiteful as a tech card for the weekend. And from the Bant side, just a different look at yet another adventure shell that we've seen left, right, and center all over the place. But the Clarion Spirit Toski thing, I've got a soft spot for that. Who doesn't love a
Yeah.
squirrel, like
I
a
mean,
legendary squirrel? It's very,
yeah.
very
And
cool.
it seems like with, the go wide plan, you're drawing cards all the time. Now, let's talk a little bit before we go to the break about the Rakdos decks and maybe having to splash white for the Showdown of the Skulls. Do you think that that is a good way to sort of save, quote unquote, save the deck? Due to the fact that, it seems like Rakdos is sort of on the decline because Sultai Ultimatum just goes way over the top and it's just such a bad matchup. Do you think that that's where it needs to go in order to have a better fight against that deck and just be a little bit more well positioned in the meta right now?
I think that's a really good question. And in my theory would be that Showdown of the Skalds doesn't really help you much against Sultai, because like you said, they go way over the top. So a little extra value doesn't carry you. If I had to guess without having played it yet, I think that the Showdown Splash is for the adventure decks to try to keep up with the amount of the advantage that they can generate from Great Henge, from Edgewall Innkeeper, from cards like that. The adventure decks draw a ton of cards, and you need a way to keep up. I also like the idea of Showdown helping you put together Village Rights and Claim the Firstborn, A Crow in War, and Village Rights. You always need combinations of those cards to make your steal and sacrifice effects pay off. And Showdown helps you get the pieces into the same place at the same time and avoid those awkward moments where you have too much of one and not the other. So I'm interested to see how it plays out.
Yeah. Speaking of play out, we can't wait to bring you more Magic coverage. We're just going to go into a little break here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, thank you so much to our sponsors, the Gaming Stadium, Ultimate Guard, and Altiora, for giving you this awesome event for today. We'll be back in a few moments. Thank you guys so much. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Altiora 2K Open. My name's Jenna Amari, and I'm here with Covert Go Blue. Hello.
Hello.
All right. While we wait for the next round, let's just talk about deck lists and the metagame.
And
CGB, what do you want to feature?
so there are some players who have brought some really interesting lists to this event, and I just want to go over them a little bit. The graphics, this is so hot off the presses, the graphics aren't ready. So I'm going to have some fun with this. I am going to describe a deck list to you card by card. I want you to see if you can, if you have a guess of who is playing it, let me know, but you're not required to guess, okay?
Okay.
Here we go. Are you ready?
All right.
Very exciting start to this deck list. You've never heard of this before. Edgewall Innkeeper, Giant Killer, Shepherd of the Flock, Lovestruck Beast, Kazandu Mammoth, Great Henge. Okay, you're already giggling. Hold on.
Okay. I won't jump to conclusions.
I know I almost lost you. I'm gonna get you back.
Okay.
Relic Golem.
I don't even know what that card is. I'll have to Google it.
Relic Golem is a 3-mana 6/6 artifact creature that can't attack or block unless the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. And for 2 and a tap, target player mills 2 cards.
What? Wait, is this in the same deck?
Yes, still the same deck. It's going to become clear. Next card. Giant Ox. 3 copies.
Okay.
1 and a white for an 06 that can crew vehicles with its toughness rather than its power. Yes. So what card do you think I'm going to say next?
Colossal Plow.
4 copies
in the main?
The Colossal Plow in the main deck, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so this is for all of you guys that tuned in. We are just describing some interesting decks in the metagame right now. CGB just described to me a Naya Adventures deck with Colossal Plow. All right, okay, so what are your thoughts on that? What is that trying to answer? And you got to give me 3 random names, and then I'll try to guess who brought this today.
So this it's actually not even Naya. It doesn't play red.
It's not Naya.
It's green-white. It's Selesnya. And that's totally understandable. I would have expected it to play red, but it doesn't. And it's an adventure/plow mix that it's so ridiculous to look at. And when it comes to coming up with 3 names, I'm going to fail at that every time. So I'm going to just reveal that this is from Howling Minds.
Okay.
Streamer, YouTuber, Howling Minds, Scott Mines, who is
nice.
I don't know how long they've been making content, but popped up on my radar very recently with some interesting brews. This one, I mean, if you're figuring out how to splash the plow into adventures, you have my attention.
That is just really interesting.
You,
Like I said, what do you think that is trying to do? Is it just trying to, go for the plow? Like
I,
that's
I,
what.
I'd be trying to go for the plow. But here's an interesting thing about the deck. There are 4 copies of the Great Henge, which of course the plow can help you play. But there's also 4 copies of Amiria's Call. So if on turn 4 you crew with the plow and you attack and you make the mana, you can cast Amiria's Call and make 2 4/4 angels as well. And this,
I never thought of that.
yeah, the opening match was with a Chris, opponent a Chris on mono red aggro, mostly the mono red that you would expect. How do you think the Colossal Plow deck did against mono red aggro? The results are in, so I know who won. Who do you think won?
Okay, well, I mean, mono red's gonna struggle a bit with if you're putting out creatures with that kind of toughness, that kind of power. I assume, like, weirdly enough, that this Celestia deck is gonna do better. Like, and plus, mono red has a hard time against Lovestruck Beast, anyways. Yep. So, did I get it right? Did the
you
Celestia
did.
deck? Okay, all right.
Scott,
okay.
Scott
I still got it.
Yep. Howling Minds won the match 2-1 for the mono red haters. They'll be excited to hear that, as I am somewhat known to be. But yes.
But why? Any reason?
Me? Oh, it's because I play against it so often.
Okay.
In best of 1, mono red is always the number 1 most played deck. Nothing else is close.
Sure.
But so it becomes very apparent, right, that the Celestia midrange deck with Colossal Plow is like stacked against aggro, right? Mm-hmm. So now you see where one might want to play a Colossal Plow in that type of deck. So I just thought that was really cool, and I wanted to share it.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep it going with decks that we haven't yet seen. I want to talk about my fellow friend as well as MPL Rivals player Chris Botello's Sultai Mill deck. Sultai Mill. That's interesting. Here, okay, my turn to name off some interesting cards in this deck. All right. Go. Okay, so we have 4 copies of Thieves Guild Enforcer, 2 Zareth San the Trickster, and 2 Toski Bearer of Secrets.
I was falling asleep. Did you say Toski Bearer of Secrets?
Yeah, I mean, it looked kind of like rogues, but then it gets you with Toski. All right, let me link this to you so you can see it.
I can see it. I pulled it up.
You can see it. All right, so this is an interesting take on what looks like just a rogue shell.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Thieves Guild Enforcers, the Merfolk Windrobbers, the Soaring Thought Thief, but then no crabs. Are you a crab lover or a crab hater, CGB?
That depends. Who controls said crab?
I know. It's funny because, when I talk to people, it's a very polarizing card. Either people really love it or people really hate it. Anyways, none of that in this deck. We have Zareth San and Toski. All right, let's just talk about that. First of all, where do you think Rogues is placed right now in the meta? And do you think that Zareth San has a spot? In the previous meta, and I guess last set, there was big rogues and little rogues, and little rogues featured the Lurus as a companion, and obviously it can't play Zareth San because of the deck rules, but a new deck had popped up at the time. It was called Big Rogues, didn't have the Lurus, and it had this Zareth San card instead, where it lets you steal permanents from a graveyard.
Okay, so good question. The meta rotation right now has gone to aggro is in, and people were finding ways to beat aggro starting last weekend. And when aggro is in, when aggro is popular, when aggro is strong, the Zareth San version, the big rogues as you call it, is the better deck because the power of Zareth San being a 4/4 and stealing a really powerful creature from the opponent is a swing that the aggro decks really want to avoid. But it's not that big of a deal for control decks. It's not that big of a deal for Sultai Emergent Ultimatum decks to deal with. And the Lurrus version is better against those. It runs more counters. It's lower to the ground. It's more efficient. It punishes the Sultai deck for having bigger cards. So when you see this version coming in, cutting the Lurrus, going with the bigger rogues, it's saying we want to be better against aggressive decks. We want to be better against creature decks. Then when you splash Toski as, I believe, the only green card, I'm looking at the list. It's the only green card, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're just looking for a card advantage way to go either to keep up with adventures or go over the top of adventures and go over the top of the other rogue decks. So, I mean, Toski's an adorable squirrel, is apparently willing to mingle with a shifty crew of rogues. And Chris is known for this kind of nonsense, right? So this might have legs and you might not see it coming.
Yeah, it's interesting so far. Yeah. I don't know. Like you said, it's interesting that this card Toski has just been so popular as of late. But I guess it brings to your point that, you know, due to the value of adventures, other decks that don't play that shell need to keep up in some way. And I think this is sort of an answer for it, right?
Yeah, I also want to say that going wide has become like the new normal in a lot of ways because of these adventure decks and also the versions with Clarion Spirit, and because of the aggro decks. People aren't sweeping the board like they used to. They aren't destroying, the battlefields aren't getting compressed again. They're just getting really wide until somebody has an overwhelming advantage. Toski plays into that because Toski is good on a wide board. So that's why we're seeing the card just surging in popularity right now. And I think that's going to continue until the control decks can rein it back in and get things under control. You see what I did there?
I did. Maybe I'll ignore the dad. I'm kidding.
She's impressed. Don't let her fool you.
Very, very, very impressed. All right. Let me just look at other cool deck lists. I see a 5-color mutate card or a deck.
What?
Interesting. All right, we have things like Migratory Greathorn, of course. A lot of the mutate shells have that. Badrock, Apex of Thunder. Do you know that card? This is literally the first time
I do. I do know this card. It is. I know it as Rodan because of the Godzilla art treatment, but you can mutate it. It's in Jeskai colors, and you can mutate it, and every time it mutates, cast an instant or sorcery spell mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think I got that right.
All right. Okay,
We have a match.
All right. Oh, okay. All right. It looks like we have a match. So we'll put this 5-color mutate deck aside, and let's see if we can just go into that one. All right. This is Jim Davis playing a deck against. It looks like some sort of Doom Foretold Sultai deck.
I'm guessing this is very Mengu-esque 4-color Doom with Binding of the Old Gods is possibly the only green card in the deck because it's so good with Yorion.
Okay.
So,
I
but
just
Jim Davis is playing something I am not familiar with.
Okay, it looks like he's playing an Izzet Control deck versus an Absan. It says Absan aggro, but I don't think that's true. I think this is just an Absan Yorion Dance of the Mance deck. Yeah, wait, they tricked me. It just looks like an Esper deck splashing green for Binding the Old Gods. All right, so that was totally left field. Yeah, it looks like Jim Davis is playing an Izzet Control deck. It has cards such as our favorite, well, my favorite, Goldspan Dragon has 4 copies of Ugin, Solemn Simulacrum. So unlike the Izzet tempo deck, it's going just that Izzet control, where it kind of wants to end the game using the Goldspan Dragon or the Ugin. All right, let's see.
It's also sort of a ramp deck. It's got Solemn and it's got Ironcrag Feet to try to play Ugin early. I think that other people would have also called it Big Red. Like this deck could go by many titles. Big Red is an old kind of red-ish control deck as opposed to a red aggro deck that tries to cast the biggest things in the format, Ugin in this case. Very interesting addition of blue for a few counter spells. I guess if I had to guess, I would say deciding that you can't beat Emergent Ultimatum or Dance of the Mance without them. So this is cool.
All right, yeah, just looking at the list, like you said, it is probably Big Red, and maybe the blue is just, to access some of those really powerful counter spells.
I'm really curious here about Jim not playing the Goldspan Dragon. Usually when you have Goldspan Dragon in negate, like that's right where you want to be. He must be expecting some sort of counter magic, a way to counter the dragon, like a disdainful stroke from the opponent.
Okay.
They are in game 3, so they know a lot about each other at this point.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Treacherous Blessing just played. Pretty good on the advantage. Ooh, let's see if Jim wants to counter that. Yeah, he just mentioned that there's just too many cards. It's just too many cards. I mean, the life total is quite high too. Ooh, going in with that, the counter spell, able to resolve that Treacherous Blessing.
But
what do you think about that?
That taps the opponent out so the Goldspan Dragon can come down. Unfortunately, the negate is gone, and Jim won't be able to protect this dragon, but we're going to get a lot of damage in. And if there's something I know about Treacherous Blessing, it hurts. If you can dial up the pressure on your opponent with the Treacherous Blessing on the battlefield, you can lock them out of playing spells very quickly because it adds an extra point of damage to everything they do.
Okay. Yeah. Looking like Jim Davis not in a very good spot right now, though. I mean, look at the Yorion opponent sitting on the other side with 5 cards in hand. Jim with only 1, Goldspan Dragon. Now, I'm just going to look at the list. Is there anything that Jim Davis can cast to get some sort of card advantage going? All right, I see 4 Maze Mind Tomes in the deck here.
Jim is behind on cards, but I'm not sure that he's behind, like, in the match. It really depends on the answer that Walter Ego can come up with here. Even something like an Extinction Event, which would be really good, isn't going to solve most of the problems. And Elspeth's Nightmare only solves the Magda. There's also a Faceless Haven on the battlefield that can get powered up because there are 3 other Snowlands. So you're looking at a lot of damage over the next 2 turns and a Treacherous Blessing on the battlefield. I actually think Jim is in decent shape.
That's a really, really good point. Just getting in for that damage. I mean, technically, you can just get the player to 1, and then they won't be able to cast anything. So,
no Heartless Act here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no Heartless Act. Opponent sitting at 8. I think he might be right. I mean, one thing, though, that could happen is that if the opponent plays an untapped land, they can play Yorion. Okay, never mind. They just had 1 in hand. Was going to say that Yorion would get them further ahead in this game. Oh, that's so much value with the blinking. I don't know about you, but sometimes it's satisfying to see. Spikefield Hazard is the draw here. All right. So what's the move here? What's the game plan, CGB?
Well, the turn cycle went very badly for Jim. There was life regained. There are blockers back on the field. He needed a big draw. Spikefield Hazard, not really it. He can power up the Haven. He can attack with all the creatures, but everything can get blocked profitably. And the Spikefield Hazard would have to go and kill the Yorion, and no damage would be dealt. This is a very bad spot for Jim, and there aren't a lot of right choices. I think he is right to be aggressive because you just hope something goes well for you, but it's not the best place to be for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right. Looking like the opponent will just block all. And I guess, yeah, the Spike Field Hazard's just gonna have to go on to this Yorion.
Take a moment to appreciate how much value the Yorion got. The 4/5 itself killed the Goldspan Dragon and ate the Spikefield Hazard, and it drew 3 cards from Blessing, and it gained 2 life and made 2 1/1s that saved 8 damage, and it flickered the Elspeth's Nightmare, which didn't matter too much. But that is the power of Yorion, and the haters, they're mad that there's that much value stapled into one beautiful creature.
I'm a big Yorion fan too.
That's why we get along. That's why I think we'll be okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Any way that Jim can get back into this game?
Ugin, I think.
Okay.
His deck does run 4 copies of Ugin the Spirit Dragon. If there isn't a negate available from Alter Ego, Ugin can come down and wipe out everything on the board and force Jim to start over. On the downside, there are 7 cards in Alter Ego's hand, and Jim's mannerisms there say it all. Another land? Really?
Right.
Really?
I know. And another Yorion played the last turn too. Not looking great. Back to 10 life. I mean, that card advantage is huge. Being able to blink back that Treacherous Blessing. Looks like the opponent has just, full hand of cards right now.
Yeah, it would take a series of very bad draws and also some oopsie moments. But
right.
I have seen some pretty ridiculous victories against Treacherous Blessing where things just don't go the way you want to. It's just very unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good one too. Archon of Sun's Grace. Now every time an enchantment enters the battlefield, there'll be a 2/2 Pegasus token, and it has lifelink to help offset the blessing. That is a nasty Pegasus machine over there.
Mm-hmm. Right. So yeah, I mean, I think at this point you're right. Jim's sort of hoping that, oh no, another land's not going to get us there, but that Ugin would be the draw, you down tick, and then hope that your opponent doesn't have a counter to answer it, or, just has a handful of lands kind of situation.
Oh, yeah. This is the endurance test. This is how much can Jim take. This is a mental fortitude experiment, and we're going to see. We're going to see what Jim Davis is made of. How many more of these cards can he watch while he waits to see if anything interesting happens? It looks like he found a video on YouTube to watch. Maybe he's going to correspond with some friends on Discord.
That's interesting. Well, okay. While the Yorion player, just gets their value and we can watch blinking things happen, well, Jim draws another land and concedes.
Endurance test is over. He did admirably. It was admirable.
Yes. I mean, we can go ahead and comment on the decks. What do you think about I saw that Jim had it in as a title, Wet Big Red.
Wet Big Red. Yeah, the blue splash into the Big Red deck. Yep. That title tracks for sure. Wet Big Red. I feel like he shouldn't. I don't feel like he's too afraid of the matchup he was just in, but he'd probably prefer to play against more of the aggressive decks because the card advantage, of course, from Treacherous Blessing specifically, but also from the Yorions can be a lot for him to deal with. And sometimes countering Yorion, you do have Disdainful Stroke, you do have Mystical Dispute, but the opponent can set it up, right? They can play Elspeth's Nightmare, they can take the card out of your hand so that you can't counter Yorion and they still do their thing. So I think this shouldn't have been a terrible matchup for Jim, but probably not what he built the deck to beat. He's probably hoping to beat up on the aggressive decks while also having some game against Emergent Ultimatum.
Right. And let's make a comment on the opponent's deck. It looked like it was just an Esper Shell splashing green for Binding the Old Gods. Where do you think Esper Yorion is positioned right now in the meta?
It's interesting because the deck wasn't putting up great numbers going into the MPL League weekend, but Andrea Mengucci, who's been playing the deck for a long time and is really good at it, still had a decent weekend with the deck. And I think it's one of the wild cards where, unless you've played and practiced with it a lot, I personally have not, it's hard to understand where it lies in matchups such as Sultai Ultimatum, Naya Adventures, Naya Fury, Teamer Adventures. All of these decks to me are question marks for whether or not you want that matchup with your Esper list. Esper is known for being decent against aggro and usually being able to carve them up pretty well. It's the other things to me that are a wild card, especially the Adventures.
Yeah. I mean, last set we saw that a lot of people were trying to play Esper against Gruul, thinking it was going to be a good matchup, but I don't know, the numbers said it all. I think that like Esper had something like a 40% win rate like in total. Like you said, I'm not sure if it even answers aggro that well in general. Just because like it looks good on paper, but I've played it a bit. It seems like, the aggro decks are just way too resilient these days. Like, you have, for example, when you're playing mono white, you have All Seeds Life Bounty to protect your creatures. You have things like the hollowed, what is it, the seasoned hollow blade that gives protection. It just taps down with Eliminate, it taps down with cards like Heartless Act. It doesn't really get rid of it. So it'd be interesting to know. I mean, it's definitely not being played to a great volume, but like it is a pretty fun deck though.
Fun for
like
who?
Said,
I love playing it.
I love playing it. I love losing with it. I don't know. It's just a lot of things happen in my brain when I blink like 10 mana worth of things. So, but like you said, it may not be a perfect answer, but what do you think about like splashing green for binding the old gods? Is that something that Esper really needs?
Well, Binding the Old Gods is definitely a powerful card that got a lot of people's attention coming out of the new set. And I think everybody who's played with Yorion and Elspeth Conquers Death for a while knows the joy of blinking Elspeth Conquers Death. Binding the Old Gods gave you a way to do it on curve, because the problem with Elspeth Conquers Death and Yorion is that they both cost 5. Now
Right.
Binding costs 4, which is the perfect spot to play with Yorion. It comes down, kills a thing, the next turn, it ticks up, it gets you a little value by ramping you to a land, and then you play your 5th land, you Yorion blink it, and you do it again. And it seems beautiful in theory. I think the question you always have to ask yourself is binding the old gods good against my opponent's deck? And there are times in the meta where binding isn't that good. I've been in a lot of spots where I can play binding. It's just going to trade with a Selfless Savior, and then I'm going to take 8. And that's not good. I've been in a lot of spots where I can play binding, but there's nothing good to target on board because my opponent is casting Cultivate and setting up their ultimatum, either Genesis or Emergent Ultimatum. So I think the question is whether or not binding actually makes your deck better. And binding is pretty good against adventures. You can hit their Lovestruck Beast. You can hit their Great Henge, which is something that was really hard to hit in the past. And that may be where and why you see the card getting splashed.
Very, very interesting. Agree to everything you just said, CGB. Yeah, any other thoughts on anything?
Just
while we try to set up for this next round.
Yeah. My thoughts are that filling time is one of my many skills. I'm able to monologue about a great many subjects in Magic the Gathering. And it's actually hard, though, talking about other things other than myself, which is what I'm definitely best at as a streamer and YouTuber.
I know. Sucks when you're just so multi-talented.
I believe in the business. This is the part where I need to remind you of our sponsors, our amazing sponsors, Ultimate Guard, who has a tremendous variety of Magic the Gathering products, especially their playmats look particularly beautiful, and their deck protection devices. The gaming stadium, really awesome for sponsoring this event. Altiora, thank you very much. Check them out on Twitter. And that is, I think, what I'm probably supposed to come up with when filling time really, really well as a caster. And I work on this role.
Well, you're doing a great job. Let's just go over some prizes, you know. I don't think we've talked about actual prizes. So let me give you a breakdown on that. All right. So, 5 through 8, we are playing for $50, 2 katana sleeves, ultimate guard hat, an ultimate guard bag, and yep, looking like that's it. 3 to 4, you get $150. Sidewinder 100, which I believe is just like a sort of a trade binder or something to put your cards in. A katana sleeves, a hat, and a bag. All right, second. Okay, we're going into the big league prizes. Second gets $500, a twin flip and tray, some sleeves, a hat, and a bag. And first, $1,000 Smart Hive, katana sleeves, a hat, and a bag, all from Ultimate Guard, and money being sponsored by LFM/Altiora. Sounds pretty good?
Oh, it sounds really good. I pulled up the Sidewinder 100. It is a like sweet deck box that opens from the side for 100 card decks. So it's made for Commander, and it's definitely a different style. So I'm looking at it right now, and it looks really nice.
Oh, I might actually have some. All right, so when we get back from the break, maybe I can feature these these products. Right.
Oh,
looking...
yeah, we need to get you on the stream. Just model a little.
Exactly,
this,
exactly. Looking pretty sweet. Yeah. All right. While we try to set up some other matches, let's see. All right. So we've looked at some decks a little bit. We've seen a couple of games. If you were playing in the tournament today, CGB, what deck would you bring?
Well, that's a very that's asking me that question is kind of crazy because I'm at a stage in my career where I've seen a lot, I've done a lot, and I just want to play what I want to play, man. You can't. It doesn't matter if it's right. I just want to play it. So I would bring some kind of a blue-white Yorion deck, and I would relish every single moment of blinking my permanents and bringing them back to the battlefield. Maybe I would play the Doom Foretold list, but more likely I'd try to build something with a lot of counter spells. Like traditional blue-white is always my love. If I were trying to win this event, I think that Sultai Ultimatum might be the right call. I think that might be the deck that can come back because the aggro decks were the thing that victimized Sultai and kept Sultai out of the winner's circle for a few big events. And now people know how to beat the aggro decks. And Lovestruck Beast is everywhere. At least, I haven't seen the metagame breakdown, but that's been the week of results on the ladder. That's what came out of the MPL League weekend. So I think it would be going back to Sultai Ultimatum, tuning it up for fighting adventures, and just have fun going way over the top with some boring Klex, Tybalt, Cosmic Imposter nonsense. Just going big.
Yeah, that's what it wants to do, right? Just play 7 lands and cast your big ultimatum for pretty much the win. It's really hard for other decks to come back after that. There's few decks that can come back, and one of them's probably the Mirror. So yeah, it seems like a pretty decent choice.
I do think the field has been. I think the field is somewhat ready too. We've seen that Jim Davis has the wet big red. Those counter spells are definitely for ultimatums. We saw the Bant adventure list. Those counter spells are definitely for ultimatums. So if the field is ready, my call might not even be that correct. But I do think that Sultai Ultimatum can still play duress and fight through counter spells, and I would expect it to have a good weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one thing that I love about this meta right now, and you can probably tune in as well. I don't think that there's a right choice to bring. There's a lot of good choices, but right now I feel like the meta is nice because although, like, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that I think that the meta just hasn't settled. It's settled in a way where, you know, Sultai Ultimatum is always going to be a deck. The adventure decks are always going to be decks, but it always just seems like the cards are changing all the time. We didn't have Toski last week, and now we do.
Yeah,
Things like
yeah.
that. So, we Rogues is kind of on the down side, but there's
It will.
people like such as Chris Botello who's trying to build decks that are sort of rogues oriented but answer the meta in some way. So I think that is really really interesting thing going on right now, is that it's always seeming to change.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the sign of something we forgot about for about a year and a half, which is a healthy standard that your deck isn't ever completely out. You can always tune it to try to adapt to what other decks are doing. And you can either master a deck or you can switch between multiple decks. And I think that that's what people look for in standard formats that are fun. I know I'm having fun. Like I've been so happy about standard pretty much since I would say when Kaldheim released, because it's a great set, but even before that, I'm trying to remember the last thing that was banned. I think it was Omnath.
Right.
After that, things just got a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it looks like we're going into the next game.
We got
So for all of
games.
you guys just tuning in, yeah, we're going into the game right now. Amazing. Jeff Hoogland versus Kuo Lemma. It looks like Jeff Hoogland is on. Let me just try to bring up the deck while we look. Any guesses?
Mm-hmm. Oh, guesses. I've got something right in front of me. I see a negate and a card you don't see every day. Threnody Singer. I probably said that wrong, but it's 1 in a blue, and it gives target creature -1, -X -O, where X is your devotion to blue. So a pretty interesting card to have in a main deck for sure. And there's a Malachur Rebirth. Like these are all cards that are a bit off the beaten path. So there's something going on that I am curious to see how this comes together. Jeff is known for his brews. This one is probably a spicy one.
Yes. Speaking of spicy, just pulled it up. It is a Dimir Flash deck featuring cards like Slitherwisp, Sea Dasher Octopus, Dirgebat, Threnody Singer, Pouncing Shark. So it's interesting. It's sort of like this Dimir Flash Mutate deck, and the opponent is on Sultai Ultimatum. So looking like this is a matchup Jeff wants to see, right?
I would think so. This Dimir Flash style with a lot of counter spells, this is usually the match up that you're looking for, the go big, the expensive spell ramp deck. I will say Jeff's hand doesn't look good for the matchup. The Singer isn't a lot of pressure. Something like a Slitherwisp would really help, but right now this is a land-heavy hand that isn't going to hold off the Ultimatum deck for long.
Exactly, especially since the opponent just has a lot of instant speed removal on hand. Not looking like the hand you want to be having.
On the other side, the Ultimatum deck really needed to draw some land there to make sure it kept the train rolling, but in Classic, they always draw it fashion. That's exactly what happened. Another pathway off the top.
All right, what's the move here? Looking like a just pass, yeah.
I think that you have to respect cards like Slitherwisp, so I think that holding open Heartless Act makes a lot of sense. I did wonder if we'd see Yorion get bought, and we didn't. So just keeping all 5 mana open is interesting. It's possible the Omen might get sacrificed to look for lands, but no, that didn't happen either. I'm curious what the strategy with leaving all 5 open is and where this is going.
Yeah, I'm thinking that perhaps, not much pressure on board, maybe sat back, waiting for something to do. What do you think about these draws, Jeff? CGB. Jeff just drew Brazen Boar and Pouncing Shark. Looking pretty good on some pressure. Ooh, gonna get hit with
It's
a
a start,
negate, though.
Wow, choosing to fight over this Brazen Borrower, showing you how important Jeff finds having some pressure available to be. Another developing plot point in this particular game. There isn't 2 blue yet to play Yorion. Never mind, fixed it. Just draw what you need. It's easy.
Exactly. Oh, 4 more.
All right, we're gonna hold out on that. Yeah, more black instead.
Yeah, I would have guessed that the Sultai Yorion player would have flipped that for blue, but not looking like that's the plan. All right, let's see what happens here.
It will require an untapped blue off the top at some point anyway to cast the ultimatum. So there's also Binding the Old Gods, but Jeff is wisely not giving any targets. You're a flash deck. You don't have to offer up targets. But Binding can fetch the mana source that's needed.
Very true. All right, Brazen Borrower looking like it's going to come down, although answered by this Heartless Act. So no pressure quite yet.
There's actually a Malachor Rebirth in Jeff's hand, but he's saving it. And it's probably, I would guess, for the Octopus because it draws cards. But that's another card you don't see every day. Malachor Rebirth says that you pay 2 life, and the next time a creature goes to the graveyard, it's returned to the battlefield tapped, I believe.
Okay. All right, yeah, I haven't ever seen that card before. Okay, interesting. It looks like the Pouncing Shore Shark's gonna come down. Let's see. Not a lot of available answers at instant speed for the Yorion player. So this might be looking like the start of some pressure here.
This is potentially a great read by Jeff. It plays around Eliminate, which is in the opponent's hand. So yeah, I the Pouncing Shore Shark getting some hits in, and we have our first taste of pressure.
Right. Okay. Cultivate coming down. Trying to get some mana fixing going.
Yeah, that's going to fix the mana both for Ultimatum, for Yorion, and Jeff, I think, recognizing the issue, taking a stab at pulling some kind of counter or interaction off the top with the Castle Loch Dwayne, but he didn't find it.
Yeah, I guess that's the worry there. Opponent going to be at ultimatum mana, not having a counter spell there might be troubling.
I'm sure it's extremely troubling. I'm sure Jeff wants nothing more than the feeling of that beautiful blue counter spell in hand, and he's got 2 turns to find it. Well, not 2 turns, actually 1 turn cycle. A few more draws. That's tapping out for Binding. That's really interesting here.
Right.
Jeff can Malachor Rebirth to bring back the shark and then mutate onto it if he wanted to, or he can play out the octopus and get draws that way and let the shark die.
Looking like he'll just let the shark die. Probably, yes. Playing the Sea Dasher Octopus end of turn. Jeff really needs to find a counter spell here.
This gives him the most looks for it. He gets the draw off the octopus. He gets a draw off the castle. Slitherwisp isn't quite it. The next question is going to be, what does the Sultai Ultimatum player play?
Exactly.
Kualama? What is the play here? It's Yorion.
Yeah, I think that the reason why the Yorion's being played here, it's probably a feeler card, you know? This isn't something you really care about being countered. But this...
The fail state is still pretty awesome. Like, if this resolves, you blink the Binding and the Omen. It's almost like an ultimatum of its own. We know how great Yorion is if it has 2 things to blink.
No, you're absolutely right. Correcting me there. That's pretty bad, actually. You're gonna get rid of the Sea Dasher Octopus. You're gonna get a card draw and a 4/5 body. It's not an ultimatum, but it's a good. Let's just say it's a good turn. You know, that's something that you want to have happen. All right, Slitherwisp gonna come down here. Answered by the Eliminate, maybe?
Man, that hurts. The double black, single blue cost of Slitherwisp, keeping Jeff from having the Rebirth available. Just ouch. You know, I think that we learned a lot about what Jeff's trying to do with that Malachor Rebirth from watching this game. He really wants to save it for Slitherwisp. It's the engine of the deck. It cheeses through damage and it draws cards. It's the most important card probably in the deck, and that's what he wants to protect. Unfortunately, the mana didn't allow him to do it there.
Yeah, drew the counter spell too, but it's a Jawari's Disruption. Ugh, unfortunately.
Here it comes. Oh,
Yeah,
not
looking like the
even.
concede button. I mean,
Not even
yeah,
gonna look at the choices. Some choices aren't worth making.
exactly. Yeah, with the hand there, it doesn't seem like there's much you can do. And that's kind of what the tempo decks are all about. You know, you have to get the pressure down. You have to be able to have the counter spells. And when something like that slips, it's really hard to get back into a game, or kind of impossible to get back. Uh, let's see some sideboard action here.
Jeff's
Comments?
life is yeah, Jeff's matchup is about to get a lot better. The removal spells are coming out. The Singer is coming out. In a come all 4 Disdainful Strokes, 4 Negates, and Mystical Dispute. It's going to be a lot harder to resolve spells now for our Sultai Mage, but they probably I don't see any duress actually. Am I missing it? I don't see any duress from the Sultai player, which has become a pretty popular way to bust through and cast these big cards. But we see a different tactic entirely. I'm just going to cast cards that can't be countered. What do you think of Coma, the Cosmos Serpent?
Yeah, I mean, it really really good card obviously against these sort of flash based decks, but one thing that's really really interesting is that I feel like that card it's less and less played in these Sultai decks. Like I'm not sure if that you've noticed that at all. Like it just seems like Coma is just the one-off Coma's not really present there anymore. Maybe there's
Mm-hmm.
a comeback. Like what do you think about that card in general? Like
I think that's a nod to the lack of hard control and the abundance of aggro that we've seen over the last 2 weeks. If somebody's not playing a bunch of draw go counter control, Coma doesn't really do anything. Also, after thinking about it, there are 4 mystical disputes coming in. That I think is better than Duress because in this
mhm.
specific matchup, because Duress can't hit all the creatures from the Flash Mutate deck. So Mystical Dispute might be the right call here for the Sultai Ultimatum in this matchup.
All right. Comment on the opening hands of the players looking like Jeff has a lot of these counter spells. We have the negate, the disdainful stroke, and a dirge bat, while the opponent there has Maze Mind Tome. Oh, that was a really good draw. I think that was just drawn.
Mm-hmm.
Heartless Act and Coma, which is a really expensive spell. Not going to be seeing that for a while.
Yeah, I think that this hand, though, is a nod. Keeping the Coma is just, we're going to try to play 7 lands and cast Coma. And on Jeff's hand, very reactive, not a lot of pressure, and put to the test right away. Do we negate Maze Mind Tome? And Jeff says, absolutely, we do.
Mm-hmm. Maze Mind Tome, really, really good card against these sort of tempo aggro decks. I mean, you're drawing cards, you're scrying for what you need.
I mean, we might be about to see how important it is, because there is a choice of whether or not to cast Balaged Recovery on the Tome by Yorion or do nothing, and it looks like the do nothing. And I actually respect that, because you can't let Slitherwisp run you over if from the Dimir Flash deck. This is respect to to the Slitherwisp, and it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of a punish too, because nothing's happening. The Heartless Act is sitting there, and mana wasn't used.
Exactly. All right, looking like Wolf Willow Haven, the draw, more ramp for the opponent available to try to get to that Coma. You know, I think that's the plan right now. Just get to the Coma.
Yeah, seven mana. The snake that's going to be very hard to defeat. It is going to be interesting because there are interesting combinations that Jeff might pull off, like mutating onto the Dirge Bat, which could
Mm-hmm.
happen on end step before another serpent gets made. But let's see what happens. Here
Yeah,
comes the
Dirge
bat.
Bat going to be played here.
Heartless Act is a good answer. Eliminate wouldn't be. So rolling the dice here, did they have Heartless Act? Did they have Eliminate? In this case, it was the Heartless Act. Unfortunate for Jeff.
Mm-hmm. All right, looking like Sea Dasher or Octopus in the waiting. But yeah, not much going on for right now. You know, Jeff not really having a lot of pressure on the board quite yet.
The
Um,
the lands are there for Coma. Like we are a turn away, and the clock is ticking.
right. So what does Jeff need to do here? Probably needing to find some sort of answer, like instant speed removal for that Coma, eh?
Well, looking it over, Are the Heartless Acts still in the deck? I'm not sure. The Dirge Bat was one way to do it. Pouncing Shore Shark and Brazen Borrower aren't bad either. So any of those off the top could make a big difference. We see Balagid Recovery get a Heartless Act. So still prepared for the next threat. And now Jeff probably feels like the Sea Dasher Octopus is not the play. Shore Shark goes to the bottom.
All right, so now we have 2 Octopus. Maybe be able to create some sort of pressure, although...
It depends. Does Kualema just pull the trigger on this Coma? Like, no fear.
I mean, that's what you kind of gotta do, right?
Man, I always manage to talk myself into not playing the Coma because I'm sure it will just take a Heartless Act and that will be GG, but not here. The snake player has guts. Just go for it.
All right, looking like Jeff's gonna scry here, probably trying to find an answer, but it's gonna have to be 2. Well, what's the answer here? What's the answer?
The thing with Coma is you have to answer it either with this trigger on the stack in your upkeep or with the Coma on the battlefield at the end of the opponent's turn. Jeff didn't have that answer in the right spot, and now you see it. It's the KO. It's just over. You get that small window. If it's not there, this isn't a game worth playing, and Jeff Hoogland is going to concede the match.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to play stuff. And if your opponent has it, they have it. If they don't, then you just win on the spot, right? And that's sort of what we just saw. Any comments on this Dimir Mutate deck?
I like it. Slitherwisp is one of the cards that I think I have spent the most time making decks with, and then also one of the cards that within 2 or 3 matches I have rage deleted said deck because I love the card, but it dies very easily, and you also need a lot of things to go right. I like Jeff's build. It has a lot of answers that should line up well with the meta. I like Malachor Rebirth to try to protect it, but we saw there that he had cards. They just weren't the ones that matched the situation in both games, quite frankly. And he had a hard time putting pressure on the opponent because Heartless Act and Eliminate are really popular and very cheap removal spells right now. And they take a lot of the sting out of the flash decks.
Yeah, I think that the Dimir flash deck is interesting. I do think, though, I want to make a comparison with the Rogues deck. With Rogues versus Sultai Ultimatum, you have a lot of cheaper creatures that can create pressure. Whereas, like you mentioned, in this Dimir deck, you have creatures like Slitherwisp, Brazen Borrower, Sea Dasher Octopus. Those are 3 mana creatures, and it doesn't seem like you're gonna be getting a lot of creatures down on the battlefield at any point of time. Compared to Rogues, where you're casting 1 mana, 2 mana creatures. So maybe that's just what we saw in this game. When you're playing a 3 mana creature, always the opponent always having the cheap removal that you saw and not being able to get much pressure.
Yeah.
Even though on paper it looks like it should be a good matchup because it's sort of like a counter tempo deck, but maybe the issue there is that sometimes it just doesn't get as efficient of a tempo deck compared to Rogues. So
actually, yeah, I think you're right on top of it. It's kind of hard to articulate exactly why, but in a nutshell, trading those 2 mana spells for 3 and 4 mana spells just takes a lot of the tempo out of tempo, I guess is a really awkward way to say it.
All right. Okay. So we will be heading to a break here. But first, let's thank our sponsors. Thank you so much to the Gaming Stadium for helping us and providing coverage for our wonderful Altiora 2K Open event. Thank you so much for Ultimate Guard and Altiora for providing prizes. And thank you, Covert Go Blue, for joining me today for
thank you
some
for
awesome
being here.
magic. And thank you to the folks at home tuning in to our event. We'll be bringing you some more Magic coverage just after this break. Like I said, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in a bit.
Go select. Go select.
Welcome back to the Altiora 2K Open. My name's Jana Mari, and I'm here with my wonderful host, Covert Go Blue, co-host. I'm the host here.
Yeah. Keep me in line. Be careful. I will try to take over if you show any weakness.
All right. For those who tuned in, we are in the middle of round 2 of the tournament. We just watched Jeff Hoogland on Dimir Control, or a Dimir Flash deck, versus a Sultai Ultimatum deck. Game going to the Sultai Ultimatum player. While we wait on the next matches, we'll just go over and talk about some more decks. Fill the time with more Magic talk, what we love to do. Do you got any decks for me, CGB?
Oh, I have a deck for you.
All right.
Are you ready? First of all, I'm going to tell you that this deck contains islands and plains. It also has Temple of Enlightenment and Hengegate Pathway. It's a blue and white deck. So what do you think of when you think of blue and white?
Unfortunately, I think of Azorius Control.
Yes, so do I. And there's no unfortunate about it.
Nico Eris in the deck?
No.
No.
I don't blame you for thinking about that at all, but now I'm going to give you a few more pieces and then you can try to fill it in.
Sure.
4 copies of Battlefield Raptor.
Okay.
You know this one?
Yes, is it the 1/2 flying card with first strike?
It is.
Okay.
4 copies of Watcher of the Spheres.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm getting the feel. Azorius Flyers?
Azorius Flyers.
Interesting.
There are also 4 copies of Fae of Wishes, 4 copies of Brazen Borrower, 4 copies of Jubilant Skybonder, 3 copies of Limbala the Shield of Sea Gate, 1 copy of Legion Angel, then 4 copies of Staggering Insight, +1/+1 lifelink, and when it hits you draw a card. Ooh. Then
all right.
The spells. There are 4 Lofty Denials and 4 Consecrated Defense, and there's 1 Spoils of Adventure, which is the gain 3, draw 3, and it's cheaper for each creature in your party.
Very, very interesting. All right, so how do you think that deck sort of tries to answer the metagame?
I was hoping you'd say that because I get to say yet another brilliant line.
Okay.
It goes over the top.
Always trying to set you up for success.
If that's what you call success.
All right. Okay, so I want to bring up a really, really interesting point. It just seems what I find really, really interesting in this metagame is how decks have some sort of answer to the adventure shells or just card draw, and in this deck you mentioned Staggering Insight.
Yep.
And we've talked before about Toski, and we know the power of the adventure decks always drawing cards. For aggro decks, that's probably the way to go right now, right? Just some sort of having that one card that gives you some sort of advantage, whether it's Staggering Insight, Toski, or even Showdown of the Skalds.
Yeah, it does seem like every deck that isn't like strictly aggro, like you could say mono white and mono red are, they don't need a card that's dedicated to drawing cards, but it seems like every other type of deck needs an engine. They need a way to keep the cards flowing, keep the pedal to the metal, and preferably they can stay aggressive while doing it, or it can be like the Great Henge, which just gains life and buys you time and draws cards and makes your creatures a little better, and your creatures can stay aggressive. This one's really interesting. The 4 Lofty Denial and 4 Consecrated Defense in particular, really good ways, again, to keep ultimatums from happening, to counter the more expensive spells like the Great Henge. Jubilant Skybonder is a card I really wonder how that changes the way that the game is played. By the way, I didn't get to say it. The deck is brought by G. Dillon.
Okay.
G. Dillon. So props to bringing a blue-white Flyers deck. I think that's a pretty cool take on the list, and I haven't seen anything like it lurking in the meta for some time.
And can you remind me in chat what the Jubilant Skybonder does? It's not a card that I see every day in the meta.
This one is a harder one for me to get from memory. 1 and 2 hybrid blue whites. So
All right.
It could be blue or white, 3 total mana. I believe it's a 2/2 human wizard with flying, and it's creatures you control with flying. Can't be targeted by spells unless the controller pays 2 more when they cast it. Something like that.
Yeah, brought it up. You're exactly right. Creatures you control with flying have spells your opponents cast that target this creature costs 2 more to cast. All right. So trying to answer, the Bone Crusher Giants, the Heartless Acts, the Eliminates of the meta, it seems like.
You'd think that we scripted this, but it's exactly what you were talking about before we cut to break. The Heartless Act being a 2 mana play, taking out 3 and 4 mana plays ruins the tempo for those decks. With the Skybonder, now your Heartless Act costs 4. And now the tempo is still there. You're still trading up in resources.
All right. Yeah. Curious to see where this deck goes. Let's move on to some of we haven't really talked about the aggro, the pure aggro decks of the tournament. I want to start off with mono green aggro. I have a list. Swarm Shambler, Questing Beast. You have Yorvo, Thrashing Brontodon, Lovestruck Beast, and Scavenging Ooze. Some of the spells contain Primal Might, Blizzard Brawl, and we have 1 Vivian Monsters Advocate. What do you think about decks like this? The mono green decks, the mono white decks, the mono red decks. Do you think that they have a place in the meta, or kind of, I don't know, going up, going down? What do you think?
I would expect mono white and mono red to be trending down. These are the decks that people are prepared to beat and are showing us that can be beaten by the adventure packages. But mono green is different. Mono green has some interesting jukes that it can provide. There are weird little like pockets of the meta that mono green jumps through. For example, if you have a Gem Razor that is mutated onto a Stonecoil Serpent, you can't kill it with Heartless Act. You can't kill it with Eliminate. You can't kill it with Binding the Old Gods because it has protection from multicolor. And it blows up an opponent's enchantment or artifact when it happens. And it's a huge threat that ends the game in like 2 turns. There are times when people just can't stop that. And that's why mono green has this kind of out of nowhere. It just gets you sometimes. And
exactly.
I am sure that the deck list you are describing is played by Rint, or I believe his name is Maxim. This is just somebody who always is playing this style of green deck, and these are all cards that he loves. So I'm guessing he's the pilot.
It's not. It's someone by the name of Dean Fido. But I mean, you're right.
I thought I got it.
Well, I mean, Rint and Rumty, another mono green player.
I was so sure.
It seems like, these people are famous for sort of piloting these decks and creating the list. So I wouldn't be surprised if this list was sort of inspired by, or, just straight up net decked. But that's one list that can be seen here. Like you said, it seems like the mono aggro lists are sort of going down on the decline. I don't even see 1 mono white list, although I could be wrong.
That's kind of crazy.
Okay, actually, I see there's 4 people who submitted it in this tournament.
I found a meta breakdown that we can talk about if you want.
Yeah. Let's see that. Yeah, I'm just looking at it. So lead us off here. What do you see?
Well, first of all, I'm absolutely excited that 30% of the metagame is classified as other. It means we might see some spicy brews and some things that we didn't expect today. We talked about at the top of the show that some brews have proven that they can beat the best in the meta. It was revealed in the MPL League weekend that the brews did pretty well against the expected top 3 decks in the field, and it looks like the other category is making a go of it again. The most played deck in the field is Sultai Ultimatum, 18% of the field. So Sultai is trying to swing back and go over the top. But what really surprised me, the number 2 deck in the field, 14%, is cycling. I cycle for 1.
Right.
That is a lot of the field for cycling. I don't know if I've ever seen cycling as 14% of any tournament field I have not reviewed, not casted, but even looked at. And I spend a lot of time on Melee looking at decks and looking at tournament results. This has got to be the most cycling as a percent of a field that I've seen in a long time.
Right. And we were just talking about that in the beginning of the show, but let's talk about it now, especially for people who are just tuning in. For color cycling, it's 14% of the meta. Any guesses as to why it would pop up at this time?
Yeah, the cycling deck has actually revealed that with better mana, thanks to Hengegate Pathway from Kaldheim, it can have a variety of plans. It doesn't have to be a one-trick pony that needs to Zenith Flare you or needs to be super aggressive with Flourishing Fox, but it can do both of those things. It can open with a Flourishing Fox and run you over. It can also play Valiant Rescuer and the Improbable Alliance, which creates fairies for every time that you draw extra cards and make a very wide battlefield. We talked about what wide battlefields are doing in the meta right now and how popular those are. Oh, now I'm thinking I need to put Toski in this deck. Anyway, but it can also play a sort of tempo not control, but it can play counter spells. And that's what it really is all about. The opponent wants to resolve their expensive sorceries that take over the game, like Emergent Ultimatum, or if they want to play a sweeper that kills all these creatures, like Shadow's Verdict, the deck can sideboard into negate Mystical Dispute, just stop that from happening, and then swing over and win the game. So the cycling decks now have a variety of plans, and they're plans that are good in the meta, the way that the meta currently stands. The cycling deck also seems to have the most problems with Embercleave, and that card appears to be on the decline as we see that Mono Red and Gruul Adventures aren't as popular as they've been in the past.
Yeah, very, very good point, And I just want to point out some new additions to the deck as well. We're seeing cards like Iron Crag Pyromancer, a 3-mana red card. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, Iron Crag Pyromancer deals 3 damage to any target. And a lot of adventure cards or aggro cards, a lot of 3 toughness creatures, so able to control it from that side. And this card allows you to kind of go over the creatures and just ping face and not having to worry about, for example, a card like Lantern sort of ruining your graveyard and then sitting in hand with a Zenith Flare that doesn't do any damage.
Yep, so, that variety of plans is crucial because if the opponent does think that they're going to win the match just by having a Soul Guide Lantern, now they're taking 3 for every cycle from the Pyromancer, and they just get burned out that way. I also love the Pyromancer juke plan against Mono Red. It kills almost everything they have except for Torbrand. Just guns them down, and that's usually a really tough matchup for cycling.
And the toughness of the creature is pretty huge as well. It's a 0/4. So if you're an adventure deck starting game 1, there aren't many answers to this card. You're going to need 2 Bone Crusher Giants or something like that before you get into the post board with access to things like, that 1 mana removal spell is escaping me, the one that deals 4 damage.
Melee,
Red Cap Melee is an answer. I mean, white-based creature cards play things like the Skyclave Apparition, but we don't see that card in Naya decks at all. I haven't seen. But I guess what the point I'm trying to get is that there's not many answers to this card right now in the metagame if you're not a black base deck with instant speed removal, such as Eliminate and Heartless Act.
Yeah.
So
As we go further down the metagame breakdown, at 13% is Naya Adventures, and then at I can't see the percentage, but next up is Teamer Adventures. And then after that, we get to 10 copies of mono red aggro in the 194 player field. That's not very much red aggro, and that's the first pure aggro deck unless you count cycling. But we just talked about cycling. It now has a variety of plans. It's a little different than it used to be. And then mono white is down here at only 4 copies. Demir Rogues is at 5. It does seem like a meta where cycling, I don't know, cycling's looking like a really good call given what showed up. We might see cycling win a tournament. Have you seen cycling win a tournament?
I don't think have we? I mean, I can't really think of one right now.
I can't. I haven't seen it. I've read it on results here and there. I'll see it pop up on a result, but yeah, I don't think I've witnessed such a thing. So cycling making its push to be one of the kings of the format this weekend. Crazy.
Right. Yeah. Any thoughts on that? Love it, hate it?
I hate it.
You hate it.
I hate cycling.
So
I don't know what to
in for that today.
I don't know what to tell you about cycling. It's one of the decks that when my opponent plays it against me, I want to fall asleep at the wheel. But at the same time, I can think of so many times when the cycling matchup comes down to like getting a Zenith Flare for exactly lethal, and it's actually really exciting. But there's something about when I'm playing against cycling, me personally, this is just me, I'm like, oh, I hate, why is this a deck? This isn't Magic. This doesn't feel like Magic the Gathering to me. It's just solitaire, and I'm not having fun.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I've been on the other side where I have been playing cycling, and with this kind of sort of build, you have your heavier spells like the Iron Crag, Pyromancer, and like in the post board, you have a lot of non-cycling answer. Sometimes, it can get really dicey when you don't have anything to cycle. I feel like that's where the sort of the weakness of that deck is that it just gets weaker post board, and yeah. But
I'm curious
I don't know. I've been
that.
playing it, and it's a lot of fun. I hope people at home, maybe that are adverse to it, maybe try it out. It's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, I have seen a lot more Riel the Everwise since people got away from the Luris plan.
I want to bring up that card as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I'll ask you because you've been playing a little bit with it, I believe. Does that help you keep from running out of cyclers by just giving you that extra boost of another card each turn?
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about that every deck right now, it seems to need sort of this card draw engine, whether it's the Riel, whether it's the Scalds, Staggering Insights, the Toskies. Riel's super, super powerful if you can untap with it. I mean, it's a 0/3, a lot of answers right now to this card in the meta. When I've played it, it doesn't stick for long. A lot of people just want to see it gone.
It keeps catching Frostbite. It keeps catching Frostbite. I know. And I'm like, wouldn't you just bundle up and wear a coat and some gloves when you go outside for once? Because I need you to stop dying to Frostbite, which is something that's like from the Oregon Trail, man. So when do people die from Frostbite anymore? It's ridiculous. Exactly.
Yeah, and being a red, blue, colorless costing card, it gets hit by things like Mystical Dispute, like it's hard to resolve, hard to have stick around, but when it does stick around, it really gets going. I mean, I can tell you games where I've won where I shouldn't have, just because I was able to untap with the Riel a few times. So definitely interesting way to go about cycling. And I honestly don't even know how this build came up to be. Like, it just seems like one day people were playing Lurus, the next day they weren't. So
Sometimes it takes a brave magician to
So
boldly go where no one has gone before and cut the nightmare cat from your deck.
exactly. Although one thing that is interesting is that I've seen people have the one Lurus in the sideboard to bring
Yeah,
in and
yeah.
then
I'm looking at
swapping out.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm looking
Yeah.
at Hogpog's list of Jeskai Cycling, which is 2-0 right now in the event. And there is Lurrus in the sideboard, but the main deck has 4 Ironcrag Pyromancers. So the Lurrus is not the companion unless the Pyromancers are taken out. But then you can companion the Lurrus for games 2 and 3.
Hmm. Any thoughts to that? Like what matchups do we want to have Lurus in the main? Maybe not as a companion, but just hanging around.
I'm guessing just the games that we expect to go longer and be a real like scrap for value, and decks that have probably the black removal spells that get rid of the Pyromancer somewhat easily, where it's not expected to stick. The Eliminates and Heartless Acts of the world make pretty short work of Ironcrag Pyromancer. So I would guess specifically black removal matchups, you would rather have a companion Lurrus than a Pyromancer in your deck.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Moving on to some other decks and other breakdowns. Anything else interesting that you've seen?
Actually, I'm about to probably get had here. I was like, there's multiple Abzan aggros in the format, but they're not. None of them are. I think it's because it starts with an A and an B that it's the first thing that pops up when you're selecting your deck
And then
archetype, and people
just
aren't changing it.
True. Okay,
Oh,
so
man.
what about this Teamer Adventures Obosh list? I don't think we've talked about that yet.
Yeah,
13
that's
copies
definitely
of
cool.
it. It's the 4th most submitted deck. Unfortunately, right now it has a 9-15 record. So not doing so hot in the first couple rounds of the tournament, but it's still pretty early. Any thoughts about this deck? CGB has the All Runes Epiphany, I believe most lists have.
So I really love the way that this deck plays. You kind of mess around with your adventure creatures early, which, as we've seen again and again, is so hard for aggro decks to overcome. The constant 2-for-1 of Lovestruck Beast and Bone Crusher Giant. And then against control, they have to deal with Edgewall Innkeeper drawing extra cards, and those same creatures, Bone Crusher Giant, Lovestruck Beast, putting pressure on the opponent's life total. This is Teamer, so it gets to run Brazen Borrower instead of Giant Killer, which is good in some matchups. But once you get to turn 5 and you turn on the Goldspan Dragon, it gets really scary really fast for the opponent, because making the extra treasures ramps you up into those All Runs Epiphanies. And if you actually have the Goldspan Dragon and All Runs Epiphany going off, it's a mana engine, it's evasive attackers, and eventually you have the mana, which is really easy with the dragon, to buy the Obosh, cast the Obosh, and now your dragon hits for double. So it's a lot like a companioned Unleash Fury in a sense. And the fact that you get to play blue means you get the counter spells, which really help you in the ultimatum matchups. The slower decks really hate anything to do with Goldspan Dragon backed up by a counter spell. That is
Yeah.
not fun for a Yorian mage.
Exactly. I mean, I've been playing a lot of this deck as well. Like you said, you having a lot of pressure on board and access to counter spells is a very, very powerful thing. Now I haven't had a lot of matchups against the cycling deck. Any thoughts on that? Where Teamer Adventures sort of like, what kind of matches does it want? Does it want the 4-color cycling match? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I can see that going in two directions, because on one hand, the Teamer deck isn't going to have an answer to the wide board that the cycling deck can create with Improbable Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to have a hard time removing Ironcrag Pyromancer, which can just dome them to the face multiple times. But on the other hand, cycling pre-board isn't going to have counter spells or a way to stop the dragon from coming down, swinging in, and then the next turn, all runs Epiphany, you're dead. After board, a few Disdainful Strokes might change the equation a little bit. I honestly see it going either way, and in my head, like watching it play out, both decks can end the game at about the same turn, which leads me to believe it's a very play draw dependent matchup. It's definitely something that I hope we get to watch because it sounds like a
Yeah.
pretty tense match.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I was just gonna say, like, I hope we do get a matchup like that. Speaking of match, it looks like there's about 2 matches left, and then we'll see some more Magic. Let's take a moment here to stop and thank our sponsors, the Gaming Stadium, for providing wonderful coverage today. Ultimate Guard for providing some of the prizes. Altiora, I mean, the event's called the Altiora 2K Open. We gotta thank them for providing the prize pool as well as the event in general and LFM as well. We're just gonna cut here to a break and then give you some more matches. Thank you so much, guys, for continuing to tune in today and sticking around, seeing how the games go. We are in round 2. There's a lot more Magic to go, a lot more ways to experience this event. So thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in a second right here. Hello, welcome back to the Altiora 2K Open coverage. My name's Jana Mari, and I'm here with Covert Go Blue, bringing you some awesome magic today in this event. We have a feature match. Looks like we have Eli Loveman, MPL Rivals player on cycling, versus Fab on Bant tokens.
Fabrizio Anteri, actually a longtime competitive Magic pro from the European scene. Really excited to see him playing in this.
All right, awesome. Any thoughts about the matchup?
So, Bant tokens, a bit of an unknown if you haven't paid really close attention to some of the stuff going on the streaming side. Like I've seen Danny T. Law playing this here and there. I've seen this deck pop up a few times, but for the most part, kind of a rogue wild card-ish deck here in the event, relying on 4 copies of Toski, a variety of flying creatures, adventure effects, blue mana for Fae of Wishes, which is always an exciting card to me. I love those cards that can access the sideboard in game 1. So I'm curious to see how it does against, well, let's see. That doesn't look
Wait,
like
that doesn't
tokens.
look like Bant.
Shevaded.
Okay, let's see. Yeah.
Wait, maybe if it takes 2 more mulligans, it will turn into Bant.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. Okay, we got baited. It is not looking. It's looking like Sultai, but
It really is.
Still, maybe we'll get that matchup in the future. Anyways, all right. Let's go into this game. Nonetheless, let's look at the opening hand. Looking really nice for Eli. This is sort of the hand you want to see with cycling. You know, having that Iron Crag Pyromancer and just cycle creatures in general. What is Viper's hand looking like? Any comments on that?
Well, Viper's hand is a mold of 5, and as far as a mold of 5 goes, you keep a ramp spell, you keep an omen, and you try to put something together from there. So hopefully that works out. But on the other side, the cycling deck is a little land heavy right now, and it runs a low land count. It can probably draw through that. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. All right. Eli starting off with the Draneth Stinger. A lot of pressure. Loving when you cycle, you get the ping damage. That's something you want to do against these Yorion control decks. Just getting in as much pressure as you can.
Right now, this Omen of the Sea, what are we looking for? I can't see what the decision point is, but you've got to have a removal spell. The Stinger can't survive. It just adds up so quickly. It can be so much damage.
All right. Okay. Looking like I'm losing. Improbable Alliance is the draw here. Something you probably want to play against the Sultai decks, huh? Just having the pressure down, creating the tokens.
It diversifies your threats. So now even if the creatures all die, you still have an enchantment that makes more threats. So you'd much rather do that than play the Pyromancer on 3 before you can get a lightning bolt out of the deal by cycling the same turn you play it.
All right, Asika's Chariot going down. Thoughts on that? Will that be able to sort of get the pressure off?
That's exactly what the Chariot is here for. It is meant to delay some of the pressure from the aggressive decks. Cycling is different. The Draneth Stinger does damage directly to face. The fairies fly over the top. I don't think that Asika's Chariot is designed and included in the deck to battle with cycling. In fact, I actually don't think it's going to be very relevant against the cycling deck at all unless they specifically have the Flourishing Fox going crazy. That's a big deal, though. The opponent, Viper did not draw the 6th land, which would have been absolutely devastating here.
So what's the play here? What does Viper want to see or do to just hold back this pressure?
We might see the Yorion get purchased because the turn could be something along the lines of buy Yorion for 3 mana and then 2 mana foretell the Alrund's Epiphany. It looks a lot worse now, though. Shredded Sails actually getting cast there to blow up the chariot and shut that down. Looks like we're still going on the Yorion plan. But look at the cost. Now the cats are tapped. They can't block here. That Sails was huge.
Right. Yeah, getting in for 4 damage there. Iron Craig Pyromancer in hand. We have a Zenith Flare also. Startling Development. I mean, this is taking a page from your dad joke. This is quite a startling development.
I got her. We've regressed Jenna
I can't
back
believe
into
it.
dad joke land.
I can't believe it.
I made it look so cool. I understand.
Exactly. I had to take a stab at it. But yeah, no, in general, looking good for Eli. This is just how you want to play this game.
Well, the draw step coming up is going to be huge. There actually isn't 2 blue on Viper's side. Right now, the Yorion, the Alrund's Epiphanies are uncastable. So untap blue off the top or something to stall, like a sweeper. Something needs to be here. And it's not. It's a Duress.
I mean, Duress is going to be able to take that flare out of hand. But
at 10 life, I think he's just too far behind now. I think Eli Loveman is going to take it in this next turn potentially. If not right now, it's going to be very close.
Yeah. I mean, next turn you have 3 in the air. You can play the Iron Craig Pyromancer and then cycle, and that would do 3 plus 4. So that's already 7 damage next turn.
And the math is going on. The math is going on right now. Remember, 2 cycles right now is 2 damage and a fairy, and the fairy can attack next turn. That's true. A virtual 7. Then that's down to 3. Any cycler off the top in the next 3 draw steps is lethal.
Mm-hmm.
That's really bad odds.
Turn. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at the damage this turn. Very, very good point.
Those are bad odds if you're a Yorion fan, I should say.
Exactly. Let's see if this is just a case closed.
Yep, it's a land. The first one's a land. The second one is a cycler.
There's the cycler.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how this game develops. That's 4 damage. I mean, yeah, that's just game, right? You play the Iron Craig Pyromancer cycle, get the 3 damage.
Eli could play around a Heartless Act, Heartless Acting the Pyromancer, but is instead going for this, just not pushing anything else onto the board right now. I mean, yeah, you can play this a few ways. With your opponent stuck on 5, that is short of casting Emergent Ultimatum, but I to be honest, I don't know if Eli, he isn't playing around the possibility of Epiphany into Ultimatum or something like that. Mm-hmm. Wasn't punished, the land wasn't there, and we're on to game 2.
Yeah, I guess, sometimes when you're playing cycling, just doesn't matter. Like, you just got it all, got the pressure.
No wrong way to eat this Reese's. Yep,
exactly.
Just a million ways to wreck your opponent. We talked about the plans. Eli Loveman has another plan here. What is that card called? The one that makes a dinosaur when you cycle a card.
Reptilian Reflection. That's interesting.
Reptilian Reflection. Another new plan that we haven't seen. I believe it says when you cycle a card, it becomes a 5/4 dinosaur with trample. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Very, very interesting against plans like Sultai. It's an enchantment until it's not. So dodges the sweepers. That the Sultai Ultimatum player is still going to keep. Shadow's Verdict still very, very strong against cycling, although a bit slow. I mean, let's look at this build. Nothing to interact with the graveyard. besides
Mhm.
Shadow's Verdict. We don't have the lanterns. Ooh, Necromantia. What do you think about that one?
I was wondering if that was going to come in as a potential answer to one of the plans. You can get all the Zenith flares in one shot if you do that, and then you don't have to worry about the Zenith flare plan, which requires you. It's really awkward. It requires you to have a counterspell. It requires you to leave mana up at all times because Zenith flare is an instant. I've got to be honest. I do not like the Sultai player's sideboard for this matchup. There
Mm-hmm.
aren't a lot of options. If there were more Elder Gargaroths, for example, you could switch into kind of an Elder Gargaroth beatdown plan, which can outpace the cycling deck sometimes. But there's only one Gargaroth. We see Pelucranos coming in. I think that Viper is contemplating how to get more aggressive in the matchup because kicking back and saying I'm going to play an ultimatum and win, that doesn't always work against cycling. They'll either counter it or they'll flare you, and it's so brutal.
Yeah, like you said, the cycling deck just has way too many plans to win right now, and it doesn't look like that this version of Sultai is very much prepared for a deck coming in like this. Not like you said, not many answers to the graveyard, and also just not many answers to the deck in general. But let's see how the game goes.
Well, for starters, we had a hope and pray opening hand that needs to find another land, but there it is. Cycling draws right into what it needs. So now you see a hand with Improbable Alliance, Mystical Dispute, and Negate, and Ironcrag Pyromancer, ways to put on pressure, ways to defend the board. So exactly what cycling wants. On the other side, we see some interaction. Binding the Old Gods, if it resolves, can hit Improbable Alliance, but it's a really expensive card. Wolfwillow Haven coming off the top, kind of one turn late. Would have been perfect the turn before, is a little slow right now.
Exactly. I just wanted to note too about the last round when you said they needed land. Eli needed a land. Hentway Pathway, just the perfect land to make this hand incredible. I mean, access to blue, able to play that Improbable Alliance right on two. Literally the perfect draw. Oh, another land as well.
Right at the time it was needed. Eli is in the driver's seat, up a game, and the deck is treating him well.
Exactly.
We're gonna see what Viper can do here. And you see right away reaching for binding an answer to Improbable Alliance, but it's an expensive one. And I think, reaching straight for negate.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
not
does that feel
able
bad
to resolve
too.
that one. Yeah.
I love sagas, but when your saga runs into a negate, it's one of the worst feelings in the world.
I know, especially at the time where you just curve out to it and really need it to resolve, just playing it and then tapping out, very, very awkward, especially since the Sultai decks have a lot of things like instant speed removal that you'd love to have access to or be able to play, but not able to do that. So what's the plan here for the Yorion deck? Just resolve the ultimatum, see how it goes?
Next turn we might see a Shadow's Verdict, but there is an awkwardness. There's no blue mana, and that Fabled Passage either represents the double black or it represents the blue. Now, you saw the Fabled Passage not getting cracked on end step like many people do. This was because we didn't know what color we needed. Fortunately for Viper, drew a blue source, now is free to sacrifice that passage and get a black source if they wish, and they can cast the Shadow's Verdict. You still want double blue, though, and you can see that there's some tension, right? The double blue is required for Kiorabest the Sea God and Yorion, so it looks like we're putting off the Verdict and trying to wait a little longer using Heartless Act on the Pyromancer.
Yeah, I mean, don't really need it right at that moment. It was just an Ironcrag Pyromancer and a couple tokens, not something like a big Fox. So, yeah, holding that off until something like a much more pressuring board state happens. Although the pressure is on.
Down to 14, and we also saw there that Eli chose to hold back the next Pyromancer and hold up Mystical Dispute. That's because there is 6 mana represented on Viper's side of the battlefield. if there is a 7th land, there is a big 7-mana spell that really, really, really needs to get hit by Mystical Dispute.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And no land. This is an awkward spot. What do you think will happen here?
Yeah, thinking through the turn, I mean, I think you just gotta pass here. You can play that Yorion, but with that blue up, Mystical Dispute just looks very, very likely. And plus you don't really
Indeed.
have much value to blink.
Indeed. Almost none. I call that sad Yorion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know things are bad when you just have to cast the Yorion as a blocker, That's some sad time. So yeah, looking like pass here is the play. Yeah, I have Heartless Act available. Not looking. It's just not great, if you need a Heartless Act one of these tokens. So, but having to very, very interesting there, just to keep the pressure off.
Yeah,
that feels really bad.
Maybe testing the waters, but obviously that won't get countered. I guess feels like there isn't going to be something else to Heartless Act, but here comes something else to Heartless Act. Perhaps now believing that the Shadow's Verdict has to resolve.
All right, Footfall, Crater getting cycled there. Another token being made. That's 5 damage on the board. I think the Shadow's Verdict needs to come on here.
Yeah, Eli Loveman has done a really, throughout this game, has made a point of holding up a blue for Mystical Dispute. So the read should be on that Mystical Dispute is the hand, but it won't counter Shadow's Verdict. That's a black spell. So this is an opportunity to resolve it.
Mm-hmm.
Cycle the Memory Leak, get 1 more damage in off the Stinger before all the creatures go. And now it's on to the follow-up.
Okay, interesting. Ragran Triumph being cycled, the most expensive one. Probably we're just doing the big chill.
No. Look at that punish. It's a green-black pathway. When we had to sacrifice the passage the turn before, right? And we had to fetch black to cast the Verdict. And now Ultimatum, Cure Best of Sea God, and Yorion are not castable. That is awkward. So brutal.
Very, very awkward. I mean, yeah, sometimes the flip lands get you, A
trick I started using in my Sultai Ultimatum deck was instead of running Temple of Malady, I ran the Triome that it makes white, because that at least can help you cast Yorion.
Right.
So I was curious if more people would adapt that. It's bizarre that we've seen at least 3 games where the Yorion is hard to cast because of the double blue cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these 3 mana decks they get tough, when the mana base is like this. But maybe Behold the Multiverse can help with that. Let's see.
But is this just lethal? If the blue mana shields come down, casting Behold the Multiverse, Zenith Flare to the face is game over. And there it is. And what a tough game.
Yeah, that seemed very, very unfortunate there. Eli Loveman going in with that 2-0 and win.
He made absolutely brutal, just sliced and diced through Sultai Ultimatum in that matchup, to the point that you're looking at it like he could have done what felt like 7 different things on each and every turn, and all of them were bad for Sultai.
Exactly.
So nasty.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking through it right now. You got the turn 1 Fox. That's a problem. The turn 2 Improbable Alliance. That's a problem. Even the Dranis Singers, which doesn't seem like, that much pressure, can add up to quite a bit of damage as well. So you're absolutely right there, CGB. At every point, it just seems really bad for Sultai. It just seems like a very, very bad matchup. Doesn't seem like a lot of these Sultai decks are also prepared for a list like that.
Yeah, the sideboard really didn't look like it had good convincing plans to switch to. And Sultai is the most played deck in the field. and Jeskai Cycling, or some kind of cycling, is the second most played deck in the field. It seems like if that's a matchup you're going to see often, unless there's a different sideboard plan in some of these decks, cycling looks like it's just ready to just get them. Just flare them and fox them and sting them, and it might be a gruesome slaughterhouse for the Sultai decks.
Yeah,
There might be a cycling buzzsaw in the house.
exactly. While we try to get to the next feature game, let's just talk about maybe ways Sultai Ultimatum can have a better matchup against cycling, since it looks like that's the deck it needs to adjust to. It's interesting because while we sort of traverse through this meta, Sultai Ultimatum, it's around and it's always having to adapt to what's popular. So when for example, there was 1 week, oh, the backup is ready. Okay, sure. I'll just keep talking about Sultai Ultimatum while we get that backup going.
Oh, ready.
Okay. Here we have. So this looks like the mirror. So tons of time to talk about.
You wanted to talk about Sultai? Continue.
Yeah. Let's finish off that point. Like I said, Sultai, they always need to adapt to the meta. It's a deck that still gets played week by week. What are some things you can think of that Sultai can do to have a better matchup against something like cycling?
Against cycling specifically, I like an Elder Gargaroth plan or something of that nature. I'm sorry, I'm getting sucked into this mirror right now because Preddy is one of my favorite players to play kind of these longer game decks like Rogues and Ultimatum. He's really good at some of the traditional kind of control plans and knows what's important. And here we have Shark Typhoon and Negate. Like it's sort of a thing that decks have done throughout these formats in the past since these cards were printed. You just sideboard in Shark Typhoons, which can't be countered. You sideboard in counters to counter the opponent's good things, and then you tear them apart with these sharks. On the other side, Cool Emma needs some land, and fortunately, the top of the deck provides.
Exactly. Yeah, you've been playing a lot of these Yorion Sultai decks. Any comments on the mirror? How does this game want to go? How are the Yorion decks supposed to fight against each other, especially since, I mean, sometimes the Emergent Ultimatum isn't game ending.
Yeah, so the biggest keys for me: draw more counterspells and or hand hate cards, and never miss a land drop. Lands are so important in this matchup because the player, if you get into a waiting game where they have counterspells, you have counterspells, the person who can get to like 10 or 11 mana first and can ignore a mystical dispute, can resolve a big spell through a mystical dispute, is at a big advantage. So right now, I mean, Preddy is ahead just because of that fifth land on the battlefield, and Kualema needs to find more of them, and that's why we see Wolf Willow Haven as a keep, and Heartless Act, even with a 3/3 on the battlefield and attacking, is not a keep. It's scried to the bottom.
All right. Fabled Passage getting... Oh man, lands are so important in these three color decks.
Oh yeah, you gotta pick the
like
right
a blue
one. Blue mana it is. The double blue is assembled in this particular game we get to watch.
All right. Mazemind Tome, drawing Eliminate, an answer to Shark, although Shark isn't too pressuring right now, so...
Little bit of a kind of a gutsy. You can go for Wolf Willow Haven into Cultivate here if there was if Preddy wanted to get frisky with Negate, could have shut that line down, but it's really not worth it, and I think that both players know that, to counter a small ramp spell like Wolf Willow Haven when there are so many haymakers in the matchup. This Cultivate's a big deal, though. This is going to fix a lot of the problems that when we came in here, it was, I'm missing my fourth land drop. And now this Cultivate is going to put you right on the doorstep of 7 mana, where you have to respect the Ultimatum and the other 7 mana spells in the deck.
Right, and as you mentioned before, against the mirror, land drops super, super important. So that cultivate, firing off, getting more lands, good thing.
Very good thing. Preddy now is the one who's missed a land drop and finds himself behind in that race. So here's binding the old gods, and you see how important mana is.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, getting that Wolf Willow Haven off.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have attacked the tome, but understanding the matchup, knowing how important lands are, the Wolf Willow Haven is the target for the binding the old gods.
All right, Maze-Bind
Interesting choice
Tome,
with this
getting the
Omen.
Scry. Keeping the Omen of the Sea, all right.
It is very likely to find more land, which is definitely a reason to keep it.
All right, firing off here. Preddy choosing not to negate that. All right, there's more lands. Ooh, and a Disdainful Stroke as well. Choosing to keep that one at the bottom, though.
Yeah, I imagine that's actually a pretty tough call, but again, hitting land is so important that taking a turn to draw the Disdainful Stroke, he's afraid he won't hit the land drop after that. Thinking about this Yorion. Come here, buddy.
Yorion.
Come here, buddy. Here, Sky Noodle. Come to me.
I mean, that's a lot of value to blink. So, if he can get it resolved, that is.
Yeah, he doesn't know what we know. He might be
Exactly.
expecting Disdainful Strokes and Mystical Disputes. Oh, but look at this play from Preddy. I love it.
Valky Godelize coming down, trying to snipe that Yorion, although faced with an eliminate.
I'm really curious.
So not quite. Ooh, negate is available though.
But is it the play?
That's so interesting. Nope. Preddy having patience.
It's risky.
Holding it down.
All kinds of bad things can happen if you use that negate in that moment, because your counter shields are completely down. The next test, does Kualema go for the Yorion in the face of open mana, where it might get countered? That is a big test.
Very big test indeed. All right, I'm very, very excited to see how this game progresses, even though the mirror can be quite slow.
So Preddy had the choice of trying to bluff that the Yorion could be countered, decided instead to tap out and get his own Yorion to try to race the value with value of his own. This means the shields are completely down. This tome gets a scry, and this Yorion is going to pick up a lot of cards.
Right. Okay, so that's interesting. So the Yorion first, leaving that mana for Disdainful Stroke. So not tapping out, not playing that Omen of the Sea for an extra card draw. Let's see, what do we find here? Okay, Emergent Ultimatum. Seems like a card you might want.
Almost. You need the green mana.
And there we have it. Forest there.
A very smart keep.
Good.
Yeah.
See how this turn progresses.
Do you think that Kualema is going to block the shark with Death Touch?
I mean, that's what Preddy would want. Seems pretty good.
And Preddy's thinking about a Heartless Act here to keep the pressure on. It's an interesting choice.
Yeah, it looks like Heartless Act coming down here, getting in for that 3 damage. Yeah, this is sort of interesting.
I'm a little surprised.
With the Shark Typhoon.
The buying Yorion last turn implied to me that we might see a Yorion and then negate Disdainful Stroke, but Preddy's not down for that. He's going to hold this negate.
We have Valky Godelize and a Heartless Act. So Heartless Act will be able to answer this Shark Typhoon. Valky being put down to the bottom, though.
It's interesting with the knowledge that there was a Yorion in Preddy's hand. I would have been really tempted to try to be the one sniping Valky. Sniping Yorion, rather.
Although, Preddy has represented some sort of counter spell in hand for the past couple turns. So maybe that was the read there. Maybe trying to find something else, or like a another counterspell. Although, yeah, I'm just quite perplexed about how this game is going to go. Don't really have too much experience with the Sultai Yorion matchups.
Well, one of the things about
Mirrors.
Valky is if you do play it, and if there's only one in the deck, then there's definitely it can't be found by ultimatum, right? And the Vorinclex and Valky squeeze that an ultimatum can put you in, especially if the graveyards are getting full, which both graveyards are starting to fill up with really good cards. That is a very dangerous thing. So that could definitely inspire you to move Valky to the bottom.
Okay. All right, let's see how this turn goes. Emergent Ultimatum, able to cast as well as
it's getting
Seagate Restoration,
really
but for
intense
land.
here. It's getting really intense here because both players are getting to the point where they can play ultimatums and fight counterspell battles over ultimatums. And you see Preddy is agonizing about casting Emergent Ultimatum, even though there's negate backup. Like this is a huge moment.
All right, Emergent Ultimatum with a counterspell backup. We're going to see negate here. Will Preddy decide to counter that? No.
Wow.
Will not tap out. Having the patience. I mean, they do have a second copy of Emergent Ultimatum.
Yes, they do.
And
so could have resolved it there.
Exactly.
I think that Preddy is wisely trying to snipe an Emergent Ultimatum and kind of a tap out and go for it from Kualema. Because if Kualema goes for it here, not only does Preddy get to counter that ultimatum, Preddy untaps, resolves, and all runs Epiphany and another ultimatum. And that, that's the lowest reward play. Like, this is going to be huge.
Exactly.
Kualema, can you find a counter spell? Can you find something to kind of break this dynamic that you find yourself in? All runs Epiphany.
All right, all runs Epiphany. The draw. Will it get fired off here? They don't know what we know.
I wonder if you let this resolve. Like, it would take incredible patience and discipline if Preddy lets this resolve and says, I want the ultimatum. I'm not settling for a time walk that just makes 2 birds and gives you an untap step and 1 draw.
Sure.
But I'm not sure.
Okay, Kualema deciding to hold off on that Epiphany, going for the Cultivate instead. Getting those land drops. I mean, they have 3 Omen of the Suns on the field, able to scry, dig a little bit deeper, clean the top of the library.
Really hoping for time, yeah. Just hoping for time.
Okay, Allrend Epiphany being fired off. No counterspell in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty telling then, I believe, like what the last card could be.
I also want to point out, I want to say, no hesitation on letting that resolve either. If I'm in the seat, it depends on the opponent, and these opponents will know each other better from playing some games against each other, but sometimes you just want to sit there and think and let them think that you're thinking. You know what I mean? The mind games. Emergent Ultimatum. What do you get? You got any picks? You got any favorite packages?
One has to be another Allrun's Epiphany. I mean, taking an extra turn is pretty nice. Maybe a Valky and I don't know. Are we going for the big Kraken?
I like Kiora Best the Sea God a lot. I don't know if this is the right... it's interesting because Vorinclex could die to a Heartless Act. There's still an unknown card from Preddy's perspective. I think Valky makes a ton of sense. Kiora Best the Sea God, when you're at 9, it's really powerful. And you can basically force the opponent to take an Alrund's Epiphany because the life total is so low. So Alrund's Epiphany makes a lot of sense. I would probably get Vorinclex and Tibble. Maybe you get Vorinclex, Kiora Best the Sea God, and Allrun's Epiphany and just say, I'm going to kill you. Remember, there's negate backup to all of this. Like, everything.
Exactly. So Preddy looking like this. Exactly. So he's looking like he's in the driver's seat. not a lot of pressure from the other
There you go.
side.
Vorinclex
go.
Shark Typhoon and Alrund's Epiphany was
interesting.
the selection, with Alrund's Epiphany getting sent back into the deck. So I love the Shark Typhoon here because even if something drastic were to happen and this board were to somehow become irrelevant, the negate alone makes a 2/2 shark that represents lethal.
Exactly. Pretty, being a real master of the Sultai archetype. All right, let's see. Kualema getting a Heartless Act. That's a start.
Heartless Act the Praetor, cast Alrund's Epiphany, make 2 birds.
Mm-hmm.
But that negate is just looming large.
Yeah, exactly.
If Pretty lets this Alrund's Epiphany resolve, though, the Mazemind Tome can gain 4 life because it will have the time to get 2 more counters.
Yeah, and seeing if they can get their own negate as well. Or counterspell backup. All right, negate being fired here.
Yep. I'm not sure what you could draw now. I guess Mystical Dispute?
Probably counter backup, yeah, which was not the draw, unfortunately. I wonder if no, because then you wouldn't have enough mana. Never mind. Can't scry there for something better. And a counter backup had to be the draw.
Mm-hmm.
So that is for game 2.
Yep. We're going to a game 3, which I don't know. I love watching mirrors of ramp style decks. I don't always love control mirrors, and I definitely don't always love aggro mirrors. My favorite by far, though, ramp mirrors. Sometimes it's just all about who hits these ramp cards, but oftentimes we get to see just big, powerful spells trying to smash into each other.
All right. So looking like not many sideboard changes for game 3. Solid plan of just keeping the counter spells. All right. So Kualema here having to mull to 6.
Pretty also took a mull. He had a 1 land hand.
All right. Based on your assessment and knowledge of the deck, who has the stronger hand?
The hand with the ramp cards. So Pretty is sitting on 2 Wolfwillow Havens and 2 lands. That will get you out with a mana advantage ahead of your opponent. Black mana needs to be found, but there is card draw. There's Omen of the Sea, and there's Behold the Multiverse. And we see negate on Wolfwillow Haven. That's how important the ramping in the early game is to the matchup. Rewarded as well. It looks like Pretty does have the land. He was holding it in the air. I didn't see it for a moment.
Mm-hmm. All right, Omen of the Sea being fired off. Binding the Old Gods available there. Decides to keep it.
If it resolves, it removes the Haven and ramps Kualema. So it's a good keep. It's very risky in the face of negate. But there isn't one.
Yeah. All right, choosing to fire that off. Pretty firing off the Omen of the Sea in response.
An untapped land, which is what was kept there, allows for the classic binding the old gods versus binding the old gods battle.
All right, yeah, stopping the ramp, like you said. And these mirrors. Having mana, access to ramp, super important.
Come here, Yorion. I need you. Yorion always answers the call. Such a good Sky Noodle companion. I don't know about you. I sleep better knowing that there's a noodle in the sky looking out for me.
I haven't been playing much Yorion lately, but not complaining. Yorion, I really like Yorion as a card design, so definitely with you on that sentiment. All right, Behold the Multiverse being put into the, I want to say Adventure Zone, but it's not. The Foretell Zone. There we go. A lot of zones these days, you know? All right. Ooh, okay. Thinking about putting Yorion down.
It would be an aggressive kind of ish play. It certainly sends a signal that you don't have much going on. But if you just pass the turn, there's a good chance that you get nothing out of your turn. And there it
Yeah.
is.
Yorion coming down here, blinking the Omen. What do you think about this play instead of simply just passing?
I like to say to my viewers that if you feel or know you are behind, it can pay to take risks and that you have to do something to change the paradigm of the game. And oftentimes sitting still, hoping the opponent plays into cards they know you have is just going to get you further behind. So I can definitely see where this play is coming from. And I'm not sure that I adore it, but I can see how you have to do it.
Ooh, Mystical Dispute at the top. Perfect timing.
Indeed, and that Mystical Dispute is still available if a blue spell is what gets cast. And there is an Elrond's Epiphany that
Yeah.
has to be tempting right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it wasn't for this Mystical Dispute, the Orin's Epiphany could have been played there, but at the same time, they don't know what we know. We have the caster vision.
Indeed.
I mean, one mana being represented means Mystical Dispute in the first place.
It does.
So,
and we saw the top from the Omen of the Sea. Could mean a few things. I do like the Heartless Act, and I like the Cultivate, just taking your time, trying to make sure that you don't pick a fight with your counterspells until you know you can win.
Cultivate being the draw here. And a pretty reactive hand so far from Cool Emma's side. So
Needs to draw some power. Something like a Coma, though, could turn it around really fast. We saw that against Jeff Hoogland earlier.
Exactly. And yeah, Preddy doesn't have answers for it that Cool Emma knows, so that could be an excellent draw.
On the other side, the Epiphany is not an ultimatum. It can give you 2 birds in another turn, but your turn will only be as good as the card that you draw. Attacking with 2 birds isn't very exciting. I think you want to hold the Epiphany for like a better moment. And we see here the Epiphany is going to get foretold, the Yorion is going to get purchased, and Preddy is going to play the waiting game.
Alrighty.
With the Yorion gone from the equation, the Omen of the Sea is going to scry too.
So I guess right now we're just playing a game. Whoever draws and resolves their big bomb first, huh? Looking like pretty much equal-ish number of lands on both the opponent's side. Not many things on the battlefield for both players.
I think Preddy, based on the contents of hand and still having access to the Yorion, is significantly ahead. But I'm really curious to see what gets played against this Epiphany, because like I said, this Epiphany isn't terrifying, and it looks like Preddy's willing to do some fighting, but that could you see here, Preddy has the 3 mana open to pay for the Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna have to let that go in favor of holding up Disdainful Stroke or Mystical Dispute. Orin's Epiphany being fired off, Disdainful Stroke being played. However, Preddy has the 2 counter spells in hand, being able to negate this Disdainful Stroke and getting that Epiphany fired off.
Shields are 100% down. Preddy has another turn, so this Yorion resolves. If there had been a top-decked ultimatum, that would resolve. Now Preddy is firmly ahead on board, has leveraged the mana advantage and the counter advantage into a position where he can apply some beatdown and protect it.
Yeah.
Gorlema needs some great draws. Every draw step is tax right now. It needs to be good. And
exactly.
Land is not it.
Exactly. Yeah, that was a huge turning point in the game. Like you said, a lot of advantage there. Card advantage, just having an extra turn. Looking pretty dicey for Cool Emma's side. What are they going to need here to get back into this game?
Coma won't be good enough because of Heartless Act sitting over there. As long as Preddy keeps the mana available, it shouldn't be a problem. It has to be something that can be resolved. I don't think Koalema has the Shark Typhoons, which would be an uncounterable play, but Heartless Act could destroy that. It's hard to picture a sequence. It probably starts with getting access to multiple cards a turn. At least Maze Mind Tome can do that.
All right, let's see if Preddy decides to counter this.
It's an interesting decision because on one hand, it doesn't actually hurt you. On the other hand, there's no single card that will save Koalema. It needs to be a combination of cards. Tome gives you access to a combination of cards. I like Preddy not countering it and forcing the 80 card deck to draw the right cards.
Which can be sometimes hard to do.
I don't know about you. I always have the right cards. I think it's.
Right, I'm gonna need to take a page from your book then.
Yeah, I think it's just a test of your.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's a test of your faith in Yorion. If you have enough faith in Yorion, the cards are just there. Don't like you should try that. Just believe.
Maybe that's my problem. Not much faith, because whenever I play this deck, I swear to God, I either don't have the right lands, I miss land drops, or I just draw into more lands. All right, Omen of the Sea being cast here. I mean, you got a lot of pressure on board. That's a 2-turn clock, right? With 6 damage on board already.
It is. And with the counters available, we might see Binding here taking out. It might go for the Tome this time, because like I said, it's a combination of cards is needed. And there you go.
I mean, looking like case closed here. Looking at Preddy's hand. I mean, Koalema doesn't know what we know. Right. Coma is the draw.
Oh, man.
I know. It's tough. I mean, Preddy just has that Heartless Act.
When your best friend, when you're number one, when you're the person you wanted to come to the party most shows up after everybody left. That's what this is.
Yeah, a little too late here. Just have the answer, right?
Where were you, man?
Exactly.
I was by myself all night. I only came here because you said you would be here, and you didn't show.
Yeah, Heartless Act coming down on this Coma.
I mean, that's just Heartless Act is the right term. It's just that's a heartbreaker.
Exactly. And looking like we said, case closed. Yorion here, and the 2 birds able to do the last bit of damage. What an interesting game.
Pecked to death in the skies by the little bird tokens.
Yeah.
I remember when Alrund's Epiphany was previewed, I was like, 2 birds. You paid 7 mana for a turn, and all you get is 2 birds. Now I'm like, oh man, those 2 birds, man. they get you.
Yeah, no, I mean, we were talking about it for those who tuned in. Those 2 birds can be relevant in any sort of matchup. You know, those mean 2 blockers. Not a lot of trample creatures right now when it comes to the aggro and mid-range decks. And the extra turn is lovely. You know, any final thoughts on that matchup?
I think mostly played out the way that we would expect, getting the right lands early, getting enough lands early, and then making sure that you pick counter wars that you can win. Preddy is very good at only fighting counter wars that he believes or knows he can win. So he was able to pull it off in that one because he had the right cards and he played them in the right spots.
Exactly. We'll take the time here to mention and thank our sponsors. Thank you so much to the Gaming Stadium for providing and helping out with production today. Thank you so much for Ultimate Guard and Altiora for providing the prizes. You're watching right now the Altiora 2K Open. My name's Jana Amari, and I'm here with Covert Go Blue. We're just going to go to a quick break before we show you guys more games of Magic. For those who have just arrived, we are in round 3. Just finishing up that round until we go into round 4. So a lot more Magic to come. Anything can happen. We'll see you after the break.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Every time. play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. Don't pause, press play.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Altiora 2K Open. My name is Jenna Amari, and I am with Covert Go Blue today, bringing you some awesome magic. We are in round 4 of the tournament, and let's just start off with talking about some standings. If you guys want to follow along with us, please visit MTG Melee, the event on there, the Altiora 2K Open. Let's see. Okay.
Brought to you by the Gaming Stadium and Ultimate Guard.
Exactly. Thank you so much. We have a lot of Jeskai cyclings in the 3-0. Alexander Steyer leading the leaderboards known as Sorquikes. I hope I'm saying that right. He's one of my fabulous friends. Sorry?
I'm trying to come up with it too, but we're going right in. Like the games are ready. We were going to talk about the amazing amount of 3-0s and cycling as many of them, but the game has begun. It's Kraus versus Walter Ego.
So let's see. We have we have Crows versus Walter Ego, as you said. Yorion Sky Nomad. So looking like Esper versus. Let me just check it out so I don't make a mistake.
I see a Demir control here from Kraus. That's what I found on MTG Melee. Interesting list. A lot of variety of removal spells. Win cons featuring Ugin the Spirit Dragon and Midnight Clock, which doesn't seem like a win con, but the fact that you get to reshuffle your deck can really put the opponent through the ringer. And also there are 4 copies of Shark Typhoon. So this is a Sharky control build.
Exactly. I want to point out as well, Crow's fantastic streamer, one of my friends as well. They're an excellent player. Top 8'd at a Pro Tour last summer.
Wow.
So I'm very, very excited to see this match.
Both of these players are 3-0, so this is a stakes match, and it looks like that is the 4-color Doom Foretold, probably with the green for the Binding Old Gods that we've seen before. So this is going to be my kind of matchup. We've got counters versus other counters and things.
Mm-hmm. So any thoughts to 60 card 60 card Dimir control list over the my dog has something to say.
Well,
I'll take it. I'll let you take it away while I solve the doggo problem.
You know, if the good doggo could speak the human's English, the doggo would tell you that 60 card Dimir control is just it's about having the right answers in the right places, and you don't need to be the 80 card Yorion build to have all of them. Dimir actually has a number of really good answers to just about every type of creature threat in the format. Enchantments, artifacts, that can be a little trickier. But you don't really need a Yorion when you're not playing much for it to blink, and you don't really need a Yorion when you have all the answers in your 60 card build, and when you want to make sure you always hit all your land drops and have your Shark Typhoons on time. So I love Yorion. I put Yorion in more decks than I should, but I do understand the appeal of a 60 card tight Dimir control shell. So here, I can hear you. Your dog sounds like an aggro mage, very disappointed at the amount of blue spells in the feature. Jana, can refresh your VMix page, please? Thank you. Little bit, just a little of the beauty of
Okay, all right, okay.
This.
Thank you so much for helping me out. Okay.
It's my real role. It's called Jana Tech Support, but they didn't tell you.
Thank you. All right, have we gone to talk about plans? The Dimir control has a lot of counter spells. I mean, I guess the Yorion lists actually have quite a bit amount of counter spells as well. Looking at the 2 negates in the hand. Am I correct?
Yeah,
Am I in real time now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is game 1, and you see 2 negates in hand. So this is a version of Doom Foretold that is tuned to battle against decks that might play ultimatums and fight over things on the stack, maybe also counter those Zenith flares from the cycling deck. So it's going to be tricky, I think, for the Dimir control deck to win. They're going to have to grind out the card advantage and value that Yorion is already trying to produce. They're going to have to get a threat to stick. That's going to be very, very hard with Shark Typhoon. Like, there's probably many ways to remove it, from Doom Foretold to Binding the Old Gods. This is going to be... I don't want to call it a slugfest, because that's not how the control games usually play out. Like Ramp versus Ramp is a slugfest. This is like a South Park wizard duel where they're like, pew, 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 pew. Here's I do this.
Exactly.
Just a little juking and jabbing, and it's going to take a long time to see who's really in the lead.
Yeah. Need to exercise patience for both sides. Like you said, it could end... One bad turn can end the game.
A few bad decisions, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And you see here, Treacherous Blessing is a draw 3. That's a big card advantage card. And Krause is letting it resolve, because you have to put your counters in the right spot every single time. And had to say that's fine. One big advantage that Esper Doom has is lurking in the hand right now. Elspeth's Nightmare does let you get into the opponent's hand and see what's going on, and either take one of their win cons, take their counterspell, something of that nature. Saw It Coming plays around it a little bit by going to the Foretell Zone, but not everything can escape Elspeth's Nightmare.
Right, it looks like Ravenlore being cast here.
One of the hot new cards from Kaldheim here, scrying and drawing hype.
It's an interesting one. Haven't seen it a lot in the meta, but it seems perfect for this kind of shell. Vaulter Ego really taking the time there. Will they counter this?
I think they might. We saw the Treacherous Blessing resolve. A lot of that might have been because Graven Lore was there to sort of catch you up with the Blessing, the draw 3 versus the draw 3. A negate breaks that parity a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But no, resolves.
Yeah, not being patient. Maybe since Crows has plenty of cards in hand already, thinking not too much of an issue for right now, waiting for a different spell to come through.
Yeah, you could tell yourself the story that maybe they'll draw a bunch of removal spells that aren't very good. Maybe they'll have to discard at the end of turn to hand size because they overdrew their hand. But we see Extinction Event matters right here. Archon of Sun's Grace is on the battlefield, and it looks like that's what the counterfight is about.
Mm-hmm.
I like not countering back, though. Crows is being
Exactly.
patient. Has another Extinction Event. Like, is perfectly
Yeah, I
fine with
mean,
waiting.
exactly. The hand has a lot of different answers. You have the Extinction Event, like you said, Heartless Act, Brazen Borrower, even for tempo play, and Ugin. So, letting that one through.
Yeah. And we're starting to see that the advantage is starting to, I think, shift towards the Dimir control deck. There's multiple relevant cards in hand. Right now, the Extinction Events are relevant because they can remove the opponent's board, which they just fought to protect, not a position you like to be in. This Elspeth's Nightmare is looking good. I don't know if it will inspire Saw It Coming, but it might.
Yeah, I mean, getting this to resolve and the second act of the saga is very, very powerful. You get a lot of information and get to remove something from hand.
If Crows
Exactly.
can draw Volter Ego into expending a lot of resources this turn, say play Elspeth's Nightmare, play Doom Foretold, get them low on mana, this Ugin could be devastating.
True. And let's see if the Elspeth's Nightmare is going to resolve here. Crow's really being patient, thinking through the turn. Letting that resolve. Very interesting.
It is. It really is. There's a lot of ways you could play that. You could counter it because then you're tapped out, which inspires Volter to play more things onto the board for Ugin to exile. But instead, holding Saw It Coming means there's something else that we're afraid of here. I'm really curious what the play is. I mean, Doom Foretold makes a Pegasus token and then pops off, forcing a discard and a draw. Vine Yorion sets off an awesome turn, or you could cycle these Triomes.
But really being patient with that Doom Foretold here, probably waiting on this Ugin to resolve, and then, down ticking everything, and then coming in with the Doom Foretold as an answer. So that's probably one reason to hold it back there. Yeah, so Ugin coming down, exiling everything, although Volter Ego's just going to have a way to deal with it. The coming turn is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Having Doom Foretold in reserve is going to be really important to get that Ugin off the battlefield. So probably a really smart hold, knowing that Volter didn't have another negate and couldn't answer the Ugin without it.
Right, Ugin. Oh, the animation's so satisfying sometimes,
Goodbye, everyone. It's similar to Yorion, except with Yorion they come back.
All right, Doom Foretold coming down. As we said, taking care of this Ugin. Although that was quite, I wouldn't say risky, but I mean, the Crows does have Brazen Borrower as a card there to use, but just didn't have it at this time.
I think I that would have been a pretty sneaky play, and I would have loved to see Brazen Borrower flashed in with that trigger, keeping Ugin alive, but it wasn't to be. But Crows has done a great job navigating this game to a spot where both players were drawing cards, both players had a lot of resources. Now Crows is firmly ahead, up several cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
The battlefield and all those enchantments are gone, so the Yorion isn't the dangerous reload it would be if there were Omen of the Sea on the battlefield. This is looking really good for the Dimir control deck.
Exactly. Shark Typhoon, Saw It Coming, and that Castle Vantress about to do some work. Just navigating through the library for better draws. Let's see what Volter Ego does here. Will they fire off that Amiri's Call, maybe put Yori onto hand, pass.
If you believe you're behind and you have to take some risks, because every turn that goes by, things get worse from that Castle Vantress on the field, then you should be firing off Amiria's Call and hoping to try to put some pressure on it and glide your way through a hole in the game while your opponent struggles to answer it. We know that there's an extinction event, so we know that's not going to work out well. But when you're behind, it does feel often like you should take risks, and every turn that goes by, a scry from Castle Vantress just makes things worse as they find all the right cards.
Agreed.
I think Castle Vantress is at its absolute best in a Dimir control deck like this, because very few other decks in the meta have the time or the mana to make use of that slow mechanism. But this deck, it just feels so bad as you watch your opponent turn after turn, setting the right card on top, putting the wrong cards on the bottom. You know their hand is getting better with every draw step, and yours, you're in the hands of the gods. It's random.
Exactly.
You need to draw well.
Exactly. Yeah. And as we know, the longer and longer the game goes, the better it is for these Dimir control decks.
Let's see.
Yeah, Eliminate being the draw there. Not really going to be useful in this spot, I don't think.
Not quite the killer you were hoping for.
Yeah. What can be done here? Like you said, Amira's Call just looking like you just got to jam it at this point.
So I'm grabbing the deck list and I'm trying to find the right deck list, and then I'm trying to go through it and see like what could we draw into that would get us back in it from such a big card disparity. And again, no one card can do the job. So it starts with card draw, ways to start seeing multiple cards a turn. I think that's absolutely required at this point to stay involved in the game.
Mm-hmm. Amir's Call being fired off. Crow's not acting. I mean, they do have Extinction Event and a ton of mana to work with. Another negate going on top. So looking like the chances of resolving a powerful spell there, not likely to happen.
Yeah, the more negates you see, the darker it gets. And you know, it's not completely over. You could absolutely see a series of draws that put pressure on the opponent somehow. But for the most part, it's like this is where the casters make the big money. We probably have to talk about sponsors and try to keep it interesting as the Dimir control deck. This is what I love about it. Just constricts the grip. Just every single draw step goes by. It gets tougher and tougher. Eventually, we might even see... I hate to say this because it might not happen. I don't want to give people the wrong idea, but we might see a hard cast Shark Typhoon. It could happen.
Which is, it's rare in these days. Usually I see Shark Typhoon being cast off like an ultimatum or something. Haven't seen it from hand in a while. I actually haven't seen too much of this card compared to last set, you know? Maybe it's because a lot of instant speed removals or just having a lot of different ways to deal with this card. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing it when I go up against an opponent with this card when I'm playing aggro. Maybe a little too slow, so...
Shark Typhoon is one of those cards that it kind of picks its spots in metagames. It's best when the blue mages are staring at each other and you have an uncounterable end speed threat that usually gets some money. But, you know, Shark Typhoon's always around. It can always turn a game on its head, and it's happening.
It is happening.
With
Shark
3
Typhoon
counters
being
in
resolved.
hand.
Oh, that's so exciting. Not any answers in Alter Ego side. Is this GG?
A sky full of sharks. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, and a handful of counters, you know, that looking like that Shark Typhoon's gonna be sticking on the board for a while.
It's gonna take a while. These removal spells, there are 4 removal spells over there in hand. Oh, look at that. Crawling Barrens.
And Gravenlore, the perfect sequence.
a 5/5 shark from Gravenlore here. Plus, you get to draw your crawling barons and start charging it up to be another victory condition.
Mm-hmm.
There is eliminate from Vaulter Ego, so the barons isn't like safe. Oh man, there's a midnight clock too.
A lot of value off this Graven lore. Although choosing to put that clock to the bottom.
Keeping Cling to Dust is interesting. It is kind of a way to make a bunch of sharks, but they're only 1/1s. But this is a Dance of the Manse build from Vaulter Ego, which means that every enchantment that you can exile from that graveyard means that a Dance of the Manse off the top isn't going to be as impactful.
Very good point. All right, saw it coming.
Counter your
Meets
beautiful
the
sky
Yorion.
noodle.
Saw that Yorion coming. Not gonna resolve that one today.
Not only saw that coming, saw something else coming later because it's in the Foretell zone.
Exactly. Yeah, Extinction Event gonna come down trying to sweep up the pressure here. I mean, Kroos just has about 3 counters in hand, so looking like that's not going through as well.
Yeah, deciding to add to the clock, remove the Extinction Event, and pressure the opponent with the sharks. Calculating that this board will get the job done. It is an interesting decision whether or not to defend a board in that situation or just let the opponent kill it, because in the long term, you'll probably win anyway. But here, just trying to close the game. Which, you know, casters, we can appreciate that when a few miles ahead, one would like the game to get closed.
Exactly. I mean, not many. I don't think that there's many draw steps that can get Vaulter Ego back into this game. Us with caster vision knowing the hand. So, like you said, this is probably a great time to mention some sponsors. Thank you so much to the Gaming Stadium for helping out with production today. Ultimate Guard and Altiora providing the prizes in our Altiora 2K Open. We are fighting for Ultimate Guard products as well as a prize pool of $2,000. So thank you so much. As well as CGB, the number 1 in rank 1 and best of 1. You were rank 1 the other day, right?
Yes. The 1 in best of 1 became Mythic number 1 for a moment in time. It was very fun.
Yes, thank you so much for helping out with the coverage as well.
Oh, I'm excited to be here. I love talking about the standard format, and as we see Negate hitting the Extinction Event, allowing the Doom Foretold to resolve, which is going to eat the Shark Typhoon, but won't do much about all these sharks. This is actually, I'm trying to see, is this a way back in for Vaulter? Because that negate means that the Doom Foretold will eat the Shark Typhoon, and then there's 2 instant speed removal spells in hand. Now, far from being completely back in the game, but it does look like Vaulter can live for another turn using those instant speed removal spells, maybe sacrificing the golden egg.
So 7.
It's close. It's so remember, golden
7,
egg
8,
for 3
9,
life.
10. Right, and then you're gonna
there isn't enough mana to sacrifice the egg. There's only enough mana for the 2 removal spells. Kill the Crawling Barons, kill the Shark. Still dead.
Mm-hmm. Looking like that's the case.
Didn't power up the Barons. Not dead. Oh wait.
I
saw it coming. Still dead.
Here.
Saw it coming. Still dead.
Yeah. Saw it coming. Exactly. Hard to miss or easy to miss. Lots of different zones nowadays.
Yeah, has to counter this one, because if you let this resolve, the golden egg could gain 3 and you could stay alive. Mm-hmm. It's so interesting. There it is.
Yep. Packing it up for game 2. Let's look at some sideboard plans. All right, so guessing that all your counter spells like Disdainful Stroke, Negates goes in. If you're in Crow's position, really wanting those counter spells to hold back Sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen. If you're the Esper you're on deck, you want the counter spells because you want to be playing the counter game, keeping on top and getting your bigger spells to resolve. How about for Crow's side?
So neither player has like a suite of like hard to deal with threats necessarily that they can sideboard into to try to juke the opponent for taking out their removal. So instead, we're going to see a lot of removal just hitting the sideboard and grabbing as many cards as we can that interact with the stack, that get into the opponent's hand and let you take cards away from that. Anything that says draw a card probably stays in the deck. Just trying to make sure that you can get to the cards that you really need for the matchup. And especially for Yorion, an 80-card deck, it's going to be really hard to get all the removal out. I like Eliminates in the deck better than Heartless Act because Crawling Barrens could be something that you have to fight over later. I think that you probably can't get away from cards like Omen of the Sun, even though they're a little mopey. At least they put something on the board and they can scry you into better cards. We see Trimming Binding the Old Gods. There just won't be many permanents to hit with that. So it will end up sitting in your hand most of the time. That makes sense. But these matchups are always kind of interesting because neither deck was built completely with this in mind. They were both like, okay, our opponents are going to play like 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, and they're going to try to kill us. And we have to have all these cards to stop that. Well, that's not what's going on in this matchup. Now we're just trying to piece together ways to ink out little bits of value so that at the end of the day, we have a little bit more than our opponent.
Exactly. The little advantage game. That's how you want to play it. All right, let's look at opening hands. Walter Ego, pretty okay, although the lands do come in tapped.
It's not a lot of land on Crow's side, but the card that really pulls you into the hand is Behold the Multiverse. And now we see
that Maze Mind Tome came at a perfect time.
Maybe. Because you're on the draw, there was a risk of a negate being held up, but look at that. With the lands coming into play tapped, negate is not an option.
Exactly. That's going to be huge in order to draw more lands and scry away non-lands on the top of your library. Although Crow's taking a step back to think, though, what they want to do.
Yeah, I'm with Crows on the Tome. Because here, at least you know it won't get negated, and Tome needs to sit on the battlefield to generate value. It can also get you 2 scries right now to hit your 3rd land, 1 on this turn cycle and 1 on the upkeep after you untap. And Behold the Multiverse you'd have to play it, foretell it, and then next turn cast it in order to try to dig for that land. So I love the Tome here.
Exactly. All right. Yeah, just the mana's a little bit awkward on the Doom Foretold side. All those lands coming in tapped.
On this side, it's awkward as well. There was a question of if there would even be a land, and there's a Fabled Passage, but that will be tapped this turn.
Exactly. Crows choosing not to foretell the Behold the Multiverse, keeping the negate up as an option. Oh, that's interesting. No 4th land drop for Walter Ego. They're going to have to just pass a turn.
They're also not trying to hit it with the Golden Egg, which had to be tempting. So I'm trying to picture what, like, 4-mana play you're going to see from Crows that you want to negate. Maybe we're just choosing to get the Omen of the Sun down instead, and you think that's a better play. It's an interesting decision.
There's a 4th land for Crows at the top. Going to be able to play that. Keeping up with the mana per turn game.
It's not a 2nd blue, though, so it won't cast Saw It Coming. But it does give the option to Behold the Multiverse or Cling to Dust. Okay.
Oh, interesting. Yep. Putting Behold the Multiverse in the foretell zone. Omen of the Sun coming down, like you said. Ooh, Crow's holding up that negate, but chooses to let that one go.
I think that's a good decision. I wouldn't I wouldn't want to spend a premium card like Negate on Omen of the Sun, especially at the end of your turn when the opponent could untap and resolve something else.
Mm-hmm.
Cling on Cling Crime.
Super satisfying.
More
All
satisfying
right.
than it should be, that's for sure. Think about the flavor of just clinging someone else's spell that's clinging to dust. It's so nothing.
Exactly. All right. Let's reevaluate the board state. What's it looking here?
More land and more counters and more card draw is where the advantage lies. So I'm 100% behind what Crows has going. And that now you're seeing Vulture just snapping off this Omen. At this point, getting really desperate to hit these land drops. They haven't cooperated.
Right. Although here comes a land right now. The
Yeah.
swamp. Gonna get in with the 2 damage. And let's see. Egg being fired off. Perhaps, yeah, trying to keep up with the land situation.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Looking like everything looks fine now. It was looking a little dodgy there, being stuck on 3 lands, but looks like Walter Ego able to get back and not have that as much of a problem anymore.
Both players have navigated like some awkward land moments in the early game pretty well, and now we're moving into the mid game where still neither player is probably going to win in the mid game, so it's all about getting your resources in the right place and not letting the opponent pull too far ahead. It's going to be funny to keep track of how much damage these 1/1 tokens deal, because as a blue-black mage in this matchup, you do not want to deal with those tokens. You want to keep working on your card draw and your resources and being further and further ahead of the opponent. So those tokens might actually do a lot.
Exactly. Speaking of further ahead, Negate facing that Maze Mind Tome. Those Maze Mind Tomes can really get you. Especially, like you said, playing increments of little advantage. So choosing not to let Crows resolve that second Maze Mind Tome can be huge in terms of getting that footing.
Crows had the option to negate back and didn't. I think you're pretty happy to see that negate on your card draw effect when you have so many of them. And for Vulture, I think it was also just this thing of, I need to use my mana. I have all these cards in my hand, but when am I going to play them? How am I going to play them? I need to get these cards out of my hand at some point. So I think that's why we saw that negate and why we didn't see a fight over it. May as well negate the Nightmare, because the Nightmare will probably take the negate. It also threatens to exile the Clings. And there is a fight over this one.
All right. Saw it coming in the Foretell Zone.
Yeah, that is something that tilts me a little bit about Saw It Coming when I'm playing with Elspeth's Nightmare, is how it completely dodges the Nightmare.
Which is great, actually. Like that's a great thing to have in about the Foretell Zone. Being able to dodge removal spells such as or hand disruption spells such as Elspeth's Nightmare and Duress. Maybe that's why we don't see those cards being played as much.
Mm-hmm. It always gets me. Like, it definitely got me the first time I used an Elspeth's Nightmare. I looked at their hand, I took their counter spell, and now they don't have one. So now I'm going to cast my big boom boom awesome spell, and they're like, Saw It Coming out of the Foretell Zone. I'm like, oh, the world has changed.
All right, the timer coming up here for Walter Ego.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
Yeah, and sometimes, when you're playing the control games, time management is huge. As, sometimes you won't even get a game 3.
Yeah, we are in game 2. Walter is down a game. Being on the clock right now with just under 12 minutes could come up.
Mm-hmm.
Krause doesn't have to win, just has to stay alive.
Exactly.
And victory will come to him.
Behold the multiverse, finding a land in a shark typhoon. All right, from your assessment here, who's ahead on board, who's not, and what do they need to do to get back up to parity or ahead?
This is still reasonably close. It's interesting because the Saw It Coming is there, the Mystical Dispute is there, but there are some very relevant cards. Like Treacherous Blessing is something that you really don't want to let your opponent resolve that probably will here. And then on top of that, if Dance of the Manse resolves a turn later, that's huge. So like Vulture Ego needs to draw a counterspell or another way to hit the hand and battle through this Mystical Dispute, and could very well be in the game if that happens. And there's still Yorion lurking. That's usually a must counter if there are 3 enchantments on the battlefield like there are right now. In other words, very close. Either player could hit like 2 running good draws and take this game.
Yeah, I mean, Crow's really taking the time here to think, will they let this through? Choosing to do so. Saving that Saw It Coming for a different threat.
There's a Yorion hit there coming off the top. There's also an Eliminate that can hit the Crawling Barrens, but that's more of a longer game concern.
Yeah, and I just want to point out as well, these tokens, like you said, doing some work. That was 10 damage.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage, because also remember these Maze Mind Tomes have now gained 8 total life, I believe. So the tokens have been bringing it.
All right, Cling to Dust, trying to get another card draw here. Like you said, it's just the incremental advantage game for these 2 players. All right, land go for Crows.
The Shark Typhoons are a win con, but right now they're an awkward one. The instant speed removal spells like Heartless Act and Eliminate mean that just making a shark won't do too much. We see going for the Scry here.
Let's see, what does Vulture Ego want to find? Perhaps a counterspell backup would be a start?
You might just keep land, but we see Negate. I was going to say land lets you play Yorion around Mystical Dispute.
Mm-hmm.
Negate has a similar effect.
Right. Ooh, Raven's Warning. I wonder if that will be countered. I mean, you probably don't want to counter this, but the second act where if you attack with a flyer allows you to see that hand. Mm-hmm. Interesting. I mean, very, very unlikely given we know what Crow's hand is like. They have the Brazen Borer for the token and a Heartless Act if they need to, but just something interesting to point out.
I mean, if you're Crows, you don't want to show your hand. Like that will tell Vulture exactly how to play against you, especially now with that Negate there. But that Foretell Zone still has a Saw It Coming, which you might see my hand, but you don't know what I've foretold.
Exactly.
Pump fake on the Ugin? Wow. You really want to.
It's an option, right?
In a counterspellless world, you would Ugin this board because a Yorion is so much more threatening while this board exists than it is if something were to happen to it. We saw that in game 1. Mm-hmm. But in a world with counterspells, going for the Ugin there is, we would call it bold.
Exactly. Yeah, all right. Not letting the hand reveal happen. This token being sent to, I mean, there's no such thing as a token zone, but away.
All tokens go to heaven.
Yeah, as to not being revealed the hand, or else, like you said, it'll show you exactly what to play around. Okay, Yorion coming down with Negate back up. Let's see what happens. Ooh, this could be a very, very pivotal turn here.
Reaching for Saw It Coming from the Foretell Zone, the most versatile counter. Interesting. It's the most versatile counter in the safest spot. So I'm kind of surprised that we lead here, and there might be a plan. We might be seeing a plan in the works.
Yeah, I mean, with a negate backup, that's likely what Crows is playing around, like a counterspell backup in which they could either use a negate or a mystical dispute. However, Vaulter Ego's just gonna let this one go.
Mm-hmm. There is kind of a world where you play your best counterspell to try to convince the opponent you don't have another one. And see, here we go. Ugin on the stack.
Gonna be faced with a negate, however, Crows with that mystical dispute.
Yep. Set up a counterspell war that he knew he could win, and his mana advantage made it possible. And now future Yorians are much less threatening. He is tapped out. This Dance of the Mance can resolve. I don't remember what's in the graveyard.
All right, only 6 cards, and I think we got a peek of it, none of them being enchants.
Oh man, that Ugin Exile effect is brutal, isn't it?
That was huge. All right, Yorion being able to come down, bouncing this egg, finding a branch loft pathway.
I remember that there was an Omen that was sacrificed. It must have been hit with Cling to Dust. Just an excellent game plan by Kraus to make sure that Dance of the Mance can't get value and Yorion gets minimal value. Just stripping away the kind of the set pieces, right? Killing all the pawns, leaving the king and queen nothing to do.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, excellent games from both players from both sides, but looking like the blue black mage pretty far ahead in this game.
Yeah, Kraus seems really like just the way that the spells have been fired off on exactly this and exactly that seems very comfortable in the matchup.
Exactly, yeah, the Ugin being able to stick around for a couple turns while Vaulter Ego trying to find that answer.
Needs a Doom Foretold or something to get rid of Ugin. Actually, Doom Foretold won't do it. There's a Brazen Borrower, which you could eliminate, but then the Crawling Barrens takes over. It's just
it's
one
hard.
hit after another.
It's hard out here, yes. It seems so. And not a lot of these I'll have a check at the list, but I find that as the meta goes on, not a lot of these Esper shells have a lot of copies of Elspeth's Name or Conqueror's Death anymore. Just because
I'm looking at it right now. There is one in the sideboard. I don't remember if it came in, but that's it in an 80 card list.
Exactly, due to the fact that the aggro decks just have so much cheap creatures that ECD doesn't have many targets at the moment in this kind of metagame.
Binding the old gods, binding of old gods, that would be an answer as well. But I think I recall seeing 2 of those get trimmed because we talked about it. There's not usually something on the battlefield to target. This is just a tough spot there, and we're going to see the golden eggs get sacrificed for the life to stay alive, and then we're probably going to see Dance of the Mance to get them back as 4/4 creatures and draw 2 cards.
Ooh. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. At least they dodge Ugin. For sure.
They do dodge Ugin.
Ugin can't exile them, and they're just out of range for the uptick. So that's
also trying to figure out how much mana there is here. Oh wait, here comes a dance, and there are 2 enchantments down there. There's the Omen and there's the Nightmare.
So if you're in Crow's position, what would you want? I guess the Omen of the Sea?
Well, we just talked about it. What if you let your opponent... What if you took the eggs? Because those are harder to deal with because they're colorless. But choosing to go for the Omen of the Sea, it does get you deeper in the deck, so that makes sense.
Oh wait, they weren't transformed into creatures.
Playing around Mystical Dispute. Leaving 3 mana open.
I see. Smart observation and smart play by Vaulter Ego. Ooh, Duress coming down.
The Emperor has no clothes.
Is clear.
I
Crow's
got
just
nothing.
having two lands. Uh-oh.
Can Volter get back into this? The Ugin still needs to be answered, and the Ugin has 8 loyalty.
Exactly. So one more uptick, and then again being able to be downticked. Ooh, another land. Not really what you want to draw at this position, I'd imagine.
Nothing in the graveyard. I don't think there's enough things in the graveyard right now either. Interesting GG there. Maybe a bluff. Trying to draw the go for lethal because there is an eliminate.
All right, Crawling Barons faced by that eliminate. Not having a counter in hand, very awkward. Although still quite a bit of pressure on board.
It doesn't look like that gave the ability to use Cling to Dust an additional time either. So, look at the draw.
Binding the Old Gods, like you said, an answer for that Ugin.
It is.
Came at a perfect time too, with that Ugin sitting at 10 loyalty. Wow.
At the last possible moment, and with Kraus flooding, like, really brutally.
Oh man. What a crazy turn. I think Walter Ego was able to really turn this game around.
The golden eggs can be sacrificed for life.
Exactly.
So that this is
so
not
lethal quite yet.
But look at the draw. It's a Mystical Dispute. Last time Dance of the Manse played around Mystical Dispute. If Volter goes for a mystical, if Volter goes for a dance next turn that doesn't play around Mystical Dispute, the game could be over.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see if Walter Ego's going to be playing around a Mystical Dispute.
I mean, that's a really tough call to make too, because you just saw that it wasn't there. It would have had to come off the top. We know it did. He doesn't know that.
I know. Are you going to be playing around that one unknown? We'll see. We'll see. All right. Looks like he's going to go for it. Will Walter Ego play around Mystical Dispute? Oh.
There's also a good point to be made that you don't want your eggs to be creatures because they'd have summoning sickness. You may need to sacrifice them for life.
True. So let's see here. Walter Ego probably not going to cast that for making the eggs creatures.
Yeah, we might see. That's still lethal though, because Mystical Dispute can make him tap 3 and he won't have the mana for the eggs.
Oh, is that what we're going to see right now?
I think so. Oh, look at the read though. There's 5 mana there.
Oh my goodness.
You can still sacrifice 1 egg and go to 8. You go to 8, but you still die.
Unlucky.
This is it's a potentially lethal.
Yeah, and the Elspeth's Nightmare not going to have any targets because it can only destroy creatures.
Needs to draw a Heartless Act to eliminate.
It wasn't the draw.
It wasn't there.
Wow.
Sick read by Crows to play the Mystical Dispute to take away the mana for the eggs and create lethal. Very good play.
Exactly. As well as, yeah, it looked really, really close there.
It did look like Walter, with a few timely top decks down the stretch, had a way back in and a few lands off the top, but Crows found it.
Exactly. Very well played by both players. I'd like to say that was a very, very interesting game to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Omen of the Sea, just the final check to see what the next draw is.
Where is my 1 mana? All you need is 1 mana.
Darn.
Oh my.
Very,
Wow.
very, very interesting game there. Amazing. Final thoughts?
Really well played. Really just good eyes there by Crows to notice that the Mystical Dispute, even though the opponent could pay for it, they couldn't then use their remaining mana to get out of the situation that Crows put them in. And I think I've been in that spot a few times, and sometimes it's hard to see that. You just get in your head that I don't want a mystical dispute because they can pay for it, and then I don't counter the spell because countering the spell is my goal. But it's not. Lethal is the goal, and lethal was found. Well done.
Right. Well done. Well played by both players. That was round 4 of the Altiora 2K Open. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us while we navigate through the day. We are just going back to a break while we prepare for round 5. Thank you so much to the Gaming Stadium, Ultimate Guard, Altiora, and LFM for sponsoring and partnering in the event. We'll see you soon, right after this break. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Altiora 2K Open. My name's Jenna Mari, and I am brought to you with Mythic Michaela.
Yeah. Hey,
For
everyone.
joining me for more casting.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah.
having me. I'm excited to
So-
watch some awesome magic.
Awesome. So for those who don't know Mythic Michaela in the chat, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm a competitive magic player and streamer at Mythic Michaela. And I just placed in the top 4 of VML last night.
I know. I was rooting for you this
know.
whole season. So thank you so much for joining me today for some awesome magic casting. We are going into round 5 of the tournament with another awesome game. Are we hopping right into it? Let's see. All right. Okay. Awesome. Right. Okay. So for round 5, we are going we are going to watch Jeskai Cycling versus Dimir Rogues. It'll be actually Hogpog who won the VML last night. For those who don't know in the chat, it's the Venus and Mercury League. It's a league for marginalized genders, and the first prize gets a PT invite to the next championship, which is the Strixhaven one. So very much congratulations to Hogpog for that one. Who's playing at Jeskai Cycling and Dimir Rogues. What do you think about that matchup, Michaela?
I think I'd rather be on the side of Dimir Rogues for this one. That's also my personal play style, too. But sometimes Jeskai Cycling can just sneak in there with their creature plan and get underneath everything.
Yeah, we'll see how this matchup goes. Like you said, Jeskai Cycling can get under the Dimir Rogues. I mean, the turn 1 Fox can be quite a threat. Although, yeah, we'll just see how this match goes. Let's see. Let's look at opening hands. What are you noticing, Michaela? Who has a stronger hand? Think it's even? What are your thoughts are here?
Well, it's not quite a turn 1 Fox unless we see the untapped land here. But Hogpog's hand looks fairly strong here. I can see if we could resolve. They're fairly difficult for the Rogues deck to answer, although we do see an Eliminate and a Heartless Act in hand, so some early answers. The Rogue's hand also looks pretty strong here. You got both land drops and that Thieves Guild Enforcer followed up by a Searing Thought Thief and plenty of answers for the creatures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hogpog's hand looking pretty awkward right now with the land situation, although stand corrected as they find the untapped land for Improbable Alliance and no access to a counterspell or mana to even bluff one, is probably just going to let this Improbable Alliance come through.
Yeah. So this will allow Hogpog to start making tokens fairly quickly, just with cycling each turn, which we do have the cycling cards in hand, and combine that with a Pyromancer that could be close out the game pretty quick if there's no answers on Rogue side for the Alliance.
Right. I mean, yeah, the Alliance is going to allow Hogpog to just have blockers. But choosing to play that Flourishing Fox, interesting. What do you think about that play?
It does put a couple threats on the board instead of just having one right here. And the healer wasn't doing a whole lot here, so that's going to be a card that you want to cycle. Yeah, I think it makes sense because you can follow up with a Rescuer this next turn if you draw another cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's Pyromancer turn next turn. That would make total sense too.
Right. Yeah, looking like deadweight going on that Fox. All right, so if you're the Rogues player here, what's the game plan here to win? Is it milling? Is it getting in with the creatures? I haven't seen a lot of this kind of matchup yet, so.
I have not seen a whole lot of it either because Rogues has kind of been on the out for a while, and Cycling's definitely come up in the last few weeks as a very popular deck, and I think maybe we're seeing rogues coming back as this, oh, there's a lot of cycling, and maybe this is a good response to the cycling deck. But, you know, it looks like rogues could easily win through damage here, because we're forcing through 6 this turn, and we're milling, so a lot of answers. They do need an answer to the Zenith Flare, which, depending on what's in graveyard, I haven't seen how many cycling cards have gone to graveyard yet. That Flare could have came down that turn to get through some damage without being countered. I have not looked how many counter spells this Rogues player has in the main.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, they haven't drawn one yet, but I think you're correct there in that assessment. I think that for rogues, they would want to get in through damage, because every time you mill the Jeskai, or the cycling opponent's just going to make that Zenith Flare stronger. So if you don't have that counter there, it could spell a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
All right.
Which, it's at 12 now, so this is lethal next turn if there's no answer, I believe.
Exactly. Yeah, that Ironcrag Pyromancer going in for 3. Okay, choosing to get rid of that Thieves Guild Enforcer, though. But it's still looking pretty good, right? So next turn you cycle, you get 3 damage. That is, yeah, like you said, that's lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So Demian is going to need some way to gain life or find a counter, which they didn't. So let's see, what can they do to get out of here?
You know, yeah, we don't really have a way of drawing cards. Milling is definitely not going to be helping us at this point. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we can draw off of the castle either that gets us out of this.
Because you're going to be tapped out. So, I mean, if you were Demian and you don't have amazing caster vision, yeah, you're probably just going to want to pass, right? Because
absolutely.
You want to bluff a counter spell at least.
And who knows, your opponent might not go for it here.
Exactly.
Right.
All right, Ironcrag Pyromancer dealing 3 damage to face. You got the 2 tokens that can attack. Yeah, I'm with you there. If Demian ever taps out for blue, the Zenith Flare is just going to come down, right? So
easily.
All right, Soaring Thought Thief coming down. Ooh, Hogpog trying for that.
Well, yeah.
Zenith Flare and
the Luris was known information, so.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, perfect timing.
True. Yes. Exactly. All right. Awesome. Yeah, that was a quick game 1. Let's see how the Rogues player and the Cycling player are gonna transform their board. I guess, yeah, I just saw the Mystical Disputes come in.
Yeah,
now.
Negates. I think I just saw that Disdainful Stroke come in, which makes sense. That's going to hit the Flare. Not much else in the deck, but it does hit the Zenith Flare, which is...
Exactly. Ooh, I want to make some notes here, though, for the Dimir Rogues deck. The Dimir Rogues deck has been on the decline lately due to the metagame having, a lot of these mono-colored aggro decks that can really get under the Rogues player. So let's look at the transformation. Like, I see a lot of Crippling Fears, removals like Deadweight, Heartless Act, eliminate more of those, which is pretty interesting. And that what is that? That Robos Intervention. All right, that one's an interesting one. Lets you interact with the graveyard to make that Zenith Flare not do as much damage.
Yeah.
So those are interesting additions. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the Deadweight. It is good as an early answer to Fox. But I didn't see if the Blood Chief's Thirst was left in.
I think it was. It was.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe you're probably just wanting as much early as removal. It does hit the Stinger and the Rescuer.
Exactly.
So.
All right. Let's look at openers. All right. Looking It's looking awkward here for Demian. I mean, they have 2 into the stories. They choose to keep this though, but not really a lot of ways to mill right now. So they're gonna be trying to search for those early rogues, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I find it interesting. They have a hand that interacts with creatures, but not that flare plan.
Exactly. No counter spells. No drown in the lock. Yeah, no rogue. So we'll see. But having 2 into the stories is powerful. Although Hogpog does have 2 disputes, so it's pretty funny. All right, the first counter spell found, drown in the lock, doesn't do damage right now, or sorry, doesn't counter anything right now, due to the fact nothing in the graveyard quite yet.
But I mean, the card gets very strong the minute you start cycling.
Exactly. That is true. So that's sort of one way to build up the graveyard. I mean, cycling is just naturally doing it itself. So let's see.
However, yeah, Hogpog does have can play this Valiant Rescuer next turn and cycle and still play around the Drown in the Lock that way.
Okay. All right. This is interesting. Guess, yeah. So Hogpog going in there, cycling that Starling development, and right on the stack, Demian gonna be using that Heartless Act, maybe? Saving Eliminate for something else, yeah.
You're not really worried about any larger creatures coming down and a Flourishing Fox later with counters. It makes more sense to use the Heartless Act there.
Exactly. And you're probably wanting to save that Eliminate for an Ironcrag Pyromancer or a Valiant Rescuer, something like that.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see what the plan is here for Demian. Yeah, dealing with that Valiant Rescuer right now can get a lot of tokens and have a quite a big board presence if that's not dealt with early. So
yeah, Rogues does not deal with a very wide board. Well at all.
Yeah, I mean they have Crippling Fear, but you're not going to want to tap out, because that gives Hogpog the opportunity to get in there with a Flare or resolve like an Ironcrag Pyromancer with a cycling card backup. All right. Speaking of pressure, Flourishing Fox coming in there.
Finally, that Soaring Dot Thief has been found to maybe start turning on this handful of Into the Stories.
Exactly. I mean, that's sort of the plan right now, looking at this hand, right? You're probably just want to try to get in with the card advantage while there's not much pressure on the board. All right, so this is an interesting turn.
Yeah.
So Hogpog thinking about cycling first. I mean, we do see the 2 mystical disputes. What's the thought here? Is this something you'd want to counter, Michaela?
I think I would counter it, but I'm assuming Hogpog is hoping to save these mystical disputes to try to resolve Zenith Flare later on. My thoughts on countering it. I mean, you're just losing a token here, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought for sure. Like thoughts to save that mystical dispute. I mean, we know exactly what's in the hand, so if it was me or you, would counter it. But there's definitely different lines, as you said, saving it for an Into the Story, or like you said, Zenith Flare, mystical dispute backup. Ooh, all right, Drown in the Lock. Now, is that something you want to fire off mystical dispute for?
At this point, I think I want my Flourishing Fox on the board still. So, yeah, it definitely seems worth it to save a creature.
Right. resolving that improbable alliance, although no other cycling spell and into the story being able to resolve here with that Ragruin Triumph tapped and no other blue source. All right, so this is interesting. I mean, yeah, Demian has that negate there for that Zenith Flare and no cyclers in hand for Hogpog.
However, this is a turn that we can resolve the flare, and that's already at
True.
7, so this is a lot of pressure.
So let's see what happens here. Flourishing Fox trying to go in there for the damage. Likely met with a Thieves Guild Enforcer that can block with Death Touch.
Yep.
Ooh, Mystical Dispute getting fired off though. Interesting.
Okay, so,
yeah.
I think Hogpog's just prioritizing threats right now and trying to keep something on the board to keep pressuring.
Right. Makes sense since, Demian just has a handful of cards right now. And Hogpog's definitely behind on that card advantage. It's the second into the story being fired off. Found, couldn't quite see that. It's just some lands, Merfolk Windrobber.
Yep.
But I mean, the hand's still pretty strong. You have Negate, Drown in the Lock, forever kind of thing. So
yeah, unless we find another Mystical Dispute, I do not see this Zenith Flare resolving anytime soon.
Exactly. Okay, that's interesting. Choosing not to attack with the Soaring Thought Thief there. I guess what could happen? I guess you could cycle. Maybe the Flourishing Fox gets a little too big, and you only have 2 mana open to deal with one thing. Is a thought there?
Yeah. I suppose if you think your opponent has, I mean, we have plenty of answers, but I think we're looking just to not let that flare resolve at this point. Is maybe what's going on. So being able to block with this Soaring Thought Thief, and keep the life total high enough.
Exactly. I mean, the Zenith Flare is at 7, and Hogpog sitting at 18. So it's going to take a lot of work for the Rogues player to whittle down that kind of health total. So can understand keeping that counterspell back up in play. All right, Drown in the Lock. Going to delete that Flourishing Fox, but leaving a window open for Zenith Flare is interesting. Or even a hard-casted boon.
Yeah, and if we flare, I mean, I'm never opposed to drawing 4 cards. Never.
Exactly. I mean, since Demian's sitting with a bunch of cards, might as well try to match that.
One thought is we could have cycled the boon there, and then if you hit another 1-drop cycling, then that's lethal.
All right, Merfolk Windrobber coming down. All right, so if you are the Rogues player, what's the plan here to try to close out this game? I mean, you're met with an improbable alliance, so it's hard to get in damage with those flyers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It almost seems like we're kind of on the mill plan at this point. Because your opponent's going to have blockers for a while, right? And this also kind of at a point where you want to be blocking because you don't want to be taking damage and letting like an Iron Crag resolve at some point, possibly, which Demian's hand is good, like has protection from that.
Yeah, and I mean the rogues players don't really have a good or any way to deal with resolved enchantments, right? So I think you're absolutely right on that. Like the mill plan is sort of all you have since you're never really going to get in with damage at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, like I said, I think
Yeah.
when the rogues is just like looking at this wide of a board, and like it's not like your creatures are that big with rogues either. So even like just a couple 1/1s on the board can be threatening to your attack plan. So yeah,
Exactly.
it's kind of got to be mill.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly like you said. Rogues can't really deal with a super wide board, so yeah, gonna need to try to find one of those crabs. All right, Merfolk Wind Robber coming down on that mill plan. 28 cards in the library. Just gonna need a little bit more rogues, a little bit more crabs here. 28 is still quite a bit.
Relevant to note, we do have double counterspell up right now
Exactly.
on the rogue side.
So you probably don't want to put Lurus to hand just quite yet. Maybe keeping that negate and drown in the lock open for any relevant threats.
So,
All right, Soaring Thought Thief going in to attack,
I,
but only for the mill ability. I'm assuming.
I think as a cycling player, we're probably just taking the 2.
All right. Speaking of cycling that Ragruin Triome. Let's see what the draw is. Okay, a Dranith Stinger.
That's nice if we can get that to resolve.
Exactly. I mean, we know that it can be met by a Drown in the Lock, but something like Dranith Stingers, something you want to see, trying to get in for that burn damage.
Yeah,
to try to get this life total down.
That getting under rogues.
All right, this is interesting. Attack all, getting in for that 2 damage. This is like little incremental bits of damage. Okay, that's interesting. Demian not choosing to draw with that Merfolk Wind Robber.
I think at this point, I'm not sure how many cards are left in Hogpog's library, but just if Hogpog gets a couple more flyers on board, it's pretty important to get that one off the board. And Demian's hand has all the answers it needs right now.
Yeah, 20 cards left I'm seeing. So... Alright, you can attack Hero of the Thieves, Guild Enforcer. Oh, look at that Zenith Flare. For 19. That's a lot. I mean, we do know that the Demian has double counters here, so it's likely not to resolve, but...
I believe 19 is lethal.
Yeah. Looking like that. You know me, I'm terrible at doing the math, but that one's pretty easy for me to know. All right. Okay.
I'm expecting to see Dranith Healer, I believe, cycles for 1, and then Loot with this Improbable Alliance end of turn to create another
line.
token.
Yeah. I mean, this is a lot closer of a game than I expected it to be, Like, even though Demian has a handful of counters, a handful of cards, there's still quite a bit you need to think about in order to navigate this game so it can't just slip away.
Oh, absolutely. And there's so many draws that can just be terrifying here from Hogpog. Right. I haven't seen how many Zenith Flares are in the graveyard, but if we saw a second Zenith Flare, I believe that's just game.
Okay, so let's see. So you need to mill 20 cards. You can start off with this Thieves Guild Enforcer. That's going to mill 4. And then pass a turn. Go for blood here. Okay. start off by cycling that. Met with another land.
Yeah.
Quite annoying. I mean, as a cycling player, it's awful to just brick like that and not get. Ooh. All right, Hog trying in for this Zenith Flare. Ooh, only 10 more cards in grave, so.
Yeah,
I think that is good game, right? Because that you play another rogue that's 4 cards plus the attack. Like
if there's another rogue, but yeah, well, there's a rogue in the graveyard. You also have the Awakening there too that can get you another rogue out of the graveyard. So
right.
a lot of options.
Okay.
I suppose could have Hogpog could have gone to pass turn to see if the opponent tried to do anything at a turn, but
exactly.
Sometimes you just give your opponent the benefit of the doubt that they're going to make the right play.
Exactly. Yeah, a lot closer of a game than I expect. Yeah. So let's see how game 3 shapes up to be. It's just interesting how the cycling deck has evolved over time. We earlier in the cast today we were talking about the old cycling deck where it had that Lurus companion, but now it's being removed for cards such as the Iron Crag Pyromancer, more improbable alliances in the main. Yeah, just super interesting. How do you feel about that deck, Michaela?
Honestly, the Improbable Alliance and the Pyromancer just gives the deck a lot more reach than what it previously had. Which is, I feel like it used to be the Fox. The Fox was something you had to fear, and now you have all these threats that your opponent has to be afraid of, while also having to, be like, my opponent can Zenith Flare me for 19 at any time.
Exactly. So a lot more ways to win, which I find really fascinating. Okay, let's look at the openers. A 1-lander for Demian. But I mean, if you hit land here, if you hit like land, that's gonna be a really great hand. But it's risky.
So we do have the Deadweight to take out an early creature, right? And then the Cling to Dust could exile the Deadweight to draw a card. I believe that's how that reads.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we have an extra draw there to hit the land, and we're on the draw here. I'm not the expert on, I'm not the mathematician on whether to keep this or not, but I do see it's compelling to keep.
There's a lot of upside for sure. If you just hit a couple land drops, like even 3, and I think that's what Demian is thinking about right now. I mean, yeah, being on the draw like a mulligan wouldn't be. Oh, they're deciding to keep it. Okay, this is interesting.
I'm excited to see what happens here.
Oh, what's the next draw? Is it a land? Okay, not quite yet, but still a couple draws. So, let's see if it pays off.
So yeah, that's an interesting. Getting the Improbable Alliance down just because your opponent's not going to have an answer to it, and they can't counter it this turn.
No, another missed land drop. That's so awkward.
Yeah, I think Demi really had a hope that, we were going turn 1 Fox from Hogpog to Deadweight and then Cling to Dust. And that's just not what happened.
Okay, so so the Fox can be played here and end a turn. Demian can play Cling to Dust to see if they could find another land. And hopefully they are able to do that. But missing that land drop, this land needs to probably be exactly blue for this hand to operate. Let's see what the draw is.
So I think what we're going to see...
Okay, it's an island.
We saw the island. I think we're going to see a Deadweight on this Flourishing Fox first, though.
Exactly.
But this Improbable Alliance is already going to start doing work. I think if we see a land drop from Hogpog, we're definitely going to see this Dran Stinger coming in.
So. All right, so we have a game. Thankfully, that land was found. Okay, let's see here. So starting off with the Drannith Healer being cycled for another
Interesting.
token. All right, now Hogpog's finding the land, no land situation.
So I'm guessing Hogpogs played this matchup enough to know that the Flourishing Fox wasn't good enough to play there. Maybe.
I mean, perhaps they just want to try to get the land, right? Like a Flourishing Fox, and then like a 2/2 Flourishing Fox isn't going to be really impactful anymore at this point of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see there it would have gone to 2/2 and then it would have been 3/3 the next turn. But yeah, we need those land drops. Now, Demian having another Soaring Thought Thief coming in and has the Crippling Fear in hand too. We need lands to cast that Crippling Fear, but does have a way of dealing with the flyers.
Yeah, no land. All right, so both players facing a little bit of mana screw for right now. Ooh, choosing to eliminate that Janeth Stinger. Kind of maybe detecting that's a little too much reach damage. Although that leaves... Wait.
I think we're going to see a 4/4 Serpent.
Oh, that's so awkward.
Spicy.
Wow. Heads up for Hogpog doing that. I don't see that play too often, you know. Sometimes you just want to cycle that startling development, but yeah, very heads up play there with that block. Yeah, being able to deal with this Soaring Thought Thief. And again, Demian here just can't find the lands for this hand.
I mean, Hogpog has identified the game plan here, and it's getting in with these 1/1 flyers. Soaring Thought Thief picking off one every single turn is a problem. So, yeah, being able to use one of your cards that is normally just a cycling card is pretty valuable there. As a removal, being able to use it as a removal spell.
Right. All right, this Temple of Deceit finds another land. All right, so you can Drown in the Lock one of these, or this Ironcrag Pyromancer, although being faced with another one. Valiant Rescuer being cycled here. Let's see where the damage goes. Likely on the Soaring Thought Thief, right? Dang, a lot of pressure on board for Hogpog here.
Yeah, getting rid of the Soaring Thought Thief there is going to allow these tokens to keep getting in every single turn. And so even if there's counters for this Zenith Flare in hand, we have enough on board to be attacking. But I believe this is Crippling Fear coming down.
Yeah, I mean, that's 4 damage just in the air, so probably want to keep the board clean at this point. Although we might not see that.
Yeah. So we're
it's looking like, okay, just Drown in the Lock on this Ironcrag Pyromancer. Not wanting to tap out there. Oh, I see, because it would have been lethal.
Yeah.
It's about to be.
Had that mystical dispute, so Zenith Flare is resolving for more than enough.
Interesting game plan. I think just didn't get the land drops in time. Plays, but yeah, it looks like we're just gonna move on to a break. So thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll be back for some more Magic.
Welcome back to the Altiora 2K, sponsored by Ultimate Guard and the Gate and Stadium. I am joined by Covert Go Blue.
Hello, hello. How are ya? Now we're giving Jana a little break, and we've got Mythic Michaela here to do some commentary, and we are coming down the stretch here. I believe we're going into round number 6, and we've got just a few people at the top of the standings battling for that position in top 8.
Yeah, hopefully we have an exciting match coming up here. I believe we're going to be watching our two 5-0 players.
Mm-hmm. And really curious to see what rose up out of the field. Sultai Ultimatum was the most represented deck at 8. Team Cycling being right behind at 14%. And then a variety of Naya and Teamer adventure lists, which, looking over the results, there aren't many of those near the top. And a lot of brews. There were 30% that you would call other. And I want to see if any of those managed to make it all the way through.
Yeah, so it looks like we have 4-color cycling versus Demir Control. So that,
Ooh.
you know, one of those top decks that was represented, but I believe Demir Control is a little bit more under the radar here. What do you think about this matchup?
I'm curious because Demir Control has the pieces to interact with most of the threats out of Jeskai Cycling, which is something that not many decks can do. It can handle the early creatures. It can counter Zenith Flare, but it doesn't have a good solution to Improbable Alliance. And that card can come down underneath the counter spells, like before the counters really get online, and just keep the fairies coming and keep pressure on the Demir Control deck throughout. So I think the Improbable Alliance and the mana to cast it is exactly what Hogpog is going to probably look for in the early going of the game. And on the other side, Kraus wants to negate that card as soon as possible and is hopefully on the play and able to do it. Jwari Disruption is another card that can have an impact early, and it looks like we're about to get into it. Oh, actually, let's see. That's Pedro Martinez on cycling. So it looks like the pairings were a little different than the standings we were looking at. Still the same matchup, though.
And we did see last round, it was Rogues versus Cycling, but we did see that Improbable Alliance take over because Demir Control does have some similarities to the Rogues deck in what it can answer and what it can't.
Yeah, specifically enchantments being such a difficult one. So here we are early. Hands from both players. The only real threat for the cycling deck right now is Valiant Rescuer in hand. And then on the other side, we see a Bloodchief's Thirst and 2 Behold the Multiverse.
So it looks like our cycling player is digging for some sort of threat to play.
Mm-hmm. And maybe playing a value game there, holding the Rescuer until the Rescuer can come down and generate a 1/1. And look at that card that was just drawn.
The card that we were talking about right before this started. So it looks like that Improbable Alliance is going to come down here, followed by a cycle to get a 1/1 on the board.
So what do you do now with an endless stream of fairy tokens coming after you from the Demir side? Really there isn't much. There has to be I think a Shark Typhoon has to somehow be on the board to try to match that.
Yeah, absolutely. And once the cycling player can get to the point that they're creating 2 tokens a turn, that Shark stops doing a whole lot.
Indeed. You have to wonder, try to come up with the scenarios. Is it checkmate already just having this enchantment on the battlefield for 2 mana? I don't think anybody's given this much respect to Improbable Alliance for a long time. The card has been mostly a no-show in Standard, although it was occasionally a draft superstar.
I can tell you I was always happy to see this card in draft, but I don't think I would have ever imagined playing it in Standard. So seeing it just really shine in the same way that it does in draft is pretty neat.
the people who have been playing Magic for a really long time will look at it and have fond memories of Bitter Blossom generating a long string of fairies, and then you just slowly grind your opponent to dust.
I remember when everyone thought the Dreadhorde enchantment from War of the Spark was going to be the new Bitter Blossom.
Yeah, Dreadhorde Invasion. It turned out it was there all along as Improbable Alliance.
We just needed to wait for Throne of Eldraine.
There is a Shark Typhoon. Shark Typhoon is in the hand. If the problem is resolving it, especially with 2 Zenith Flares in hand, it's just gonna, like, tapping out really isn't a question. It's not an option.
Yeah, so that's what you're always afraid of as the control player, right? Tapping out against this deck that can just deal you, honestly, kind of absurd amounts of damage out of nowhere if given the opportunity.
Yeah, and I think Krau's with the right read here. If you're going to make a shark, you've got to do it early, because the later it gets, the bigger the flare gets. And we see that the flares aren't being cast here, even with the opponent tapped out, because they're not that large yet. Brazen Borrower can hit the Alliance, but you still have to counter it on the way back.
And you have to wonder if that's, using 2 resources at this point to deal with that card. If that's
Not
worth
only
it.
that, one of them being a counter, which you only have so many of, and they have to feel reserved for Zenith Flare.
So we see a Bloodchief's Thirst targeting this Valiant Rescuer.
Most of the creatures have been cycled so far, which shows a knowledge that they're expected to die. So that makes a lot of sense to me, that most of the creatures have, just been cycling fodder. We haven't seen Pedro, by the way, like trying to make a big Flourishing Fox, for example. Oh man, that's another Improbable Alliance. But we're out of cycling. We're out of cyclers.
Do you see maybe a situation here where maybe a back-to-back Zenith Flare is the plan?
2 mana open on the other side, that Midnight Clock and the Temple of Deceit. It's a little risky because you could run into a negate, but your hand only does one thing right now. You could use the Improbable Alliance to use the draw discard mode and just keep making 1 fairy a turn. That forces action eventually from Crows, because Crows is still taking 3 damage a turn. You could play it either way. The aggressive way is just to fire off flares, and then the probably more conservative way is just to keep making fairies and try to drag it out.
So I'm looking at the deck here, and yeah, it does look like there's a good number of counter spells, so definitely has to be respected from the cycling player.
Buys the Luris, so lets the Zenith Flare shields down. We'll see what happens here. Bounce 1 Alliance. Oh my gosh, that's a Shark Typhoon off the top. It's got to be somewhat tempting to slam it.
It does, because then all your removal spells become another flyer, which is great for dealing with these annoying 1/1s in the air.
You have to ask yourself, as Dimir control, like, how do you win this game, especially with multiple Improbable Alliances around and you don't have a counterspell? Maybe the idea that you get a shark down and just go to work is a way that you could win, but it's asking for a lot. It's asking that Pedro Martinez has very few cards to interact with you. It's asking that the cycling deck has almost nothing to do for the turn that you're tapped out, and that's why we seesaw it coming instead.
So we see a Startling Development drawn, which last round we saw a Serpent come in play to deal with a Soaring Thought Thief.
There's nothing, I don't think there's anything much more tilting when you're playing as the against cycling than when they actually cast one of their stupid little cycling spells and it's good. You know what I mean? That one of shredded sails blows up your great henge. Ugh.
Mhm.
The startling development eats your precious 2/2 shark. Ugh. Although
Or
in
in
this
this
case,
situation, it looks like we're just getting in for an extra 4 damage.
well, that's because
That does, it's lethal.
that's why. That's why. Oh, I love it. What a
That,
calculated lethal.
that I feel like that's a play that you only make that fast if you've been playing enough cycling. So
Oh yeah, I would miss that one because I only pick up cycling about once a month for a YouTube video, for just to say I hit all the bases, right? But yeah, that was a sweet little way to get 4 damage out of one card.
yeah, Pito knew the route to winning there. It was very impressive. Well before I saw it.
Exact lethal too. So I'm trying. Let's see. Right now, Krause is, I believe, reviewing the battlefield, reviewing the situation, trying to figure out what to bring in for this matchup. And this is where cycling is such a pain because you have to answer the early creatures. Now you have to answer this 2-mana enchantment, Improbable Alliance, which is very obnoxious and hard to answer. And you have to answer Zenith Flare, and you might have to fight a counter war because Mystical Dispute, Negate, Disdainful Stroke can be cards that cycling decks can play now that their mana is better. And yeah, just curious, how do you answer all those threats? What's going to happen? And what do you cut? Looks like Brazen Borrower comes out.
I think I saw those Elspeth's Nightmares come in.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a great answer for most of the creatures in the deck. If the Fox is small enough, I guess, and those Duran the Stingers, which can get it underneath. But also just exiling the graveyard with that card is extremely relevant.
Do you keep Ugin? Like, it's 8 mana. You need 10 mana to play Ugin and have counter backup if you don't want to get flared. Like, I find it really hard to imagine a situation where Ugin is good. But it's also so important to the deck, and one of the only ways to remove those Improbable Alliances.
I know last round we saw the Erebos' Intervention and Cling to Dust coming last round.
Mm-hmm. We have Karvik the Spiteful coming in to give -1/-1 to all those tokens. That's a saucy one.
I want to see that. I didn't even know that card was played in Standard.
It was brought in against, I'm trying to remember the matchup, but it was brought in the very first round against somebody who had Toski, Edgewall, Innkeeper, Lovestruck Beast, and the person who brought it in never drew the second swamp in the game. It was tragic. Just died with that beautiful card in their hand.
It had so much potential. And we did not find the second land.
What, last chance? No! How many... Oh my gosh, how many 1-land keeps are we going to see fail? This is 2 in a row for you, right? Welcome to coverage.
But you're looking at this hand, though, right? And you want to keep this. Like, I'm seeing all those Improbable Alliances that I just know my opponent does not have good answers to. And I'm probably kind of excited about that 1-land keep on the draw.
I can't fault the keep. I don't know how you could. And we might even, it still might work out just fine. Like, nobody likes missing their second land, but sometimes you miss your second land and you win.
I think if there's any deck that can get away with the 1-land keep, it's got to be cycling.
Probably. And look at the hand on the other side. 2 Ugins.
I guess we might get our answer if Ugin's good enough here, right?
Yeah, that could happen. I really want to know if the negates came in for Pedro Martinez's deck. He sideboarded so fast. I did not see.
I imagine it versus a control deck that you would want to have those negates for specifically this matchup.
Wait. This is it again. The decision, slamming Shark Typhoon. And you're actually kind of ahead on board and you need to keep up with these alliances. I think we're going to see it. There it is.
I think one of my favorite things in Magic right now is hard cast Shark Typhoon.
The sky full of sharks is approaching.
See, I was one of those players who really liked playing the Jeskai Luca deck.
Mm-hmm.
And hardcasting the Shark Typhoons in that deck was a lot of fun.
Nice to know I'm in the booth with another Jeskai Luca enthusiast, and we can be degenerate together.
We didn't have it around for long enough.
I know a lot of people who would disagree, but we're not here for the haters. We're here for the lovers.
People are probably leaving right now after hearing that from us, but it's okay.
My fans understand. Elspeth's Nightmare. This is going to get into the hand, and there's a Zenith Flare there, so it's going to look really good. Plus, crucially, the Nightmare exiles the graveyard, which can really slow down future flares. This is going to be an interesting race between a whole bunch of fairies and a sky full of sharks.
Yeah, so this is going to really, if we want the Zenith Flare to be any reasonable number of damage right here, that's going to have to come down in the next couple turns before the graveyard's gone.
Because the Nightmare is going to go off and either take the Zenith Flare in hand or exile the graveyard. So I think we're trying to set up a Zenith Flaring sometime in the next turn cycle. Maybe on the opponent's upkeep. Maybe on Krause's upkeep.
Yeah, for maximum. Maximum amount there. We're already seeing some large sharks clogging up the board, and there's another flare drawn on the cycling side.
Normally you'd be excited to see that, but not here. Not here with a Nightmare about to go off.
Targeting a shark.
See a flare
here.
Aimed at a shark. Ooh.
And no attack.
Do you take the miscast or the flare? Easy choice on the flare because there's a mystical dispute in hand, I think. Also, miscast can't target Ugin. It's only instants or sorceries, which is something a lot of people forget. Double. Oh, Michaela, how do you feel right now?
I'm so excited. And just think when that Ugin comes down, because we're 1 mana away from Ugin. I would love to be on the control side of this right now. This looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. Ugin, how do you like it if your Spirit Dragon also comes with not 1, but 2 8/8 sharks?
I mean, at that point, I know I'm not minusing Ugin at any point.
Yeah, this is definitely, if you were going to draw up like how the Dimir deck could win, just going over the top. It's not exactly a well set up ramp deck, but it has this Midnight Clock. It has these Shark Typhoons. It's playing a ramp game right now.
But we do have to wonder, how do these Shark Typhoons come down if the cycling deck hadn't stumbled on land?
It becomes a lot harder because every time you expose your hand to getting Zenith flared. But Elspeth's Nightmare does make that easier. Elspeth's Nightmare gives you a window where the Zenith flares aren't so devastating that you can make these big plays. And no, we're not going to see the Ugin. Sad.
That might be good for Crows that opponent does not know that the Ugins were left in. So it does look like the negates came in. We're cycling, and the one miscast.
2 mystical disputes, 2 negates, and 1 miscast. This is all going to be a lot better on the play, for sure, because now you can get down your Fox or you get down your Rescuer or Improbable Alliance, and then you protect, as opposed to being at the mercy of giant Shark Typhoons flying at you. We get a third game to see Karvek the Spiteful. Also to see who stays undefeated here in round 6.
Yes, I believe this may leave us with 1 6-0 player after this round. Okay, no. There's two matches right now, so we'll have 2 6-0 players going into next round.
They could, and I think I see 2 cycling decks here. They could both be cycling. There is a chance. I mean, that would be the story of the event, the way that's been going so far. Just
Yeah.
cycling all the time.
Yeah, looking at our top four, it's cycling, Dimir Control, and Bant Tokens, which I don't know if they were featured earlier on, but that deck sounds interesting to me.
We had a very, very brief look at it. I was telling you about the time the Karvik, the Spiteful, got stuck in hand without a second black source. That it was against that Bant token list. Yeah, Fabrizio Onteri's Bant token list.
We have
Which
quite
seems to
the
primarily be it's mainly a green-white token build with blue for a few counter spells and actually a pretty cool one, Fae of Wishes, in the main deck, which works well with Toski as just a 1/4 that gets in and draws cards.
and I'm sure you enjoy the card Fae of Wishes, correct?
Oh, I love the card Fae of Wishes. But I play a lot of best of one, so it feels just like free value to have access to 15 cards my opponent does not have. No blue. No blue in Krause's hand.
So here it looks like we're deciding what we're going to play as our first land drop in the cycling deck. Which seems to be a very important decision to be making with this deck.
Pathways in general, I've been amazed whenever I play a 3-color deck how hard pathway decisions become. Of course, having a nice triome really helps with that, as you're less likely to get locked out of a color completely. But I can't tell you how many games I've lost to naming the wrong pathway on turn 1.
So it looks like from the cycling side, we're really valuing getting those cycling cards in the graveyard and drawing cards to make our land drops here.
Yeah, not expecting cards like Flourishing Fox to just come down and go uncontested. So not playing the deck in a way that like leans into that. I was wondering if we might see the mana leak there. There was an option to play the pathway on black and cast it, but no, just cycle. Blue source off the top, a true master.
Makes those flares a little less scary.
Erebos' intervention with that cycling trigger on the stack can kill the fox, gain 2 life.
Yeah, that's really their only window to take care of the fox at this point. But we see another fox, but no other cycling.
Always curious to me when the cycling deck finds itself in these worlds without many cyclers, but that's where having a Lurrus companion or things of that nature really help.
Maze Mind Tome coming down.
Have you read
For
the good
crows?
book of Maze Mind Tome?
It's my favorite book in Magic right now.
All the answers that you seek are inside.
I've really loved with that card how often you find like it's relevant even in aggressive matchups, because sometimes that 4 life is very important.
100%. That's one of the reasons I love it. And even though Behold the Multiverse is a really good card, I still often enjoy the tome. So the Lurrus game plan is a good one to kind of keep the opponent busy, but Shadow's Verdict puts it to an end very quickly.
Yes, and also is going to reduce those Zenith flares down too. Because we had a couple
because
cycling
3
creatures.
of those were creatures. Yeah, and they get exiled from the graveyard. Good point. Oh my gosh. Are we casting Boon of the Wishgiver? Are we just doing? We are.
Absolutely.
We're drawing 4.
When in doubt, draw 4 cards.
I get so excited for little things like just seeing Boon of the Wishgiver get cast, but there is a window here. But there's no real way to take advantage of it, right? Because even if you had a Shark Typhoon, yeah, you would have to draw into the Shark Typhoon and the land. So you know that Martinez is holding their breath right now, saying, please don't slam Shark Typhoon again. And fortunately, it's not there.
So this is an this is an interesting spot for cycling right now. Do you think this flourishing fox is going to come down this turn? Or it would if I believe it was going to come down. It would come down before the cycling started.
I agree, but you're also not in an amazing spot to like start flaring your opponent because the graveyard still has a lot of work to do, and your opponent's at 22, going up to 26 eventually from the tome. So I was curious how would the cycling deck apply pressure this turn? The answer is memory leak.
Which for the control
Looks like
player, it's counter it or let them see my hand and take a counter spell anyways.
It is an opportunity to fire off Dispute with your opponent hitting their land drops pretty well. They might be able to blank Dispute in the near future. And we see Martinez is holding their own Mystical Dispute and holding it back, not trying to get into too deep of a counterfight. Plus, there was 3 mana available, so it wouldn't have worked out.
And we have found the Shark Typhoon.
But do you play it? I don't think I don't think now is the right time. I'm not sure who's ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, obviously, if that shark came down there, those flares were terrifying.
It's interesting, though, because they still wouldn't have been lethal without some cycles going perfectly well. And now another
would have
memory
been 4
leak.
short. So I believe we'll see the negate here.
Yeah, we might see the Behold the Multiverse first, but probably just see the negate. Behold doesn't make sense early because it just gives them more selection.
Is there any chance you just let your opponent see your hand here? I wouldn't think so because I think you want that Shark Typhoon.
Well, yeah, it is tough because here you have to spend 2 mana on this negate. And if you just let them take the negate, you don't spend any mana. But now they know how to play around your hand. So I guess it just depended what your plan for the turn was. If the plan is to draw more cards and try to find the answers and the other cards that you need, then you probably counter it. If the plan was to make a shark, you probably let them take it.
So here we see the Elspeth's Nightmare drawn.
I wonder if you probably do at this stage of the game. Your cycling opponent isn't playing out creatures or threats. So you have to assume that they're like building up for a big combo burn face finish. Nightmare disrupts that really well. You probably want to get that on the board as soon as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, at this point you have to assume that your opponent has counterspell backup for these. At least has at least 1 flare and at least some counterspell backup.
There's an option here to go for Behold the Multiverse and try to fight for this. That fight would eventually be lost to the Mystical Dispute, which I think Krause has a read on at this point. Playing around Mystical Dispute most of this game.
Another negate for which more cards.
Oh baby. It makes me so happy. Just straight up 6 mana draw force, sorcery speed, standard playable. I didn't think this would be something I get to watch.
This is Magic.
It's very old school Magic to me, and I love it. It's brutal though, right? Because you don't want to fight over this. But if it resolves, there's so much more you have to deal with. Also, we know that there isn't a realistic way to fight over it. You'd have to Behold the Multiverse. You'd have to get to exactly the right cards. And even then, there's a Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, you're still denied.
Why does a cycling deck get to be the good control deck?
However,
I'm kind of sad.
If we do get in a fight in it over here, it does possibly leave the window open to resolve an Ugin.
There's no improbable alliances to exile. Ugin might eat a Zenith Flare. Like that's the thing. What does Ugin even do?
Well, as soon as I Google Ugins +3, because
It's a lightning bolt. Yeah.
yeah, it's a
3
lightning
damage to
bolt.
face.
Yeah. Yeah, it eats the Zenith Flare too, which at this point could be relevant.
Yep. So the
Um,
Mystical Dispute lost the battle after casting the Behold the Multiverse, and I think we are going to get a slammed Ugin, but there's also a Shark Typhoon.
yeah, Shark Typhoon.
Maybe the 8/8 Shark is better.
Yeah, it doesn't die to the Eliminate or to the Flare, and then you can leave up Eliminate too for any creatures that come into play and get a 2/2 Shark right away. Oh, but we are seeing the Ugin.
There is a negate.
Into
I'm
negate.
curious if you negate or not.
I suppose so let's see here. So we have this Rescuer and Stinger that we can cycle. That'll put our flares at 11. Okay, no, we're gonna. So it's just a little short still of lethal, but possibly getting this Improbable Alliance down. And then
Martinez had the ability there to deal 22 damage over 2 flares, and it wouldn't be
Yeah.
enough because of
Yeah.
the Maze Mind Tomes. Crazy.
card's good.
Indeed. But now there's 2 Improbable Alliances to work around. And Shark Typhoon? What do you think?
Shark Typhoon to Blood Chief's Thirst? Is that? Or leave up the Eliminate again.
Here it comes. Another slammed Shark Typhoon.
And what
The
are we going to
Zenith
see
Flares.
here? Okay, well, we get a couple 1/1s. But we are very close to lethal with these flares.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we are at lethal if yeah, this is lethal.
Requires a cycler, right?
Yes, a cycler at this point, which
Okay. Ouch. That is you're get ready for a big old explosion in the sky. Double Zenith Flare for Exacxes.
now imagine being at 26 life and your opponent just killing you with 2 cards.
46-0. No big deal. No big deal. Nice flex from the cycling deck. Wow.
So yeah, that game took an interesting turn where cycling just was really relying on those flares to win the game, and they got there.
It's that backup plan because you saw that the cycling deck played this oddball counter all your stuff. I'm going to force through my draw fours. I'm going to make you deal with just about everything else. And when you tap out to play your big win cons, Ugin, when you tap out to play Shark Typhoon, here's just double Zenith Flare and I win out of nowhere. And the cycling deck now has figured out so many kind of different ways to attack the opponent that you just can't guard against them all. You have to get your win con out there and hope for the best. You have to take these shots and hope they just don't have it. Turns out they usually do because they see so much of their deck.
Yeah, I found it really interesting just, seeing that our cycling player there just knew not to prioritize creatures in that matchup and understanding the game plan.
Yeah, it's a really it's something that I think people have to pick up with the deck of when do you have this creature and if you play it, does it create any value when you play it or does it just die to a removal? In which case you could have drawn into a different card and built up your cycling game plan by having a bigger graveyard for your Zenith Flare and you're a card closer to drawing into more Zenith Flares. So if what you tell yourself is, if I play this, will they remove it? Yeah, probably. They have 5 cards in hand and they haven't done much this game. Then you should probably cycle it instead.
So I'm taking a look at our standings right now and trying to see. So we know we have cycling as a 6/0 deck currently. And wow. Cycling is at the top of the standings twice.
Oh my goodness. So the 2 cycling decks are 6/0, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
One, they are slightly different. One is more of one's the Lurist version, the other one's the Pyromancer version.
That's kind of crazy because I think everybody knew cycling was starting to pop back up on the radar, but I think it's still a bit of a surprise how good it is. I know I always have looked at cycling like budget arena deck, right? You see it on ladder a lot because it didn't take any rares, but now that the mana is good, it can play all these different cards and it gets the job done.
Let's see. So that means that our Dimir control deck that we just saw, we know is 5/1, and the Bant tokens is 5/1 now too.
Okay.
Yeah, and sitting
So
at 4/1 prior to this round, we had some Sultai Ultimatum decks and this Teamer Adventures deck. I've also heard it referred to as Teamer Turns. And
I
a lot.
really think that deck is cool. For some reason, like the gold span into All Runs Epiphany into Obosh thing is very fun.
I actually ran that deck this last week, and it is a lot of fun. I definitely could have learned to pilot it better than what I was, but it's a lot of fun. It has a lot of play. And
I want to quickly run down what the top 8 potentially looks like and also talk about the players who are still in it trying to get into the top 8. So we have 2 6-0s. Those should be locked, and they're both cycling. One is 4-color cycling, one is Jeskai cycling. Hogpog and Peto Martinez piloting those. The next ones we have, another Jeskai cycling in the hands of Omar Lopez Cabrera. Fabrizio Anteri is at 5-1 with Bant tokens. Kraus in Demir control, sitting in there at 5-1. Demian Luque, Demir Rogues. So Demir Rogues is hanging out. And then after that, we have a 5-1 Sultai Ultimatum. We have a 5-1 Esper or 4-color Doom Foretold list. We have a 5-1 Teamer Adventures with the taking turns, all runs Epiphany style. We have a 5-1 Soldier in mono red aggro, trying to keep the aggro dream alive. We also have another Teamer mid-range here at 5-1. This is actually, it's not Teamer. It is Naya with Unleash Fury. It's the Unleash Fury Naya combo deck. There's an Orzhov Humans list by D Beard that is like just lurking, probably has a win in next round, although it's hard to say for sure. This is human aggro with Rally the Ranks and General Kudro of Dranith. So a very low to the ground, interesting brew. Curious to see if that one can get in. We have another mono red lurking right there, hanging out in 13th place at 5-1. And then the last 5-1 player with a shot, probably playing a win in here, is playing Demir Rogues. And so 2 Rogues decks hanging out.
So we've seen cycling really take over today, but we see 2 Demir Rogue decks in the top 16 right now. Is Rogues possibly making a comeback now?
The Rogues matchup with cycling has looked really bad in the numbers. So I'm curious if they found a way to solve that matchup, because obviously when you're milling a cycling deck, the Zenith players get very scary. And since they play it at instant speed as a rogue player, you now have to hold up counter magic for the rest of the game or die. And the cycling deck is really good at pressuring you from all kinds of angles. So it's hard to hold up mana the whole game. So if they found a way to cure that matchup, I'd be impressed. But remember, the most popular deck in the meta was Sultai Ultimatum. And that's pretty good for Rogues. I think Rogues likes that and likes where they are in that matchup most of the time. And only one Sultai Ultimatum deck is at 5-1, if I'm seeing this correctly.
That is what I see too. I think it's worth noting too that when you're seeing these team or adventure lists that are also trying to go a little bit bigger, like the Sultai Ultimatum list are, those could possibly struggle against Rogues too.
That is very true. The also interesting, the deck that's lacking in the 5-1 and 6-0s, Naya Adventures, which was a big winner coming out of the MPL League weekend and was also a very represented deck in the field. I think we thought we'd see a lot more Naya, and there is one Naya combo build that is in there, but that's the only one. The adventure lists didn't completely take over the format like I think people were expecting. I think they particularly have trouble with cycling and Sultai.
Yeah, I think these cycling lists, just the flares can totally mess up the clock for the aggro list, and if you don't have any way of dealing with the graveyard or interacting with them, it's not good.
Yeah, a lot of Zenith flares flying back and forth today. Pretty wild, actually. I did not know I was coming to the cycling 2K Open.
It was secretly a draft tournament. That's what's going on.
I remember a lot of complaints about cycling in that limited format, but for me, it was always the best of one ladder had so many cycling decks because it just didn't take any rares. So you'd run against so many of them. And there was so many times where my opponent would start turn one and they'd cycle for one, and I'd look at my cool deck that I had brewed up and been thinking about all night, and I said, well, I guess I can't win, can I? I can't stop the Zenith flare, and I can't kill them that fast. And it was just over. It was very sad.
So
we
now
don't
you
need
have
to talk about my sadness, my brew failings.
Well, now you have cycling to make you sad and Tybalt's trickery.
Oh, yes. Lucky me. Best of one gamers have it rough, man. We have to rise above. It's a challenge every day. It's a struggle.
Okay, so I believe that there are just a couple matches left in this round. So I think we're going to send you all over to a break. And we will return with round 7.
Anticipation
she wants. Pick up the phone. I'll pick up the phone. Get what she wants. And get what she pick up the phone. Pick up the phone and get what she wants. I'll pick up the phone
And I, Mythic Michaela, have returned with Covert Go Blue, and we are jumping right into round 7 here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we are flying right into the battle, which I'm as surprised as you are, but we find ourselves looking at a pair of adventure lists. It looks like the last if we're watching a battle for top 8, then this is the last remaining Naya adventure combo deck versus Teamer adventures with the Alrun's Epiphany stuff.
You know, I'm always down to watch these adventures matchups. They're very interesting, and this matchup especially, the Naya list versus the Teamer list.
It does make me wonder kind of who's going to get their dragon, just cooking on time, right?
Yeah,
We
so
see double Edgewall Innkeeper. Do you say hello when you play a turn 1 Edgewall Innkeeper? I feel like that should be an emote requirement, because an Innkeeper probably greets everybody when they enter the inn, don't they?
Well, I have a confession. My emotes are on mute. Sorry.
How are you supposed to be able to judge the character of your opponent then?
I just don't. And we see a Bone Crusher Giant here. I believe that was drawn off the top of the library, if I'm not mistaken. So right on time. But we do have 2 Innkeepers in play.
And we see not much going on. Basically a lot of land, a Bone Crusher Giant, and a Shepherd of the Flock for Nem. Ooh. We see a pump fake here on the Brazen Borrower. Do you really want to bounce a Bone Crusher Giant?
Yeah, you have to think about that. Like, sure, you get the temple play, but now they have the Stomp back in their hand that can deal with our Brazen Borrower or Edgewall Innkeeper, depending on what opponent thinks is the most important to deal with.
Yeah, pretty interesting call there.
This is interesting. We see a dragon from the Naya side of the board for Nem. And that, I know this deck is really, it's about comboing with that dragon, right? Getting in for a whole bunch of damage with the dragon and then flinging it at your opponent's face.
Yeah, and I think we're an Unleashed Fury away from seeing that combo in action, but still has to find it, still has to draw it. On the other side, we don't have a dragon yet for the Teamer list, but there's a Saw It Coming, which is crucially, that is really good timing.
Yeah, you're going to need a way of dealing with that dragon, and that Saw It Coming is the perfect answer here. Especially when you want to be attacking with these Brazen Borrowers, right?
I'm wondering if we'll see these Brazen Borrowers just backed up by Obosh going the distance. It's possible.
Yeah, that's a way this deck can close out the game pretty fast. Now here, are you ever foretelling the Saw It Coming, or are you just leaving it?
I think there's 2 sides to that coin. It's interesting because... thinking about the Obosh too is interesting. But if you foretell the Saw It Coming, they might believe it's an Epiphany. If they believe it's an Epiphany, they might go for the dragon, thinking that they're about to see you take 2 turns in a row, which actually gets them to play into a Saw It Coming. But if they think it's a Saw It Coming, they might play around it. It's kind of an interesting mental gymnastics to do.
Well, here we're going to see the dragon cast, and I believe we'll see a Saw It Coming.
We better. If there was if Boris Maker was greedy and went for bouncing the dragon with Brazen Borrower, the Sajiri Shelter that came off the top would have really wrecked that play.
Okay, so here
I'm really tempted to get the Obosh and try to go Brazen Borrower on end step, Obosh, take 12. It's just a potentially lethal line.
Yeah, and it really doesn't give the your opponent many options there too. They're going to have a Bone Crusher to stomp in hand. It'd have to be something like Dragon plus Stomp in order to deal with that.
Well, this line does make that a possibility. you see the Shepherd of the Flock. If there is mana open, Shepherd can bounce the Bone Crusher Giant back to hand and then stomp a Borrower. It's still really close, but it would save Nem for at least a turn, I believe.
Yes.
They would take 2 from bouncing their own giant, but that's better than taking 6 from the Borrower. There's also the option of Kazul's Fury and throwing the giant at one of these.
Because that doesn't target, so they would save 6 damage total there and going to 5. Because we don't quite have enough to throw it at the Obosh here.
Mm-hmm. That 5 toughness. That rascally Hellion horror.
I'm interested to see which play they go for here.
Looks like the Shepherd of the Flock is preparing to target the Bone Crusher Giant. This is a very painful play. So going down to 9, going down to 3, Bone Crusher Giant. So Stomp doesn't get doubled by Obosh because it's an even costed spell. So if this goes the way I think it will, Nem will hang in there at 1 life.
Yes, and things still looking grim.
The Fury. The Fury was there.
Just no dragon.
Yeah, poor dragon ran into that, saw it coming.
If only they had saw it coming.
If only. Bum-dum-bum.
Sorry, that was the easy joke to take.
Never apologize to me for puns. Never. It is glorious. I adore it. All right, sideboarding.
All right, here I do know that Elder Gargaroth is typically something that comes in this matchup, and you also want your counter spells in this matchup from the teamer side of things.
Elder Gargaroth seems great against Goldspan Dragon, and it's just larger than all of their other creatures, sans a Fury hitting. I am curious what you bring in. It looks like the Naya player is considering Red Cap Melee and the Fire Prophecy, and Glass Casket, all being considered here, more removal, as well as Dranith Magistrate to keep adventure creatures stranded in Adventure Zone.
Yeah, Magistrate definitely will both be coming in. The card is extremely good, and it's pretty difficult for the teamer list to actually deal with. Like, yes, you have removal, but you don't really want to be using your Soul Seers on a Magistrate, right? If you're using Red Cat Melee, you're sacrificing a land to do that. You can get cute with the Bone Crusher Giant plays, but a lot of times your opponent's just not going to attack into that.
Miscast is something the teamer adventure player is considering, and that kind of surprises me. What do you think of Miscast?
So this is the list that is running, since we do have the combo, right, with the Flings and the Fairies. I believe that does make sense here. It's a cheap counter for those. It should counter those.
All right. So on the play, looks like it's Nem who gets to go first on this one. Ooh, look at this hand. It's got the Magistrate and your own Edgewall Innkeeper.
Yeah, nothing to really take advantage of that Edgewall Innkeeper here, but, you know, Magistrate being in the hand is super, super valuable, and you have your Dragon, right? You have a good portion of your combo. Now, on the teamer side of things, I love this hand. I think Brazen Bars, other than the Dragon, it's pretty good in this matchup. You have the Stock coming to respond to a Dragon or a combo, and you have your own Dragon. When I was playing this matchup, being able to get in with the Flyers was super, super valuable.
Yeah, I think I love the teamer hand the most. Brazen Borrower and Saw It Coming as a foreteller, good curve fillers, and now we see a Bone Crusher Giant. Bone Crusher Giant doesn't deal with the Magistrate, though, but this is a pretty good Brazen Borrower target, I think.
Yeah, it is. I don't know that we can be foretelling the Saw It Coming here in this situation.
I think it's worth thinking about
Yeah.
quite a bit. Like, yeah, I suppose you might fall too far behind on the board, but having a Foretold saw it coming, figuring out when to fit that in is so important when you play your dragon.
Yeah, the problem is you still have to deal with the magistrate. So that extra mana to cast it might just be worth it.
Mm-hmm. What would you do? Would you bounce the magistrate or stomp the Edgewall Innkeeper? You're playing into shelter either way.
Yeah, and so I think, that's a tough one there, right? Because you're not going to be able to cast your Bone Crusher this next turn because of the magistrate. And obviously, we have the sight to see that these Innkeepers aren't really scary right now, but anytime I see an Innkeeper on the board from Naya, I'm afraid of it.
The Innkeeper is always scary because even when their hand is empty, they're going to draw 3 adventure creatures in a row. You know this. I know this. Everybody knows this. How about that turn? Bone Crusher came off the top, had the option to kill the Innkeeper with the opponent tapped out, decided not to.
Yeah, that was interesting because I think, with these shelters that you're probably wanting to get those removal spells and not just have your cards like hard countered, your adventure cards.
Indeed.
I might have considered a Soul Seer on the Magistrate there with what we have in hand on my turn, because also I'm looking from the Naya side of things. I'm not really concerned about anything that's coming down in turn 4. I am concerned about these Innkeepers though. So
and it looks like that is the line. Soul Seer targeting the Drannith Magistrate, with probably also not to resolve thanks to another shelter in hand. Nem is going to have a tense turn here, though, because we've got the classic kind of, not Mana Flood because they were split cards, but one person has all the spells and not the lands, and the other person is really low on gas. And look at that. What did I tell you? They always draw the adventure.
Exactly what we needed.
They always draw the adventure.
Okay.
Hey, we saw it coming, and so did a Boris Maker.
And we find the Showdown of the Skelts, which is going to help us find that land for the dragon this next turn. Unless, very likely, it gets countered at this point. And a Glass Casket.
That Crush the Weak is tempting. If that Crush the Weak gets cast here, then that Showdown is coming down because, guess what? No mana for the counterspell.
So we see Showdown, and we found the land for the dragon. And I think we'll see another Innkeeper. You just keep finding the Innkeepers.
Yet another Innkeeper. Land drop 4, though, showing up almost just in time to keep Teamer Adventures in this. Would have really preferred it a few turns ago, but you take what you can get.
Now, it's worth noting... Okay, we do have a second red for the dragon. And we had it off the top of our library, too, so...
Yeah, this dragon is looking tough. I'm curious if we're going to end up brazen borrowing it.
I imagine you almost have to in the spot because, yeah, your opponent's going to get a treasure token, but you can't leave that in play. And we are going to have to figure out how to deal with this Magistrate at some point. The Soul Seer is in hand, so there is the answer, but yeah, that's going to be out of range here.
I was wondering there, we could have seen kind of a cute play of stomp my own dragon to make another treasure, so then you had the mana to cast the Bone Crusher Giant, and have a 4/3 on the battlefield for next turn. But instead, we saw Stomp the Face. I'm honestly not sure which is better. I just get excited by what I call cute plays.
It would have been really cool to see that play, honestly, but probably thinking it wasn't really necessary there.
Look at how much difference 1 mana makes, because this Goldspan Dragon can come down and produce 2 mana. But if there was 1 more land, you could also Soul Sear the Magistrate or hold it for the opponent's dragon. And since there isn't, we just have to sit back and can't even afford to play the dragon here.
Okay. We're going to go for the Soul Sear.
Man. Because of the Showdown of the Scalds, this actually doesn't play around any instant speed effect. 1 more counter could save the Magistrate, but Red Cap Melee won't do it. Okay.
Okay, so we are at 4, so dead to... If the dragon's not dealt with.
Dead to lots of things.
Dead to lots of things.
Many layers of death here. All right, the land allows for both adventure creatures to be played, which can, in theory, produce 2 blockers, trading with the Bonecrusher Giant. But we both know about the Red Cap Melee, and it's hard to see a way that this goes that doesn't lead us to a game 3.
I suppose Nem could just not cast the Red Cap Melee.
That is an option that I don't think the
it's
player
not gonna
will
happen.
take. We put this card in our deck. We know what to do with it.
Hey, you wanted something that could lead to not a game 3, and
No, I want a game 3. I'm very happy about this.
okay, so back to sideboarding. Do you think we'll see any changes here? So
I think there are some interesting options. Most of last game was a struggle to draw land that didn't really work out. Like, we see that Edgewall Innkeeper got trimmed. That kind of surprises me because the card's very strong, but I guess against Drannith Magistrate, it makes a little sense to trim on Innkeeper. It would be interesting to see if any of those trims get changed here on the play in a game 3 with top 8 on the line, with all the prizes at stake.
yeah, we're also bringing in that Crush the Week too, and I think that makes it make sense to trim an Edgewall Innkeeper too.
Mm-hmm. All right, game on. Who will pick up the win and continue in the tournament?
Interesting hand for the Naya side.
I was going to say no green mana, but that sneaky Kazandu Mammoth often gets me.
So it looks like here our teamer player is really hoping for that turn 3 Lovestruck Beast into turn 4 Great Henge.
Yeah, both players are sitting on this ideal start where they get to play Lovestruck Beast both modes early, and then their card advantage card. So Great Henge from the teamer player, Showdown of the Scalds from the Naya player, and then it's off to the races from there. We'll see what happens. But look at that draw, very timely. Like right on time to shut down the Lovestruck Beast. Oof.
Oh, that's not what you want to see. Okay, so we're going to see an Innkeeper, and I think we're just hoping to draw some type of adventure creature to start finding answers to this Magistrate so that we can get our Henge going.
Oh, yeah, the clock is ticking. If this Magistrate sticks around for 2 or 3 more turns, it's going to be hard to overcome. That Henge is not getting cast off this Edgewall Innkeeper or an Obosh anytime soon.
Yeah,
Another really good draw would be a dragon, because being on the play, your head in land, a Goldspan Dragon could generate mana, get the Henge down, and get the deck cooking very quickly and just provide a quick clock. And right now there isn't a great answer to that on Nem's side. So that's another card that you could see drawn that would matter. And there's another.
Gargaroth is great here because, we have an answer to their dragon if it comes down.
But look
no.
what there isn't. There isn't a second green.
Yes.
Oh my. That 3-color mana base built around pathways and not around like traditional dual lands. This happens a lot more than you think it should, that's for sure.
So it's interesting. What I do know about this deck is if you see someone putting in Obosh in their hand early, it's usually a good sign for the person who's playing against the teamer deck.
Yeah, you can pretty much go through the combinations of cards that could be in the hand, and it's either a lot of land or very clunky plays. How about that showdown? Do you like Shajiri's? Am I even saying that close to right? Shajiri's Shelter.
I believe so. That card is just, well, now the teamer player knows that they have it. Doesn't really matter because we don't really have any better options right now.
Yeah, nothing is targeting anything here. Obosh is coming down to make Edgewall Innkeeper relevant.
It makes our Henge castable if we ever draw the second green.
It does play around the Giant Killer in hand as well, which Elder Gargaroth does not. So maybe a little bit of a blessing.
Yeah, I really don't think that showdown draw was not the greatest.
It's far from the worst, but it wasn't exactly what we're looking for. Like in a perfect world, Nem would find the dragon, find the fury, combo off, and finish the job. You know, be out of here with the W, be dancing in the street, living a happy life in the top 8. But it looks like there's still a few more turns to put together. And let's see. Teamer could still get back in this. Really has to start with a green source. Man.
It's not green. We do have the sock coming, though, which could be... could make things not get any worse than what they already are.
That's probably the highest upside. The way you put that was awesome. Man, this Giant Killer can tap down Obosh, and the damage can start pouring in very quickly. The Showdown of the Scalds is still active on Chapter 3, so there are +1/+1 counters. That Dranith Magistrate is getting just big. It's dangerously large.
That Innkeeper draw this turn was great.
I feel like when you're trying to stop these adventure decks from drawing extra cards, you're just doing it wrong because you should just always assume they can draw 2 or 3 cards every turn at will because they always seem to find a way to get more cards. You have to, I don't know, you have to craft all kinds of other ways to pull off the game.
We're going to, oh,
Obosh,
didn't see the shelter there. I thought we were going to see a shelter there possibly.
I did too. And holding it, I think that the plan is to protect this Magistrate till the ends of the earth. I think that when you're playing against an adventure deck and they can't kill your Magistrate, how do they win?
Yeah. And getting these Giant Killers down too, that really stops the teamer deck from being able to win the way that they win best, which is just with like flyers. Yeah.
A tap down Giant Killer is actually really pesky for a dragon. They really don't like that.
Yeah.
Which showdown should we cast next? Let's see what the next 4 cards hold for us.
Oh, another Magistrate, just in case.
I feel right now for Borjas Maker, this like when your deck decides to kind of come up one correct color short in your crucial game, it's not a feels good. No. I really love this teamer deck. I've played it here and there. You said that you've been playing it a lot. It's very powerful. In moments like this, though, it just really makes you appreciate the good old days of actual dual lands.
Oh yeah, for sure. These lands are, the flip lands are great, but they're Yeah, they're not shock land, they're not dual land. You know, they really force you to know what your game plan is and like what's going to be important. And I don't know, maybe even to have the foresight to know what you'll draw.
Mm-hmm. So, what if we draw like 3 all runs epiphanies in a row?
You know, that card is really such a big deal in this matchup, right? Um, those taking extra turns can just really throw off the Naya deck and um, keep them from doing what they do best.
Now,
So yeah, that'd be a great out if we had it.
yeah, now that you mention it, we actually haven't seen any all runs epiphanies in this match, I don't believe. Or
Interesting, just foretelling the not coming there. I don't know if we're just conceding that it's like over at this point.
nothing else to do with the 2 mana, no way to protect the Gargaroth, and the giant killer driving the stake in the heart.
Oh,
I
fire
feel like
prophecy
we're
for the
a gold
Innkeeper.
span dragon away.
I think we're. How many spells can we cast here? 7, 9. Okay, I guess we have to cast 6 spells, but yeah, it's super close.
There's the good game. There's the red button. The journey ends probably here. Yep, there it is. Wow.
And I believe that means we'll see Naya in top 8.
As I believe the last adventure mage standing as well.
That would seem correct.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking really quick. I'm wondering if there's still a backup match potentially going on with another top 8 winning in, and hoping to get a word on that. If there is one, of course, we'll jump over to it. Oh, the round, it looks like, is tied up. Maybe we have results that we can look at. Let's see. Looks like, at least for me, most of the results aren't quite reported yet. But we do know that the top 8 will feature a Naya Fury adventure combo deck and 2 cycling decks. From there, we're waiting on word of who else is going to make the cut. So, what do you think of Naya Fury versus cycling? Do you have any insights in how that might play out and who that favors?
Not having actually piloted either deck.
Yeah.
You know, that's an interesting one. So I know the Naya deck doesn't have like a ton of ways of interacting with it, but I think in the sideboard they actually had a couple of answers. Yeah, we see a Tormod's Crypt, and I can see those glass caskets being valuable for things like the Fox or a Stinger. And another interesting card is they do have a Wilt. So unlike these Dimir decks that we've seen, they do have a way of dealing with the Improbable Alliance. And they can close out the game a lot faster than Rogues or Dimir Control, right? So
yes. I think that's one of the big features, that they can slam the door quickly before, double Zenith Flare is located. So I think that's probably a big deal in the matchup. You have to be able to clock and finish off these cycling decks. You can't just let them hang out and cycle indefinitely. And this version does have an Embercleave, which is in many ways cycling Kryptonite.
Yeah, I could see them definitely trying to close out the match quickly. I can also see a card like Clothies, which both can close out the match quickly, deals with the graveyard, and can pad your life total a little bit.
Yeah, that can help a lot, as long as you're not getting beaten down by the Fox, probably. It's probably great. There's also 1 Tormod's Crypt and 1 more Embercleave in the sideboard. So actually, I think that this Naya adventure deck did respect cycling in a way that few other decks did. We've seen again and again the cycling matches today. They go to sideboarding. We look at the sideboard for the anti-cycling tech in the opponent's deck, and we're like, I don't know if any of this is going to work. But here we have another Embercleave, 2 Glass Casket, a Tormod's Crypt. Like, there's a lot of answers if it is in fact a cycling match that this Naya adventure deck finds itself in.
Yeah, and having access to Stomp too deals with a lot of the creatures early on.
Indeed, indeed. Let's see here.
I'd be really interested to see how the Naya player, like what the Naya player decides to like board out of that matchup. It being a little bit more of a combo deck, becomes interesting. How much do you rely on the combo?
That is a good question. And usually sideboarding is really limited when you are playing a combo based deck. But here I think you want the combo. I think that cycling might have trouble interacting with that combo unless they're running red cap melee or something like that. So that's a really good question. Like, what do you take out? It seems like the combo is still pretty reliable most of the time. Maybe Showdown on the Scalds, a little too like tapping out for that doesn't produce much board presence against a cycling deck. That might be an interesting card to trim. Giant Killer doesn't seem particularly strong, only against an oversized Fox. So those are two things that stand out to me.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I know some of the cycling players are running negates out of the board too.
Mm-hmm. I'd be even more worried about Disdainful Stroke if anybody has that, because I like my dragons. Yeah, there are two Disdainful Strokes in Hogpog's list, for example.
Yeah.
But other potential top 8 matchups, there are still 2 mono reds in contention. I'm sure Naya Fury would love to play mono red. The adventure decks have consistently put the aggro decks in their place, kept them in check. So that is a matchup I'm sure they're looking for. And conversely, I'm sure mono red would love to play cycling. I'm sure that's exactly where they would like to be.
Yeah, if you can win before a good why am I blanking on the name of the card all of a sudden?
Is it the big boom boom one?
Yeah. The whole point of playing cycling.
The Zenith
Flare.
Yes.
I was like trying to say Frenzy and I knew that was wrong. Okay, Zenith Flare. Yes.
Yep,
yeah. I think that matchup becomes interesting because you're starting to like try to cast your Zenith Flares for a pretty low amount or to kill creatures just for the life gate and to prevent the damage.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm really curious to see what comes out on top, because there is a chance that if cycling does like just kills off all the decks that aren't ready for cycling, and mono red is like, you killed off all the decks that used to beat me, and then we're back to mono red. It could happen. It could all come back to mono red again. And that's, I guess, that is part of what makes this meta interesting. Your favorite deck is rarely, it's rarely completely out of it. It's usually just a little bit of a shift in what people play and a little bit of sideboard technology away from making a good run once again, which is always fun. It's fun when there are a number of viable strategies that aren't named like Omnath and Oko variants.
So I do believe that we will see at least one Dimir Rogues listed, and we will see at least one mono red aggro listed, and Bant tokens. Oh, take that back. I think 2 mono red aggro lists are going to be in. But
okay, do we have results coming in?
Yes, I do see a few results, but
nice.
I do believe our Orzhov humans have fallen.
Oh, the Orzhov humans. I was actually kind of pulling for the little guys, my people. Didn't quite make the cut.
So those are what I can see from looking at the results right now. We did have a Dimir Rogues and a Dimir Control list fall.
Okay.
In those matchups.
So Dimir Control by Kraus was sitting at, I believe, 5-0 and lost the last 2. That's a heartbreaker.
It is.
Yep. Mono red aggro. Teamer mid-range, which is actually the Naya Fury that we watched. Another mono red aggro. Yep. So those two. So both mono red aggros got their win and ins done and are into the top 8, where there are 3 cycling decks placed at number 1, 2, and 3. Wow. Talk about proving you're the right call for the weekend. All 3 of the top spots are cycling.
Yeah, I believe you said 14% of the metagame was cycling.
Yep.
And yeah, and seeing 3 at the top is super impressive. And I think I mentioned earlier, it's not a deck that you just pick up and you just start playing and get results with. So that's very impressive.
I'm looking at the rest.
So-
Yeah, Bant tokens making the cut. So Fabrizio and Terry's interesting take on the adventure build, still trying to get there. Toski, the squirrel, is still out there collecting nuts. And yeah, everybody's favorite deck, the one that they love more than any other, Demir Rogues. Good old Rune Crab is still lurking and could take this down. Although this looks like a tough field to play rogues. I would be terrified looking at this top 8 as a rogue player.
Yeah, definitely scary. And yeah, these 2 mono red lists showing that mono red is in fact still viable even in the land of Lovestruck Beast. So looks like we are going to take a break before moving on to the top 8. And so I believe that's it for the 2 of us, and we will be back with a new coverage team for top 8 too.
See you later.
Tried everything, coming right back, right back. Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there.
I'm coming right away, my dear. 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 I'm coming right away, my dear.
I'm coming right away, my dear.
The butterflies on my insides have all gone away. You're not along for the danger, but I'm here to stay. I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that. Not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. You can lose your halo. I don't really know what you waiting for. I've been feeling low. Won't you give me more? I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that. Not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone. You can lose your halo. You can lose your halo. You can lose your halo.
That's it right there.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
My baby and I like new silky sheets every night. He buys me fur and whiskey neat and keeps on coming every week. Ooh, he wants the summer with schools out for summer, and we live by his mother. I keep my not sure when he'll be home. Get into trouble on my own. I don't get lonely. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where school's out for summer. Yeah, we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cupboard 'cause I'm only sweet when I'm high. 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 I'm only sweet when I'm high.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Altiora 2K Open. I'm Jenna Mari, and I am here with the amazing Manny Davuti. How are you
Hello.
doing this evening?
I'm good, thank you. I've just been having a blast running this tournament all day. We've just been watching some great Magic, and I'm glad to see the top 8 play out.
Yes, we do have the top 8 and getting right in there. Are we going right into the matches, or do we have time to talk a little bit about the top 8?
I think we're heading into the match, but we can absolutely talk about some of the things as we get into it. The first match we're watching is going to be between Hogpog, who we have been watching on this cycling deck, go up against Termidor, who we actually haven't seen at all today. On an archetype we haven't seen that much, the mono red aggro deck that was really popular in standard a few weeks ago and then just kind of slowly falling off as we haven't seen it put up the win rates that it used to.
I was going to say, we've been watching a lot of Sultai Ultimatum all day, a lot of four color cycling all day, and we just haven't seen a lot of mono red. Where do you think it is right now in the current metagame? I see we have 2 in the top 8.
Yeah, I think a lot of players realized how to answer mono red, or at least try to sort of keep it in check. So it's not the dominant force that many people believed it was going to be 2 or 3 weeks into the format. At this point, we have seen it become more of a niche deck that can still absolutely put up results, but it is very much matchup oriented. Even the Sultai decks that mono red used to be quite good against have adapted a lot of their builds. So we are seeing it sort of shift around. Although I think we have 3 copies of cycling in this top 8, and typically mono red has had a decent matchup against the cycling deck. So it's possible that with the way the metagame broke down, the mono red decks are poised to make a run in this top 8.
Yes, and that is an interesting note to point out as well. 3 copies of cycling in the top 8. It's 1, 2, 3. What do you think about that deck right now, Manny? It's just so, to me, I find it very, very strange. No one really had respected cycling before, and now it's just suddenly this weekend just made a huge jump. What's changed?
I think one of the big things is the popularity of the Naya Fury and Naya Adventures decks that we've been seeing popping up in the last 2 weeks. Cycling is one of the decks that actually has a really good matchup against that archetype. And the way the metagame has shifted is we now have cycling, which is good against Naya and good against Sultai, while struggling a bit against the more aggressive decks, in a prime position to put up those numbers. Cycling has always been sort of inconsistent at times, but when it does pull off its game plan, as we've seen countless players do today, you're able to see great results from it when the metagame looks like it does.
All right. Let's also look up other decks in the top 8 that aren't cycling or mono red. We have Bant tokens, Dimir Rogues, and Teamer Midrange. Any notes about those decks, such as, I don't know, Dimir Rogues that we've seen sort of taken a nosedive, but kind of coming back? Maybe? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so Rogues is a bit weird in that the Rogues versus Cycling matchup is interesting. On the one hand, the Cycling deck doesn't have that many cards that need to be answered. Primarily, you just need to be able to kill some Foxes, which Rogues can do, and counter some Zenith Flares. The Improbable Alliances can be a problem, but Rogues does have some answers to them before they come down. If the opponent is able to land an Improbable Alliance before you have a counterspell, it can be really problematic for the Rogues deck. So Rogues typically not really well positioned against a lot of what the metagame is bringing right now, which is why it's interesting to see a copy make the top 8. The most interesting thing that I actually want to focus on in this top 8 is the copy of Bant tokens that we see Fabrizio
Right.
and Terry playing. This is really reminiscent to the Naya tokens deck that we've seen popping up recently in the hands of people like Crokies, really trying to focus around this Clarion Spirit and Toski combo, making sure you're double spelling every turn, making those tokens going wide, and then using the power of Toski, which can just give you a big boost of card advantage to try to put the game away in your favor. So Fabrizio here going with a Bant version rather than the Naya version that we've gotten used to seeing. The blue primarily in the deck for there's 3 copies of Fae of Wishes here. So definitely not something that we've seen. It's something a little new to this format, even though the deck is primarily green-white.
Yes, hopefully we'll be able to see more of that deck as we move on into the tournament. Let's switch over to Hogpog versus Termidor. Termidor on mono red and Hogpog on cycling. Let's see. Any comments on the openers? Looking good with that Fox and Probable Alliance. How about the mono red side?
Mono Red side does have everything they want to have in the Frostbite and the Bone Crusher Giant for Stomp ready to go to answer this Fox. No real explosiveness from the deck, but or from the hand rather, but they do have that all-important copy of Embercleave in hand, which is going to be really relevant when this Jeskai cycling deck tries to stabilize the board using something like Improbable Alliance. That is part of the reason we do see Mono Red doing well against Jeskai is typically this cycling deck is very much reliant on trying to make chump blockers because we have seen cards like Embercleave and Questing Beast falling in popularity recently. Not the case for this mono red deck. They typically feature 3 to 4 copies of Embercleave. So once that becomes the case, suddenly your 1/1 tokens from Improbable Alliance not really looking good as blockers, and you're not winning the race as attackers.
Sure. So you mentioned that the cycling deck can have a little bit of weakness against this deck. Now, as Hogpog is cycling through their deck, what kind of draw is needed or what kind of setup is needed to at least go in parity with the mono red deck with this type of pressure?
Looking at the list here from Hogpog, there isn't really much that will help keep them in the game. Zenith Flares will help a lot just to give you that big boost of life, but as far as things that can really help stabilize, they don't have any board wipes, at least in the main deck. They only have 1 copy of Shredded Sails to answer a Resolved Embercleave, so this game could be extremely problematic right now, considering Hogpog is short on cards. She doesn't really have any Zenith Flares or many cycling cards left to try to draw into the cards that she may need to win this game. And Termidor on their end already has that Embercleave ready to come down this turn, which is just going to be devastating for Hogpog.
Yes, like you said, usually 4 copies of Embercleave. It's just the 1-2 for your kind of dead game plan looking very good on Termidor's side.
Yeah, this game is looking very over. Hogpog can cycle that Savai Triome, but unless this is exactly Shredded Sails, I don't think there's a draw that will get them back into the game.
Like you mentioned, looking like Hogpog will pack it up for game 1 here. Let's move on to the sideboard. What kind of changes are we going to see when it comes to both players' sideboard games?
We're definitely going to see more copies of Shredded Sails come in from Hogpog, I think. Not great that you can't hit a flyer, but Embercleave is so important in this matchup that I would not be surprised to see them bring in the extra answer to it. Otherwise, in Probable Alliance, we see it boarded out, and we actually see the Shredded Sails boarded out. So rather than try to fight Embercleave by removing it, they're boarding out blockers, trump blockers, and going for I'm just going to try to win the race instead, which is definitely another angle of trying to attack the matchup. But as you can see from their sideboard, they just don't really have that many cards that can actually help in this matchup, which is part of why this is so tough for Cycling to try to fight.
I want to make a note about the new cycling card added to these decks, Iron Crag Pyromancer. It's dealing 3 damage to any target when you cycle a card. I mean, we're looking here at the mono red cards, a lot of smaller creatures. You still think it's not as good enough? Is it too slow against this type of deck?
It may be too slow. It is nice that it's a very clean answer to almost every creature that the red deck plays. So as long as you're able to get that Pyromancer trigger, you're able to do stuff with it. We see an all-important answer here in Terminor's hand in the red cap melee. And considering they have a Frostbite and a Bone Crusher Giant, this hand is perfect for picking off early foxes before they get out of hand and still being able to hold up that red cap melee for the Pyromancer. So yes, it can be a good card if unanswered, but unfortunately for Hogpog, the answers are there in Termidor's hand.
Yeah, looking like a perfect hand in terms of all the answers they need to possibly pull a victory here. Let's see. All right, Hogpog getting that Valiant Rescuer down.
This Rescuer being in this hand is nice because it essentially presents a 4th threat, and Termidor only has 3 removal spells in hand. So now if Hogpog chooses to go for the Fox over the Pyromancer, and essentially Termidor doesn't have an answer to it, this may bait them into using the red cap melee before the Fox gets out of hand, and then this Pyromancer can come down unanswered and try to take over the game.
Good point, Manny. All right. Ooh, Faceless Haven the draw there. Not much pressure on Termidor's side.
No, this is the exact type of game that Hogpog wants to be playing against red. It's turn 3, there's no creatures on the board. They've been able to present one threat at a time, and their last threat is going to be the most important one. So if Termidor plays scared around this Flourishing Fox and just tries to destroy it and this Pyromancer comes down unanswered, then this can be devastating for Termidor.
All right, let's see what they choose to develop here. Okay. Ooh, looking like what you had mentioned there, using the red cap melee on that Fox before it gets out of hand.
Yeah,
However, go ahead.
This is essentially the worst case scenario for Termidor. They have no pressure. They put themselves down the land, so they're not even able to snowball this board away. And that Pyromancer is going to be unanswered. So a single card draw spell like that Gopher Blood for the cycling means that Pyromancer is now poised to just completely take over this game.
Wow, yes, well played by Hogpog, keeping that Iron Crag Pyromancer until the coast was clear there. I think many people would have played that Iron Crag Pyromancer on 3, hoping that it sticks around a turn, but yeah, not much pressure. As you can see, total life at 20 still. We're so far in the mid game.
Yeah, the saving grace for Termidor right now is Hogpog has just a land in hand, although she does draw the cycling there to get that trigger and find another land. That allowed them to get a clean hit in with Faceless Haven, and if they make the read that there's no cycling spell available in Hogpog's hand, then they could continue these Faceless Haven beats, hoping that there's no double cycle here to get a Pyromancer trigger. And if that's the case, then they land Roiling Vortex. This game is absolutely within reach still for the mono red deck. They're just counting on some improbably bad draws from the cycling deck, considering they only run something like 19 lands.
All right. Speaking of no cycling, Iron Crag Pyromancer, the draw there. I mean, that's 6 damage to anywhere if they draw a cycling card, but Still none. Hogpog just chooses to play that land, most likely thinking that the read was last turn that there was no cycling card.
Yeah, once the jig is up and there's no cycling card in their hand, and Termidor is well aware of that, there's no longer value in holding the land. You want to make sure that if you draw something that chains multiple draws, you're able to make the most of them. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Although on Termidor's side, they have fully been capitalizing, and this glass casket is not the card. There's so many cards that draw an extra card in Hogpog's deck, but she has not drawn any of them. And now this Roiling Vortex makes sure that something like Zenith Flare won't be able to gain them some life. So this is going really poorly here now for Hogpog.
Yeah, they're going to need to find cycling card ASAP while this Faceless Haven beats down. Let's see if the block's made here. Looking like that's the case.
Yeah,
Can't
with Roiling
take too much
Vortex
damage
on the board, you can't really go to 2, considering no matter what you draw, you're going to have a clock on you. So I think that makes a lot of sense. But this is still rough. Hogpog has to make a decision here. Can you afford to cycle this and try to find something else, or do you play it as a 3-1 to block the Haven? Choosing to go for the cycle and get the damage in, and we'll see whether they'll take the risky line of passing and hoping they will be able to double cycle, or whether they're just going to pass the turn.
Right. Okay, Robber the Rich was the draw here. I mean, there probably won't be that many options, right? It's kind of hoping here you hit double cycle at this point since your life total's so low.
Yeah, you really only have the choice of double cycle after the Faceless Haven is animated. If you don't hit the second cycling spell, which mathematically Hogpog is definitely favored to hit here, considering they can cycle any card they find in their deck, including Triumphs. But if they don't hit that second cycler here, they'll be forced to chump block the Haven with that Ironclad Pyromancer. And at that point, there's very few draws that will get them back into this game.
All right, looking like Faceless Haven being activated here. Going in for the attack. Block is being made just in case they don't hit the second cycle card. Can they do it here?
Here we go. Game comes down to this.
Oh no, a land. Devastating.
Yeah, that's just a game-ending miss there. And Hogpog has 10 cards in their graveyard. Of those, realistically, I believe 8 of them are cyclers. Again, not a cycling card. Can't dig for another copy of copy of Zenith Flare, and unfortunately does not have blue mana to even activate this Improbable Alliance for a blocker. So this is just going to be game from Hogpog, and the match going to Termidor.
Wow, nicely played by both players. Unlucky there, not able to find the second one, but very well piloting for the mono red Termidor MTG player.
I do believe we have a backup feature, so we're just going to see if we can try to jump into that one. That is the match we talked about earlier between Fabrizio and Terry on that Bat Tokens deck, and Demian Loke on the sole copy of Demir Rogues in our top 8. So we're going to check in on that, see what the status is, and see if we can bring that for you.
Awesome. Yes, I'm excited to see that Bant Tokens list for sure. What were you saying before we cut into that game? Any notable facts about the Bant Tokens list? And is this sort of the evolution from Naya tokens to sort of a more Simic white-based plan?
I'm not sure. Fabrizio's brought a list that I hadn't even considered in cutting the red entirely. It is purely a green-white deck with some copy of Fae of Witches, which makes some amount of sense. It's a good adventure creature, 2 mana, 1/4 flying, blocks a lot of bodies, including all of the small flyers from the mono-white aggressive decks, plus having access to that Wish sideboard can give you some game against things like Sultai. But so I think the idea is absolutely interesting, but in execution, it's been doing well so far. 1/4 flyers, good with Toski. They draw you more cards, so maybe Fabrizio's onto something.
Right. And can we make a note or talk about Toski Bear of Secrets as a card? We've seen it sort of just pop up in recently. What do you think about that card, Manny? And where do you think that card's placed? I mean, we've seen it in Bant token or Naya tokens, Bant tokens. Other lists have been trying to play it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a card that many people expected to see constructed play when it was first spoiled. It looked like a limited all-star, an indestructible creature that can give you tons of card advantage is always scary in limited, but in constructed, it's just proving that when you're able to play these go-wise strategies, getting a big refill is always extremely powerful. And indestructible does matter in constructed. There's not really anything that removes it except for we see in Demian's hand an Erebos' intervention and Lulmage's domination. So two different ways to remove an indestructible creature from your opponent's side of the battlefield.
Right. I mean, let's have a look at this board state. It looks like Demian's up a game. Fabrizio, what can we see? Looking like the Rogues players a little ahead here.
Yeah, they were a little ahead. This Giganta came down from Fabrizio, and then the Lulmage's domination made a little suddenly become a lot. And another land for Fabrizio, already holding a bunch, not what he's looking for. GG thrown out. As soon as we were in, it was over, and Rogues moving on.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see much from that game, but is that where the Bant token's weakness is? Like not being able to get those flying tokens out as blockers? Is there anything we can say about that matchup?
I don't really know
what
how
we've
much
seen?
we can take away from that game, considering we came in pretty late into it. From what it looked like, Fabrizio had an Edgewall Innkeeper that had survived, but hadn't been able to find any adventure creatures in a deck that is playing quite a lot of them. So certainly the deck not functioning as intended internally. We're not really sure if he took any mulligans or what led to the board state that we came in on. But certainly I think one of the failings of the deck can be when you aren't able to go wide, when you're not able to land that Toski, when your Edgewall Innkeepers aren't giving you cards, because at its core, this deck is just a bunch of small creatures, right? Clarion Spirit, if you don't have that stream of card advantage to allow you to double spell every turn, it's just a 2-mana 2/2. That's not a constructed playable card. You need to have the guarantee of generating a token every turn for Clarion Spirit to be good. And if your deck fails at doing that, it's not going to function.
Very good point. Any other matches we can get into, or should we keep talking about the top 8 outlook here?
I think we should be pretty close to our semifinals, if not already there. We have finished both of our previous feature matches. So as we take a look, it looks like we may have everything. I think we should cut to a short break while we try to figure that out, maybe get the semifinals going, and then we'll come back with those as soon as we can.
Okay, sounds good. Before that, let's thank our sponsors. Thank you so much to the Gaming Stadium for helping out with coverage today. Ultimate Guard and Altiora for providing prizes for the 2K Open tournament. We'll come back after this break to bring you to the semifinals. See you soon.
When I was younger, I could fall asleep at night, dreaming of cotton candy clouds and jars of fireflies. Now I lie awake, the fantasy is gone. Are we still young? Are we still young? You have habits just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family.
I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9. Cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Altiora 2K Open. My name's Jenna Amari, and I'm here with Manny Davuti. We are casting the semifinals of the Altiora 2K Open. I think we have Demir Rogues versus Mono Red Aggro.
Yeah, that's the plan. The rest of our top four is another mono red player who we were just talking about the deck sort of falling out of favor, as well as a Jeskai cycling. So with Rogues cycling and the mirror in the top four, mono red is looking very good here to take this and maybe just have a mono red mirror in the finals.
Right. All right. Well, we're just getting into the game. Let's see what the quote unquote unfavored decks need to do to get through the mono red menace. All right. We see here Demian piloting Dimir Rogues, Pentusa on mono red. Looks like has a Robber the Rich down on the battlefield. Soaring Thought Thief to block.
Yeah, no real worries here considering Pentusa seemed to have been on the draw there and already played their land for the turn. Demian was able to just get the Thought Thief down and make the easy block. And now with that Merfolk Wind Robber, Demian has the option of just going second Thought Thief, get the full mill for 4 here, and really accelerate their game plan.
All right. Yeah, looking like the case. Still hovering on that Soaring Thought Thief. Decides to play it instead of leave up open mana.
Yeah, I think the big things that they were thinking about is, do I need to Heartless Axe something on the next turn? Well, not really. This Robber, Demian, is way down on cards, so it's not going to steal a card, and they don't mind taking 2 damage at 20. They're not going to be able to play something like Torbrand that turn, and Anax isn't a must Heartless Act as soon as possible on site, so I think that makes a lot of sense. Drown in the Loch not really countering anything with only 2 cards in the graveyard. Now, Demian is going to attack and get 4 more cards in the graveyard. That's 8. Everything is turned on. Now they have a hard counterspell and Drown. Heartless Act is up, and 9 damage even coming through. This is going to be a really quick game if Pinto is not able to find something to match Demian's speed in this game.
Looking like that Merfolk Windrobber getting blocked by Robber the Rich. What will come down here?
I think
Heartless
Demian is
Act?
thinking about Heartless acting the Anax, just because that will prevent Pintusa from making a token from the Robber of the Rich dying. You're always going to give them a token here regardless. You may as well make sure they only get 1.
Right. I mean, this is looking very aggressive for Demian's side.
Yeah, this is the type of hand and draw that you need to win the matchup as rogues, as if Mono Red is able to get off to a more aggressive start or have some copies of Bone Crusher, or what would be huge in this hand is Frostbite, considering they already have 3 snow, it can be a lot tougher because the Soaring Thought Thieves would just get answered. But as it stands, Pintu's hand has really been easily answered by what Demian is presenting, and these Soaring Thought Thieves are completely uncontested in a race that Pinto is nowhere close to winning.
I mean, yeah, look at that. Perfect. 6 damage in the air, Drown in the Lock in hand. What more can you ask for when you're sitting at 18 health against Mono Red when there's already 4 lands out?
Yeah, this is just absolutely perfect from Demian. Pinto not presenting the pressure that they need here. Bone Crusher Giant doesn't answer Thorny Thought Thief. Shatter Skull Smashing, they're a land short of being able to kill one of these thieves, and even then it would just eat a Drown Lock. So really, more or less all bad options for Pinto. And from Demian's side of the board, as long as you hold on to this Drown Lock, knowing that the race as it stands isn't scary from your opponent, you don't need to kill one of these champions. You just need to counter an Embercleave. That's what kills you. So hold on to this hard removal, hold on to this hard counter. You're not losing this race.
All right. Looks like Demian is also very much aware of that game plan strategy as well. Yeah, looks like all cards on the table for Pentusa this round. Ooh. Bone Crusher Giant. Was thinking about countering that.
Yeah, I think this is where Demian should be doing the math and coming to the realization that with that Bone Crusher, my opponent has 9 damage on board. 4 with the Faceless Haven makes 13, but you're never losing to that because you have the Drown Lock. So now there is a window for Pinto to draw something like Torbrand, which still wouldn't be lethal, and you still have that Thieves Guild Enforcer. The Mountain guarantees ends the game. Even with that Faceless Haven activation, it's just not lethal, and an easy game 1 win for Rogues.
Yeah, all right. Moving on to the sideboard games. Haven't seen this matchup in a while. Can you break us down in terms of sideboard plans for both players here, Manny?
We're going to see the Mono Red deck bring in one of the most important cards in the matchup in that Ox of Agonis. We should be considering maybe some copies of Fire Prophecy, just because it is an answer for 3 toughness creatures, which the deck can struggle with. The only real answers in the main deck and in the deck currently are Frostbites. On the Rogue side, you really want to make sure that you take out some of your conditional counter spells, maybe shave down on a few draw spells, and try to get some more removal into your deck. We do see 2 copies of Crippling Fear in the deck. That's actually something that we've had seen more theorized when we were heading into this meta and when we saw Kaldheim being spoiled as a card that would be really good in Rogues, because it essentially allows you to play an asymmetrical board wipe, which is something that Rogues really wants to keep up with its bad matchups, which are the aggressive decks. Some other things we saw were a Deadweight and a Mogus's Favor in the Rogues deck. I think those are nods to having repeatable removal because of Luris. Mogus's Favor already repeatable removal. Deadweight gives you that extra -1 on the toughness, but only repeatable with Luris. So a bit more conditional, but still really good tools for keeping this red deck in check.
All right. Yeah, very well prepared. It looks like very well prepared list when it comes to this Rogues deck. Mulligan to 6, presenting with this hand. Not looking bad.
Not a bad 6. Soaring Thought Thief going to do a lot of work in this hand. Unfortunately, there is a Frostbite already sitting in Pintu's hand, so if they draw another Snow permanent, they would enable it, which I think should be the primary consideration in them wanting to actually cast Faceless Haven this turn over the Shatterskull Smashing as a land.
I see. All right, another Soaring Thought Thief as a draw. Temple of Deceit finds eliminates, puts to the bottom, however.
Yeah, a bit awkward sequencing here from Demian, essentially forcing themselves into playing that Windrobber this turn and not being able to double spell next turn either by playing the Temple there and putting Eliminate on the bottom, which is quite a good card in this matchup. So Demian showing that perhaps they feel like the post-board games, their priority may have shifted a bit from trying to just remove everything to maybe just looking for more lands to be able to cast their spells here.
I see. Yeah, the Strand in the Lock not completely turned on quite yet with no things in the graveyard, although Thieves Guild of Enforcer, that's a pretty good draw.
That was a pretty good draw. It's a bit of a ways away from being able to have Death Touch, and this is where things are problematic. Drown in the Lock doesn't really do enough here because there's only one card in the graveyard, 3 with the Thieves Guild Enforcer, but that means there's no answer to this Embercleave. I think there was a consideration from Demian's side to potentially use this Drown before Pintu went to attackers, just to make sure keep them off that 3 attackers that will allow them to cast Embercleave, because your hand and board don't really answer this right now.
All right, the block going on that Fireblade Charger. Trying to get a possible 2-for-1 here. Although we know from Caster Vision, a lot of different options for Pentusa.
Yeah, I do like this pass from Demian. Doesn't want to preemptively use the Drown Lock and essentially give Pintu the free Embercleave on whatever creature Demian is not targeting. Instead saying, I'll accept the trade if you want it. And now that first strike damage has essentially happened already, if Demian wants to use the Drown Lock now, at least they won't take double strike damage from the Embercleave anymore.
All right. Yeah, Demian just thinking through the turn. Do they want to cast this Drown in the Lock before other damage? What would be the play here, Manny?
It's tough. I feel like your game plan is currently severely hindered by the lack of cards in your opponent's graveyard. So wanting to go for Soaring Thought Thief and essentially get more value here seems really tempting to me. From Demian's side, you get some more mill, and you also set yourself up to get to 8 cards next turn, which means your Drown Locks are a lot more potent. This is giving the window for Pintu to resolve this Embercleave and make sure their Fireblade Charger doesn't die. Yes, it's already dealt double strike damage, but it would become a 2/2, so it would still survive the essential fight with the Enforcer if they wanted. But Pintu, rather going for the more aggressive line instead of trying to control the game, they just want to end the game. They want to get this Annex down. They want to be fully in charge of the board, and having these large creatures that are just so devastating with Embercleave.
Yeah, Demian looking like on the back pedal here. Not a lot of pressure compared to game 1 that we saw. And now Annex slipped through. Yeah, Embercleave not even needed here, right? There's just a lot of pressure on board right now.
Yeah, exactly. This is the power of the line from Pintu. By putting down this Annex and creating these 2 large attackers that your opponent doesn't want to fight well, it essentially makes your Embercleave so much stronger, because you only have to use it if your opponent acts first. As long as they don't act, they're dying, and you can hold this Embercleave back, which is why we see Demian playing around the first strike damage so well, allowing this Fervent Champion to live, keeps creating this step of first strike damage, which is really helpful for playing around Embercleave.
All right, 2 tokens being created upon Annex's death. Land was the draw. Yeah, nothing left to do than cast this Soaring Thought Thief.
This is not that bad from Demian. Now you have this Drown Lock. You can actually choose to play this a bit more defensively, in my opinion, and just leave the Soaring Thought Thieves back and force your opponent to act. Because as it stands with this attack, you're again giving priority to Pintu here. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Pintu can just send this to the face down to 6 and Debian has to really think about whether they want to drown lock this, but if they do, they die to Embercleave. If they don't, they go to 6 and they're being forced to trade with the Bonecrusher Giant. There's no real good line here from Demian.
Right. Especially since Phoenix of the Ash just sitting in the grave waiting for another land to escape.
Yeah, once that Phoenix starts escaping and gets your graveyard size down, the real value of escape in this matchup, suddenly Demian's Soaring Thought Thieves are back to 1/3s. This Drown Lock doesn't really do anything, and everything is bad from Demian's point of view.
Exactly. All right, looking like the Soaring Thought Thief will block, as you mentioned previously. First strike damage comes in, and the trade just happens.
Yeah, excellent sequencing from Pintu, really making sure to not give Demian any value from this potential counterspell or removal spell in hand in Drown Lock, and forcing it out with this Bonecrusher Giant, recognizing that Demian has to use their mana at some point or they're going to die.
Ooh, into the story, the draw here. Okay. All right,
that's
you have
really
access
good.
to Clink to Dust, can get you up to 6 health. Frostbite was a draw. All right, so what's the move here? You can double frostbiting. Still not lethal due to the Cling to Dust health.
Yeah, I think from Pintu's point of view, you're going to put the Embercleave on the Fervent Champion here. It still represents lethal unless your opponent has Cling to Dust, but if they do have Cling to Dust, at least you get rid of the Soaring Thought Thief, so your opponent's side of the board is empty. Opting to actually go for on the token, and a bit of a misstep from Demian, exiling an Anax rather than the Phoenix of Ash that is in Pintu's graveyard. Leaving that there can end up being costly if this game goes a bit longer than expected.
Right. Ooh, look at this. Law Mage Domination, the draw. So now you can use Law Mage on that token and leave up mana for Heartless Act. Is that the play here?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. Part of the problem here for Demian now, because they left that Phoenix in the yard, is if the Phoenix comes back, it escapes with a counter on it, so you won't actually be able to Heartless Act it. You can only Heartless Act to remove the counter from it, and then block it with the Soaring Thought Thief, which means now your Thought Thief has to stay back here on defense.
Oh my gosh, and there's that land.
So the best option here actually for Pintu with that Snowland is Frostbite the Soaring Thought Thief, play the Phoenix in your hand for 3 mana, and that's just guaranteed lethal through a Heartless Act. So that Snow-Covered Mountain, a pretty huge draw for Pintu, as now Demian just has no option facing down 2 lethal attackers.
Amazing piloting from Pintu's side.
Yeah, Pinto just really navigated this game well and made sure that Demian, in the rough start and rough spots that they had to start out this game, wasn't able to cobble together a way to get back into it, because it's so easy for Rose to just top deck that into the story, and suddenly the game completely turns around. Pinto wanted to make sure that wasn't going to be the case in this match for them.
All right, yes. Now we have rogues on the draw. Is there a play draw advantage when it comes to playing these sorts of decks, Manny?
Yeah, absolutely. We see how important it is to have that Soaring Thought Thief down early and start getting those mills in while you're safe to do so, because the red deck isn't presenting that much pressure. Swapping around the play draw means that the number of turns you're able to get setup mills in by attacking with something like a Soaring Thought Thief are much lower for the Rogues deck. So you'll have to make more happen with less, and that's always difficult in this type of matchup.
All right. Speaking of play draw, this is what Demian decides to keep on the play. What do you think about this hand, Manny?
The hand from Demian is a bit awkward in that it has two adrenaline locks with no real ways to enable them, but the cards themselves are very powerful. The hand from Pinto is absolutely insane. It has a removal spell, it has a full perfect curve, so everything you could want is in Pinto's hand. It just unfortunately lines up a bit awkwardly against this removal heavy hand from Demian.
Mm-hmm. All right. At least we know that Drown in the Lock doesn't have any power right now, but we do have an Eliminate in the hand.
Yeah, Eliminate ready to take care of this robber, so Demian not too worried about that stealing anything potentially valuable. Should kill it before the attack, as once you attack, that trigger will go on the stack regardless.
All right. Thinking about it, though, whether they just let this through, I guess what they're thinking as well is that do they save the Eliminate for the 3-drop, which is like an annex?
Yeah, these drown locks aren't going to be active next turn, so that's a really great point in that if you don't care about your opponent taking this card, and if you don't care about this 2 damage, by leaving up the mana, you're essentially bluffing a Soaring Thought Thief here. So yeah, this is actually great sequencing from Demian to bait Pinto into not attacking with that Fireblade Charger and still getting rid of the robber. A bit of mistiming there. I believe you could eliminate with the robber trigger on the stack and equalize hand sizes so they don't exile a card, which is relevant now with Faceless Haven being a rogue, essentially giving access to those exiled cards from robber later on into the game.
Yep. Yeah, even I forget that Faceless Haven is any creature type. Very, very interesting card there. All right, more lands for Demian. Can't seem to find a way to enable those Drown in the Locks.
Yeah, this is exactly why this draw from Demian and the keep was a bit awkward. Drown Lock, really powerful card when you can enable it, but when you can't, it's a bit of a dud. That's the reason we haven't seen this absurdly powerful uncommon from Eldraine see more play than it has, which is kind of ridiculous to say considering how dominant Rogues has been. But this card has limitations, and ideally Demian would want to kill this Anax before casting Crippling Fear, so just chooses to pass the turn here. But with Drown Locks not being active, how are you going to kill this Anax? That's the big question. And if you don't, then all of these creatures will be replaced by tokens that can continue putting pressure on. This is a really tough spot for Demian.
Yeah, very tough spot. I mean, yeah, you could Drown the Lock, the Fireblade Charger. I guess you have to here. Still a little awkward of a play, though, because that also telegraphs that they probably don't have any rogues in the hand.
Yeah, it makes it pretty clear that they are scared of a 1/1, so the flash rogues don't really exist in that hand. Might Drown Lock this Anax, as this robber as well, now that there's a second card in the graveyard, and this will then lead into you being able to Crippling Fear the board and only giving them 1 token from Anax, but this spends every resource Demian has.
Yeah, the rogue there, but not a very good rogue. I mean, there's no ETB mill effect, but yeah, looking like Crippling Fear's the play to get rid of this board. All right. Assembly worker.
Yeah, may as well play it safe. There's no assembly workers.
I did not know that was a creature type.
A classic creature type, as it were. But yeah, this is a stable board from Demian, but now we see the problem. They spent a lot of resources. All they have left is Aloris, and on the other side, Pinto still has a ton of gas, and the all-star that has made Mono Red so good in New Standard, Faceless Haven, sitting on the other side of the board, waiting to start getting attacks in.
Yes. All right. Only lures as a playable. Not enough cards in grave to draw off this Merfolk Windrobber. Yeah, the draws haven't been in Demian's favor for sure.
No, and now they're going to get the bad to worse news that Frostbite is waiting to answer this Luris. Anax is going to come down to fully keep the pressure train on, and I think unless Demian draws exactly into the story this turn, this game is going to be very over very quickly here.
All right, but even that being said, a lot of pressure on the board. What would the draw need to be, even if it was an into the story, to sort of get back into this game?
It definitely wouldn't be the end-all be-all. It would just be the beginning. But
there it is. Oh my goodness.
Oh, but I forgot that there aren't even enough cards in the graveyard. This is a full 7 mana into the story.
I feel so bad.
Yeah.
Took us into the story island, Merfolk Windrobber. Yeah.
It was really tough spot from Demian. The hand they kept, again, just a little awkward. All removal, always great, but if you can't turn on that Drown and Lock with like a turn 1 Thieves Guild Enforcer just to get that first few cards in the graveyard, you're going to see the game happen like it did, which was Demian just expending too many resources to get too few cards out of the mono red player's hand, and you're never winning that game.
Still, though, very, very well piloted by both players. What's happening now? Are we going into the final match very soon? Do we have another feature match to watch?
It looks like our other semi is done, so we are going to go to one last short break, make sure the finals is set up, and once we have that, we'll be back to finish this event out and find out who the champion of the first Altiora MTG Arena Open is.
All right, sounds good. You heard Manny, guys. Stay tuned for the finals of the Altiora 2K Open. We'll see you guys shortly.
But not alone too much, 'cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. They've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, 'cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo, and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school, but not learn too much, 'cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Altiora 2K Open. My name's Jana Amari, and I am here with Manny Davuti. We are bringing you the finals of the tournament today. What do we have, Manny?
Well, Jana, contrary to what Mono Red's 29% win rate in League Weekend last week would suggest, we actually have a Mono Red mirror here in our finals. Not thoroughly expected coming into the tournament, but once you see the top 8 metagame, 3 cycling decks, 1 Dimir Rogues, the 2 Mono Red decks are suddenly feeling quite good about their position and what they brought.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Sultai, we've seen Teamer, we've seen a lot of cycling. Yeah, Mono Red, like you said, just risen from the ashes seems to be with this sort of metagame.
Yeah, all faithful here, and just looking at the differences between these lists, not that much. It looks like the list from Tormodor is a bit more big. It has 2 copies of Goldspan Dragon in the main, so certainly able to go a little over the top compared to what we see from the opponent here, as I'm trying to just see their name. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Pintus, compared to what we see from Pintus as we go into the game. So in the mirror, it's going to come down a lot to draws, and Tormodor being the 6th seed compared to Pintusa's 8th seed means they have the play draw choice, which is going to be massive here in this top 8.
All right. Yeah, we'll have to see the openers here. All right. What can we say about Termidor's hand versus this Pentusa Mulligan keep?
Tormodor's hand is very nice and aggressive. It has the stomp, which you're definitely looking for, and the double fervent champion. Unfortunately, it doesn't line up great against the Fireblade Charger, which Pentusa has, and it doesn't have a 3rd land yet. So once this Charger comes down and essentially slows down these attacks, Tormodor could have been in trouble if they hadn't drawn that 3rd mountain.
Mm-hmm. All right. Looking like the 2nd Fervent Champion played there, but no attacks.
Yeah, I love the sequencing from Termidor. They know that at some point this Fireblade Charger is going to get rid of a Fervent Champion. That port is only going to come after Anax comes down, allowing the champions to replace themselves.
Right. So for people new to the game, or just veteran players at home, you know, they always say the mono red mirror it can be tough. Like how do you want to approach this mirror, Manny? Is it just like we see from Termidor, just go wide with your board kind of plan? Like is it more, I don't know, methodical?
So it's funny
Or-
because the mono red mirror can be tough. There are certainly games where both players' cards line up very well against each other, and you see back and forths, and it's really about leveraging the resources that you have, seeing how things line up, and making sure that you're saving your answers for the right things, slowing down when necessary, not always about putting your foot on the gas. That game is not indicative of any of that. That game was purely Termidor having a 1, 2, 3, 4 curve that was perfect on the play, and Pentusa's hand on the draw just did not line up well against it at all. They had a Fireblade Charger, and that was it. If they're playing Anax and then suddenly they're taking 12 damage on turn 4, that's not a game they're coming back into. So yes, Mono Red Mirror can be nuanced. It can be tough. There are a lot of aspects to it. It's not the stompy beatdown matchup that you can expect sometimes, but there are still that type of game.
Right. And how about the sideboard plan? When you're boarding in so much removal, what are the things you want to cut out for the mirror?
Well, we were talking about how the deck is a bit bigger over on Termidor's side. They have those Goldspan Dragons in the main. On the other side, Pentusa has those in the sideboard and opts not to bring them in, showing this isn't a matchup where you want to go big in. Rather, the big card that's coming in are those copies of Scorching Dragonfire. 1, more removal. always good. 2, and more importantly, an exile effect, really relevant for getting rid of Anax and not giving your opponent tokens to continue beating you down with. And what is really good about 3 damage removal is it answers Bone Crusher Giant, it answers Anax, and very importantly, it answers Faceless Haven. So certainly a lot of value in these Scorching Dragonfires in this matchup.
All right. Yeah. I want to also make a note too while you were talking about removals in the hand. Pentusa snapkeeped the 2 Fireblade Charger land Frostbite hand. Was that how do you feel about that hand compared to maybe something with more loaded on removal such as Termidor's hand?
I think on the play, you need to be the aggressor, or at least try to be. So that's Pentusa recognizing that. Unfortunately, the problem with their hand is there's no Faceless Haven, there's no Bone Crusher Giants, there's no Anax, so they're lacking in follow-up, which means this hand from Termidor that is so removal heavy will get rewarded in a few turns when they're able to remove all the creatures and potentially land some threats.
All right, looking like Bone Crusher Giant going down on this Fireblade Charger. And that's going to be past the turn. No Anax or any 3-drop creature from Pentusa.
Yeah, and Termidor not worried at all about any of that because it hasn't come down. So instead, making a read, what does my opponent with 3 cards in hand and 3 mana and not casting anything have? It's either removal spells, or an Embercleave, or a card like the Acheron War. So there, Termidor opts to pass the turn, play this 1 damage trade game, rather than play their Bone Crusher Giant into something like a potential Acheron War. Play it slow, remove your opponent's creature, untap, have more options.
And was that the read there? Since no Anax came down on 3, just simply use the Scorching Dragonfire on that 1/1 just to control the board more?
Yeah, I think this is continuing from Termidor to say that I'm making the read that your hand is awkward cards that you either can't or don't want to cast right now. If that's going to be the case, we're going to keep trading damage back and forth, and I don't want that to add up. I have enough removal spells in my hand to be able to use this and still have enough. So I'm going to essentially put the onus on you to make the first move in terms of putting something into my removal here.
All right. So choosing to play the Bone Crusher Giant with Red Cap melee open instead of the Torbrand there. And that's the move that you were talking about there now, Manny. The Crone War has to go on this Bone Crusher Giant since there's just no other creatures on board for Pentusa.
Exactly, but this is going to be a little awkward as now Acheron War is one of the few answers that this deck has for something like Torbrand in the mirror. So with the Acheron War getting expended there, Termidor knows that their Torbrand will eventually be safe. Love this line, doesn't want to overextend or try to remove the Bone Crusher Giant as they know they're going to get it back on the next turn, opting to save their life total with this chump block, and now can just Scorching Dragonfire down this Faceless Haven, essentially preserving their life and getting their Bone Crusher back.
Very, very well sequenced there.
Yeah, Termidor playing this fantastically.
All right. Yeah, Pentusa left stranded with 2 Frostbite. I mean, that's going to answer the Torbrand at least.
It's going to answer the Torbrand, but it is at the cost of literally everything they have.
Yes.
They have no Faceless Havens, just a Castle Emberth in play in terms of lands that do more than just tap for mana. They only have the 2 cards in hand, and they're about to give this Bone Crusher Giant back. So when they choose to Frostbite twice on this Torbrand, as they very fortunately draw in a Crone War to essentially delay this by another 2 turns. When they were going to choose to do that, they would have expended everything. Now they get to buy themselves some time.
All right, a Crone War coming down on that Torbrand. Like you said, biding the time. Ooh, Snow-Covered Mountain. The draw there losing a little bit of
Termidor
steam.
now just has
And
to
not many ways for mono red or at all to draw cards.
This is interesting. This is the first time we're seeing Termidor get a little impatient in the matchup, as they do want to put pressure on, which makes a lot of sense, but that was their Torbrand that they were going to get back in two turn cycles. The opponent was only really going to get one attack in with it. And now, because of it, Pintusa is able to leverage these two Frostbites in their hand, only take 4 damage there, remove the board, and if they draw the first threat post removal, they're going to be way ahead. But unfortunately, Termidor has the Faceless Haven to be the first threat.
Right. Okay. Oh. Well, I mean, Pentusa has answers for that Faceless Haven at least.
Yeah, Pintusa, not under that much pressure right now, has an answer to that Faceless Haven, and by a answer, I mean 3 answers. But certainly hoping that they're able to draw something to put on some pressure, as they can taste that there's a window open right now for them to find some threats backed up by this removal. But if Termidor just continues drawing threats, that window's going to close pretty quickly.
Right. How interesting did this game turn out? It was looking pretty good for Termidor, but now everyone's just top decking things and having just the answers that they need, weirdly enough.
Yeah, this is the nature of why the mono red deck matchup can be nuanced, and now we're seeing an attack from Termidor, but this red cap melee from Pentusa, one of the few clean answers in this mirror match against Torbrand, will clear the Torbrand and allow Haven to animate and block this charger without losing its life. And Pentusa at 8 life with the threat now, the oops from Termidor, this is suddenly fully in Pentusa's favor.
Right. Still having access to at least a 3-mana removal. Yeah, it looks like Faceless Haven beatdowns.
Faceless Haven beatdowns indeed, and Termidor with just a mountain in hand. They essentially have 3 draw steps. Actually, with that Castle Embereth being able to activate it, that cuts the clock down by an entire turn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's pretty interesting how this game evolved. Ooh, another Frostbite. All right. A lot of different answers.
Yeah, we're going to see whether Pentusa will just attack and allow Termidor to chump, or whether they'll try to just force the 5 damage in to keep the clock going. And by doing so means that if Termidor bricks on this draw and Pentusa draws an untapped land, they're just going to be able to win the game through this blocker next turn.
Ooh, finding that Frostbite. Now that's an answer to Faceless Haven.
It sure is. That is not a brick. This Faceless Haven is now answered. And from Pentusa's side, you have to wonder, is this a bluff from Termidor? Why would they not leave the Fireblade Charger back to block if they don't have an answer? Termidor should definitely be allowing this Haven to attack. You want to bait Pentusa into activating that Castle Embereth. Even if they attack, they can't cast Embercleave. They're mana short, so it's not like they can punish you for it in response. So a little bit too eager from Termidor could have potentially baited Pentusa into a unforced error, and then would have been even further ahead.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it can get a little scary, I guess, the Faceless Haven. But all right, Fireblade Charger, nothing on the battlefield. All right, looks like Fireblade Charger staring down at each other.
Yeah, this matchup has very much become the full mirror match. 4 Frostbites drawn from Pentusa, I think 2 Frostbites drawn by Termidor, multiple Fireblade Chargers from both sides, and that Frostbite is actually the first quote-unquote mirror breaker. Sorry, that Robber of the Rich is the first breaking of parity here, as now Termidor going down to 3 has to trade off this Charger for this Robber and needs a draw this turn. And that's not it.
Unfortunately, it was a land.
And this is lethal. Fireblade Charger with a pump and then Frostbite on itself or the Robber drawn means we're going to game 3 in this final match.
All right. Yeah, that was a little close. Like it was looking very, very good for one side, and then the other side just kind of coming back from seemingly nowhere. But I think that's what you said before. It's just the sort of realizing what threats you need to control and where you can find those openings for sure.
Yeah, post board, these mono red decks do become very grindy. There is a lot of removal, and it does become this trade and exchange of resources as you try to posture for position and see which player will come out on top. And I really love this sideboard decision from Pintusa, bringing in the copies of Ox of Agonis post board. Like we saw that
Ooh.
game, both players' hands emptied fairly quickly, and it became a top deck war of who could draw the removal source versus who could draw threats. Ox of Agonis is a complete mirror breaker in that sense. Yes, you can get punished if you have a very passive draw and your opponent's very aggressive and you don't have the removal spells for it. But as soon as you get past that hurdle of the game, that's when Ox of Agonis becomes the king of the matchup.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if that matchup this game gets as grindy. Because I mean, look at Pentusa's hand. What do you think about that? Looks like the nuts to me.
Yeah, Pentusa's hand looks amazing. Termidor does have some great threats, including the turn 2 robber to try to get aggressive with, but now Pentusa has an excellent turn 2 stomp, turn 3, play a 2-drop, leave up Frostbite Curve if they want, so tons of option available to them, but that exile is huge.
Mm-hmm. Having a Bone Crusher Giant in exile, very good for the mirror, allowing you to remove and just pose a 4/3 threat. But like you said, this Robber the Rich getting taken down with that Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah, and I think the fact that there's a Bone Crusher Giant exile now should give Termidor some pause to just playing this Robber of the Rich here, as you really want to try to set the game into a state where you're able to attack with that Robber and cast that Stomp. As long as your opponent knows you have that Hasty Rogue, they're going to remove it. They're not going to give you that attack. So the surprise factor is quite valuable for Termidor, and they have just let that go by playing that Robber there while tapped out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you said, getting Pentusa quickly identifying that was going to be. Sorry, these emotes are quite funny.
I respect a good emote war when it comes to a finals.
Exactly.
You have to get the psychological warfare in there.
All right. Okay. Well, Pentusa missing the 4th land drop for the Crone War.
Yeah, that's really big because if this annex was stolen, that could just be a game-ending amount of pressure from Pentusa. As is, they don't really have a choice but to just frostbite away that annex. The Satyr tokens that the annex makes when it or other creatures die can't block, so this means Pentusa knows the road is clear for them to get aggressive. Now, whether Termidor will want to use Redcap Melee to get rid of this robber or not is yet to be seen.
All right. I mean, looking pretty good for Pentusa's side, but as we saw in game 2, things can, come back if there's a slot that allows it. What series of draws is needed here for Termidor to either get ahead or at least back on parity?
Termidor just really needs some sticky cards like Bone Crusher Giant to land. The fact that you're able to remove a creature and play a 3 toughness threat of your own is why Bone Crusher is just potentially the single most important card in this matchup, and why it's so valuable for Pentusa to have drawn 2 and unfortunately get 1 exiled by Termidor's Robber of the Rich. But it's going to take a lot right now. Termidor is quite far behind, and Pentusa is drawing better because Pentusa can draw any of the spells that are good in the matchup, but also right now their lands are more valuable.
Yeah, with that Faceless Haven being able to attack, especially since they just drew the 4th land. All right, let's see what the play is here. A lot of different options. Oh, okay. All right. We will wait. Lost Manny there for a second. let me just as Janamari solo this casting. All right, looking like Fireblade Charger coming down from Pentusa. That is the line they are taking. I mean, they're looking very, very good in this matchup. Termidor deciding to take out the Robber of the Rich with the Scorching Dragonfire to sort of keep the board state clean. Let's see. Okay, that's interesting. Fervent Champion going in for an attack. Looking like just wanting to trade that off. Which is a decent trade since they have the Bone Crusher Giant for pressure anyways, but the last card was Red Cap Melee, so that's going to get taken care of. All right, Termidor MTG drawing into Faceless Haven, no other action. We see Pentusa with the Crone War, however, waiting on a bigger threat. Ooh, Ox of Agonis, pretty good. I mean, me and Manny just keep talking about how mono red mirrors can become explosive, then sort of turn into grindier matchups once both players sort of figure out how to control each other's board states. Super interesting. If Pentusa is able to draw that last land, it could definitely pull them further ahead, since, you know, having that card advantage decent in the mirror. Let's see, they're just sort of thinking through the turn whether to attack with a Faceless Haven or just develop their board with the Bone Crusher Giant, and looking like that's the play there. Just keep on developing threats on the battlefield while they have an advantage. Ooh, another Faceless Haven draw for Termidor. Something you don't really want to see. Just gonna hold back there. Likely using the Faceless Haven as a blocker, hoping Pentusa doesn't have anything here to remove that. Pentusa just drawing the 5th land for Ox of Agonis. Likely thinking, do I want to fire off this Ox of Agonis and lose the Crone War? I mean, Termidor doesn't really have that much on the battlefield. Using a Crone War on the 1/1, a little awkward. Not a target you want to use a Crone War on. But losing that Crone War, if Termidor was to top deck something like a Torbrand or an Annex, could be huge as well. Yeah, I think the line here is that, does Pentusa just want to fire off this Crone War and then in the next turn play Ox of Agonis? Let's see. Nope. Choosing to fire the Ox of Agonis. They're losing the Crone War, but that's 3 new cards. Let's see what it is. Ooh, 2 mountains and a Fireblade Charger. Do I have a team member with me? No? All right. Awesome. All right. Yeah, you'll come back to quite a board state. I'll just explain it to you while
To come back to.
While you connect back into the VMix here. Yeah, Pentusa very ahead, looking like they're attacking with a Faceless Haven, Bone Crusher Giant, and Ox of Agonis. Termidor MTG just has Faceless Haven and a Frostbite in hand, looking like they want to trade off Faceless Havens and use this Frostbite to remove Bone Crusher Giant or Ox.
Yeah,
now,
it definitely looks like I missed quite a bit while my computer crashed, unfortunately. This game playing out a lot as you would expect the mono-red mirror to, with both players trying to posture for position, getting those creatures down, and finding some amount of threats. But again, when I see that Ox of Agonis on Pentusa's side of the battlefield, I can immediately identify why they're winning. That card just so much to refill your hand and make it so impossible for the opposing mono red player to try to keep up with what you're presenting.
Yeah, exactly. I was just saying before you crashed, it looked like both sides were pretty even, not many threats, and then, Pentusa just drew the Ox of Agonis and it was able to refill the hand. So it's exactly as you said, Manny. It's just that the card advantage in the mirror is just so important.
Yeah, the good game from Termidor is this block is just not going to really do enough there. They do get a trade off, but all of these cards that they're putting in the graveyard means Pentusa is either at or close to the number of cards they need to escape this Ox. And once that happens, there's just no winning this game for Termidor.
Mm-hmm.
And
All
Ox is
right.
escapable now, so yeah, I think we're going to see Fireblade Charger, Mountain, Ox, and Termidor with only 4 lands and no cards in hand. I think this is a good game here.
Yep. Well, I mean, both piloted extremely well by both players. Just the Ox just kind of gets ya. Oh, I mean, look at the hand. Now you have a Torbran, a Fervent Champion, and I mean, no wipes post board. A little short with casting the Bone Crusher Giant for Stomp and then casting the creature means GG. Congratulations for Pentusa, the winner of the Altiora 2K Open.
Yeah, incredible showing from them. The 8th seed coming into this top 8. So being mono red and being 8th seed means that there is not a single game where you can win the die roll and begin the match on the play. They were on the draw every single match, and that wasn't enough to stop them in a sea of pretty great matchups to eventually come back and take it while really piloting their deck extremely well.
I mean, insane. So what does that mean, Manny? Mono red, is that back on the menu?
I don't think Mono Red ever left the menu.
Okay.
3 weeks ago, we expected, okay, Mono Red is a mainstay in this format. It's going to be everywhere. 2 weeks ago, we expected, okay, Mono Red, great answer to the Sultai deck. It's going to be everywhere. Last week, Mono Red is going to be, oh, there's Naya. Okay. And Mono Red, Mono White, oh, it may not be everywhere. I think right now what we can safely expect is we've got a pretty balanced and diverse standard metagame. Yes, this top 8 had a lot of cycling and a few redundant copies of decks, but overall, still a nice diverse metagame. And as long as there is a diverse metagame, there will be weeks where red does really well when you get those cycling matchups. There will be weeks where red does really poorly, where you face more Naya and you face more mono white. So I think it's going to be one of those decks that isn't going away, but it's also not going to be dominant in any given iteration of the standard format.
Yes, amazing set of games today. Thank you so much to Altiora for providing the prize pool. Ultimate Guard, top 8 gets amazing products such as this Hive Mind and some play mats and more things. If you want to get some of these yourself, I mean, this is the Sidewinder. The players will be getting, it's 100. It fits 100 cards. So perfect for commander decks.
Oh, I love those deck boxes. They're amazing.
Yes. Thank you again so much to the Gaming Stadium for providing production today. Any other final thoughts? Anything else to promote, Manny, while we wrap up the event?
I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank everybody for playing. We capped this event at 128 players because we wanted to make sure that we could offer a good player experience and run a solid event. We ended up having over 300 people show interest, twice as many registrants as would be playing on the wait list. So just incredible support, and it just means that the next time we do something like this, we're going to plan for it. We're going to either make it 2 days or devote more time so we can get every single one of those people playing in the event. I want to thank you for partnering up with us at TGS to trust us to run this event for you and run the production. We had a blast. And for anybody watching, anybody who played at TGS, we run a ton of events, not just Magic. We do events for all games. So if you're interested in any competition, esports wise, please just jump into our Discord, discord.gg/TGS, and you'll get a better sense of the games we run and the events we have coming up.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. This was the Altiora 2K Open. Please follow Altiora at Altiora GG on Twitter and the Gaming Stadium. Please be in the Discord if you want to, find out more events, not just Magic. And yeah, we'll see you guys at the next tournament. Bye now.
Have a good night.